Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is a recess meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is May 20th, year being 2020, the hour being 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Chairman Rob Pitt.
Present.
Commissioner Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris. Commissioner Natalie Hall. Vice Chairman Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Joe Carn. Mr. Chairman, you have a report.
Present.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation by Reverend Clifton Dawkins, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray for those who protect and serve this nation. We ask now your hand of protection upon them. Bless now our leaders. Bless now our citizens of this county and world. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 20-0353, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda that need to be removed at this time? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, let's vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes.
Continue.
5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 4, recess meeting agenda, 20-0363, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have items to be revised today on the recess meeting agenda. First item will be on page 5, 20-0369, Sheriff requests approval of the COVID-19 jail capacity expansion project. This item was revised to include a recommended proposal. Next item on page 6, 20-0370, Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Request approval to amend an existing contract to expand school-based therapy. This item was revised to include the corrected agenda item summary form and a presentation. Last item to be revised on page 8, 20-0346. Request approval of a resolution to establish the Fulton County Municipal COVID-19 Relief Fund, sponsored by Commissioners Hausman and Hall. This item was revised to include an amended resolution. And those are all the amendments I have.
All right, any other additions, changes to the agenda?
Move approval.
All right, well, motion is to approve as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, we're ready for the vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes. Is that Arrington? 6 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0364, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, December 4th, 2019, amended to include verbatim. Recess meeting minutes, April 15th, 2020, and regular meeting post-agenda minutes, May 6, 2020.
All right, is there a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Wait, did she say December 4th, 2019?
Yes, we had to go back and include the verbatim when we didn't have a court reporter.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman. Commissioner
Yes.
Ellis. All right,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 20-0365, presentation of proclamations and certificates. Proclamation recognizing Older Americans Month, sponsored by Commissioner Hall and Full Board of Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, since this is in honor of you and me, do we need to recuse ourselves?
Thank you for not including me in that.
Is there, so are we sounding the proclamation? What are we doing? How are we handling proclamations?
Does Jessica have someone to read it? Do I need to read it?
You can read.
Okay. Whereas Fulton County supports the adoption of healthy behaviors by county residents and is committed to creating human services for our most vulnerable population to receive the care and community support needed. And whereas the Department of Senior Services has a mission to support healthy aging and provide services that improve the quality of life for seniors, caregivers, and the community. And whereas these critical services support independence, impact social isolation, and improve physical or cognitive abilities, and include transportation, in-home services, minor home repairs, home delivered meals, direct and virtual life programs in the areas of life enrichment and health and fitness. And whereas we recognize the value of the Older Americans Act, the Administration on Aging, Older Americans, and our continued need for them to inspire, influence, and enrich individuals of all ages and future generations. And whereas May 2020 is Older Americans Month with a theme of Make Your Mark, which highlights the difference everyone can make in the lives of older adults in support of caregivers and to strengthen communities while making a difference in the lives of others. Now, be it resolved, the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County urges every resident to take time in May to celebrate older adults for their past and current support of the growth and development of our communities. Encourages seniors to continue providing vital contributions to Fulton County's growth and development, and does hereby proclaim the month of May 2020 as Older Americans Month in Fulton County, Georgia.
Okay, thank you. And before we move on, not a proclamation, but I think two items of that deserve recognition. First of all, our distinguished county attorney, Patrice Perkins Hooker, on May 7th, received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Real Property Law section of the State Bar of Georgia called the Pender Award. Now, Pender is the Bible for real estate attorneys, not just in Georgia, but throughout the U.S. So we're very proud of you, Madam County Attorney, and that's, you make us proud.
Thank you.
The second one is, most of you know former state representative for actually 18 years, former Speaker of the House, an employee of Denton's, Mark Burkhalter was nominated by the president to serve as a United States ambassador to Norway. So that's also a worthy of recognition, and I'm hoping that he will be confirmed by the Senate later on this, well, in the next month or so. So two notes of recognition before we move on. Madam Clerk, continue, please.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment, please?
Sure.
I think we should all be extremely proud of Representative Burkhalter and hope that he has a quick confirmation. I would like to propose that if that does occur, that as a county, we do something special to recognize that event.
I'm in complete agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 5, public hearings, 20-0366, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment registered online to join the public comment portion of the Zoom call, or can submit public comment in by email or filling out the form located on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. All public comments will be submitted to the clerk for the record.
Okay, how many do we have?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
We have 4 public comments.
okay. Thank you. Proceed.
The first of public comments from Roderick Franklin from Atlanta. These are troubling times indeed, made even more so troubling by to some Fulton County government employees whose jobs and duties have been deemed essential, but we are not equally compensated. The Department of Information Technology staff has been continually asked to step up to the plate for the county and its citizenry, and we hit home runs every time. Law enforcement personnel received hazard pay on their last paycheck. I believe one of the reasons this was used was because they come in contact with the public and are at higher risk of acquiring COVID-19. I submit to you that E911 call takers have less physical contact with the public than some of us in IT, yet they received hazard pay. What about those of us who have to interact with different staff from every department, including police, sheriff, marshal, solicitor general, etc.? Is that not interacting with the public? We're the ones that went around setting up desktops, laptops, cell phones, air cards, access points for employees so they can telework. We're the ones that get some, if not all, you squared away with Zooming. We are the ones that monitor the network and have to go to any of the 170 county buildings interacting with the public when a network issue arises, if it can't be fixed remotely. We're the ones that work alongside all of you answering your calls for technology help. We do all of these without receiving adequate PPE, personal protective equipment from the county. Now we've done all this without hazard pay parity. Essential employees are expected to telework if possible and or come into work if aspects of my job duties cannot be done remotely. It makes common sense that law enforcement is essential and there's no disputing that. But what about those FCGA that buttress all departments by expanding and maintaining network infrastructure resources, provide problem-solving technological assistance to end users, thereby ensuring the county's network connectivity 24/7, 365. According to AJC article dated April 22nd, 2025, Metro Atlanta governments will collectively receive more than $614 million in federal aid to help offset the costs of dealing with coronavirus. The money is coming from the CARES Act, a federal program meant to provide financial help to individuals, businesses, and governments dealing with the economic fallout from the pandemic. It is a piece of $4.1 billion received by the state through the same program. In the past, the Board of Commissioners has extolled the work performed by the Fulton County IT staff. This board has given the IT staff official proclamations, the numerous times we won national awards for being the best county IT department in the country. Remember back to Ryan Fernandez's term. However, this board has also asked the IT staff to do things no other department has had to do.
Mr. Carver, just a minute.
Yes, sir.
How much more is there?
There's 3 more paragraphs.
Well, I think we've heard, we got the point. 2 minutes.
Okay.
Next one.
Public comment by Dr. Ed Williams from Decatur. Good morning. My name is Ed Williams. I am the chair of the group Concerned Citizens for Effective Government. I am concerned as a taxpayer about the services and value that citizens are receiving from MARTA. MARTA violated the law when it reduced bus and rail services without a vote by the board of directors and adequate public notice and comment. MARTA CEO Jeffrey Parker and the board of directors knowingly and willingly reduced bus and rail services on April 20th, 2020 without a vote from the MARTA board of directors outside of an open meeting. This action was ill-advised and I believe illegal. MARTA is a public authority and it provides an essential governmental function for public purpose. MARTA's elimination of 70 out of 110 routes within 3 counties without publicly discussing other social distancing options that protect riders from losing their jobs, buying groceries, going to dialysis, or attending to other medical needs is insensitive when MARTA top brass and all 2,000 bus drivers still earn a paycheck from the 1 penny sales tax. Gwinnett and Cobb counties who have independent bus services and they have not eliminated from their bus services. What is so egregious about MARTA's action is that it never held any public hearing, did public input or comment, and the MARTA board did not vote on the decision, which is required by the MARTA Act. The MARTA Act requires that all changes in fare and services be approved by the board of directors. There is no record of any official action being taken the reduction of the rail and bus services in the minutes during the MARTA board meetings. There is no agenda item to reduce bus or rail services related to coronavirus emergency for either the MARTA board of directors regular board meeting on March 12, 2020, a special call meeting on March 19, 2020, or April 9, 2020. It should be noted that MARTA called a special meeting on March 9, 19, 2020 via teleconference, where it voted on one item related to contract award of group health insurance coverage. The MARTA CEO, Mr. Parker, did discuss reducing service if it became necessary. However, there was no vote to grant any such authorization during the meeting or thereafter. There are no emergency provisions in the MARTA Act for the CEO or general manager of MARTA to reduce rail and bus services during an emergency without a vote of board of directors. There is no emergency declared or certified by MARTA board of directors. There is no record of the local jurisdictions in their emergency coronavirus orders authorizing or declaring that MARTA transit service be reduced or modified.
Excuse me.
Yes,
Excuse me. How much more is there?
There's 2 more sentences.
Okay, sum up, please.
Yes, sir. There should be a public comment period, and MARTA board should be publicly required to have a vote to talk about these reduced in services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Public comment by anonymous. Why was the IT department omitted from the hazardous pay incentive awarded to essential employees of Fulton County?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Do we take anonymous comments for public comment on a regular basis?
Madam County Attorney, I'm not aware that we do, but
No, do not.
strike that. Continue. Who's next?
Thank you.
Public comment by Savannah Potter Miller, Esquire of Decatur. Dear Fulton County, the Federal Transit Administration states that when a transit company operates fixed route service that is now fare-free, complimentary ADA paratransit service also must be fare-free. 49 CFR section 37.131C. MARTA changed fixed routes to fare-free on March 20th, 2020 due to COVID-19, but has failed to apply fare-free to complimentary ADA paratransit service. Paratransit serves the target fragile members of our community that have been discriminated against by MARTA. Sincerely, Savannah Potter Miller.
Any others?
Those are all that we received.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, was more?
We have Ben Howard.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Howard, can you hear me? Where is he?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, Ben Howard, Senior Advocate Public Policy Analyst. So greetings, commissioners and staff, and greetings also to you citizens of Fulton County, watching and or listening to your government in action. The $3 trillion CARES Act passed by the House is stalled in the United States Senate. Some senators are saying they need to wait to see the impact of the money that previously has been authorized and distributed. I believe we can help those dilatory senators and ourselves by reporting to the senators that the $10 million allocated to our county is already at work benefiting the citizens of Fulton County through the service organizations with whom we partner. I submit that because Fulton County has the distinction of being among those counties with the greatest number of coronavirus afflictions, it would not be unfair to suggest that the next allocation of funds to our county be no less than $50 million. Included in the rationale for the new money could be a recommendation for hazard duty pay for poll workers and for elections department field workers. Anyone in favor of running this up the flagpole on behalf of our citizens? Thank you.
Further speakers?
No further
All
speakers.
right, no further speakers, and continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 5, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 20-0367, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
Okay, we're gonna proceed as we normally do with you beginning,
Yes,
followed by the CO and then the presenters.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Floor is yours, Mr. Manager.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We're pleased to, in the format that we've been doing so, give an update on our COVID-19 operational response. I would say up front that we believe we've moved from an initial phase where the focus was on hospital capacity planning to now more a focus on testing and reopening. We will report today on the statistics in terms of cases and capacity that led us to this next phase, but I think you'll be pleased to see that we are following the data and the science. On testing, Fulton County has truly distinguished itself with over 95,000 tests as of a day or so ago. I'm sure as of today, since we're testing about 3,000 per day, we have topped 100,000 tests, representing anywhere from a quarter to a third of all the tests performed in Georgia. With our new site at 265 Boulevard and mobile locations last week at Christian City and Passion City Church, our capacity continues to expand. We will begin now an aggressive and innovative community education and marketing campaign within the next week or so to encourage our citizens to be tested in preparation for return to work, to protect their family and friends, as well as for peace of mind. And we will lead by example by testing all of our employees prior to return to work. We know that our communities of color have been impacted more heavily by this virus, and our marketing campaign will have a specific focus relative to that. With a capacity of 4,500 tests a day, which you'll see more detail on, and an average of between 2,600 to 3,000, we have plenty of upside potential to be able to serve citizens at an increased rate. So the marketing and promotion and education plan, I think, will serve our citizens well. For reopening planning, we've spent a significant amount of time on the details relative to our employees and their safety, personal protective equipment, building enhancements, and security. And Anna Roach will overview those details today, and that will be substantively one of the things that we'll be talking about. And you will see some shifts in our plan from the previous board meeting. So as we sit here today, our administrative offices at 141 Pryor would open on June the 1st, but not to the public, to our employees only. Our public-facing offices, principally tax offices and behavioral health offices, would open on June the 15th. And then other offices will open subsequent to that, and Anna will discuss the plans for those. Concurrent with that opening on June the 15th to the public would be a recommendation for termination of hazardous pay and other HR-related policies, which Ken Herman will discuss with you. As we think about how to address this crisis, we will have two significant proposals to make today, in addition to many of the things that we have been doing. The one that we'll discuss first will be an investment in jail medical isolation units. We've discussed this before. We have more details today, and we are close to finalizing a contract, we believe, with a vendor that can provide these services in a time frame that would address the crisis and any resurgence in the fall. They will be our primary tool to prevent a catastrophic outbreak in the Fulton County Jail. And of course, that's something that we're solely responsible for. So we look forward to hearing your comments on that direction. In addition, we have been working with Fulton County Schools to allow us to invest in school-based therapists covering 20 new schools that today have no therapist and 38 schools where coverage may cease. And we believe that one of the most significant impacts of COVID yet on the horizon is behavioral health. And certainly with isolation and disruption to their lives, our youth are the most vulnerable to that. So this next proposal that you will see will address that. And we'll address it first in working with Fulton County Schools, and then next with Atlanta Public Schools as we have new leadership there. And I believe we'll set a new standard of care for our students. All that being said, we need to continue to be conservative in our financial commitments. Within 2 months now of this crisis being underway since the middle of March, we will have allocated, if you approve these proposals that we'll discuss with you today, approximately 45% of the $104 million in CARES funding. So as you can see, in 2 months, we have not only committed to, but have expended a substantial amount of money. As well, we are hearing that the state may not continue to support National Guard staffing at the collection sites. No official word on that yet. And that the supply of PPE to city first responders may become a county responsibility as opposed to something that comes through the state and the strategic national supply. So if those two things also become reality, those will represent increased cost to continue to operate both our specimen collection sites as well as support our cities from a personal protective equipment standpoint. Sharon Whitmore, our CFO, will overview our projections and take any questions as it relates to those uncertainties. And then last, I'd just like to say is the city of Atlanta published their plan for reopening this week. That was a broad gauged view at looking at all the issues. I was pleased to see that many of the recommendations in that plan around metrics, healthcare capacity planning, testing, and a number of other items we are well down the road on and have significant programs to address these concerns. So I just want to thank the Board of Commissioners as well as our leaders for being aggressive on moving quickly down this path as it relates to this crisis. So again, we have optimism, Mr. Chairman, that we can move through our presentation fairly quickly, answer any questions, and we'll again do it in the same format that we have done. So I'll turn it over to our Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Anna Roach.
Madam COO, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Dick summarized the overall outline of our presentation for today, and we're pleased to bring the public our bi-weekly incident management response team update that will be overviewed by EMA. I will take the board and the public through our reopening plan for our administrative offices on June 1st. And then our CFO will cover a CARES funding update. We will then ask Alton Adams, the Deputy for Public Safety, to go through recommendations for a jail capacity expansion. And then finally, we'll have our Director for External Affairs preview for us some recommendations around marketing for COVID testing. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over to our EMA team that will walk us through the incident response management update. I do want to highlight today that we have our Director for the Fulton County Board of Health, Dr. Lynn Paxton, who has joined us, and she will provide an update right after EMA does the update, and we will not have a Grady update today. So Matt, if you and your team are ready, we will turn this over to you.
And Commissioners, let's hear the presentation and then followed by questions. Mr. Kalmar.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go ahead and kick it right off. Doug Schuster will start us off with the first slide. Go ahead, Doug.
Good morning. As we were preparing for this week's meeting, we realized that some time has gone by with our COVID response, and we put together a timeline of our specimen collection activities from the start date of March 19th. We started March 19th, and that week we conducted 34 tests at the Spock Aviation and Cultural Center. We were obviously limited by availability of materials, but that was the bare beginning. April 22nd, we opened Spock South at the Wolf Creek Amphitheater, and it was a success. We have a capacity at Spock South of 150 tests per day. The week of April 27th, we opened Spock North with another capacity of 150, and we started deploying kind of a novel concept at the time of mobile Spocks targeting certain communities and hotspots in our area. Our mobile Spocks can deploy and test upwards of 450 tests per day. On May 13th, we opened a central Spock in the county, which gave us one in the north, one in the south, one central, and it has another capacity of 150. Bringing our testing capacity daily to 900 tests per day. As you can see through the middle in the blue box, that's our weekly testing numbers. And we have grown from 34 to approximately 3,000 tests per week at this time, and we are still trying to drive capacity. Our capacity is 900 tests per week, and so we are implementing a three-pronged strategy to help us meet our capacity in the coming weeks. One is to work with partnerships and advertising to meet our current capacity. Two is to improve our mobile Spock capacity and capabilities. And then three, we're preparing for staffing shortfalls with the National Guard's departure at the end of the month. And so with these goals, we'd like to push our Spock capabilities up to where they need to be. Next slide, please. This is another interesting slide. As you all heard early on, that the Fulton County total as of Monday was at 97,678. These are the testing sites within the county guidelines. I would assume today we will go over 100,000 for the county, and our mobile, not our mobile Spocks, but our Fulton County Spocks will pass probably the 10,000 mark tomorrow. The City Core of Atlanta has tested 2,604. CVS is getting close to 40,000. Walgreens is around 800. The Georgia Augusta University system has tested 3,232. And to date, the Fulton County Hospital system has tested almost 42,000 people for COVID-19. Our daily totals are averaging approximately 3,000 at this time. So our capacity within the county has grown exponentially over the last 7 weeks. Next slide. So we started to look where we are with testing in Fulton County as compared to the state. As you all well know, we have almost exactly 10% of the state's population within Fulton County. And the good news is that we are exceeding those testing goals there. We have tested approximately exactly 26.81% of the state's total tests. This was after Monday. So anyway, I think it's very impressive that we're doing 27% of the state's tests. Next slide. One of the matrix that we've been able to test, as it was told in the opening, that we're starting to hospital capacity has remained viable and at our current rates. So we're the hospitals and all of our testing facilities are providing percent positives of tests. The state is approximately today overall about 15%. Our local Department of Health spots are testing at about 8%, and CVS is about 7%. So we chose a very large segment, which is the hospital testing, which is done in a very controlled setting, but it's also the most symptomatic people. And once we were starting to get the information, we started tracking this on May 4th. The hospitals were at a 14.25% positivity, which is lower than the state, lower than the national average, but it's also the most symptomatic people. So that's why we chose this group, and it's about 45% of the daily testing for the county. So from 14.25 on May 4th till the 18th of May, we're down to 11.08 with a daily adjustment for new tests every day. If you look at this slide, it shows a very steady downward trend in testing, which is one of the metrics that the county is using to decide whether or not to go through the gating criteria and open back up. So I think that's a very encouraging slide. Next slide. As I told you, this shows our actual COVID bed use on the bottom in orange. And as I alluded 2 weeks ago with the new forecasting model, that we would be at a plateau in this area probably through the end of June. It's been revised. Now the middle of June looks like we might start seeing a drop, but we expect to be at this level within the hospitals at approximately 240 for the next 3 weeks or so. But on top of that, you see the open beds for the county, which the May 18th, 17th actually includes the loss of the 200-bed temporary facility at the Georgia World Congress Center. That facility was mothballed on Friday and can be reopened if needed, if there's a spike, and it would take 3 days to reopen. But even with the loss of that 200-bed facility, we still have a comfortable cushion within our hospital system. Next slide. This is another look at the bed situation. These are actual confirmed COVID cases within the hospital system. There's a 7-day trend line, and kind of as predicted 2 weeks ago that we would hit another plateau. We were on a steady downward climb, and you can attribute that to the stay-at-home orders. But there's been a kind of a leveling off based on kind of the partial return to work. Not a significant spike at all, but this is kind of validating what the projections have told us. And like I said, we can expect to be at this 230-ish level for 3 more weeks or so. But it's an important matrix that we're tracking because hospital bed stays are real-time measures. Next slide. All right, this is the last slide. I'm ending with the Fulton County death projections. We did get new modeling information at midnight on Monday night. And just to kind of show you as a comparison, when I presented to you 2 weeks ago, that was right after the opening up first phase for Fulton County in Georgia. And so they didn't have a lot of data other than the mobility cell phone use that I presented. And so they were estimating that top line 733 being our most probable death count by August 1st. Since that time, over 2 weeks, a week ago, that number was lowered to 395, which you see is the next dashed line. And then as of midnight on Monday, it's been lowered to 261, with the worst case being 354. All good news. I can tell you that the mobility data did not spike up like they thought. It's remained fairly consistent for 2 weeks. And so that's the reasoning for the lowering of the death projection, along with they get real numbers. As you can see, the black line at the bottom showing that we have been trending kind of towards the green line for weeks now. So they readjusted, and this is very good news that we've gone in 2 weeks from 733 back down to 261 by August 1st. So that's all I have. Matt's got the next slide.
Next slide, please. So getting to one of the three pillars that we've talked about to you, with you all every time that we get together with you is the PPE initiative. Well, I wanted to go ahead and highlight today is the work that we have done to meet the requirement that we've set forth for the municipal cash to cover our municipal partners as well as our public safety partners in all the jurisdictions that is covered under the Fulton County CARES grant for a 90-day supply, as well as the Fulton County Public Safety cash. What you'll see on your screen, the far-hand left side, was the items that we are going to maintain in the cash. What you see next to it, the red numbers, is actually what we do have. The color chart did not go ahead and go along with this slide, so let me just verbalize what those colors mean. Red would be 50% or less. Orange color, which would be 50 to 75% capacity in our stock. Blue would be 75 to 99%, and green is when we reach 100% total of what we're looking for a 90-day supply. We're showing you all what we have actually placed to that end, what still needs to be ordered, and finally what you see on the right-hand side of your screen is what we're looking for a 90-day supply. Just for your awareness, based upon what you see on the screen right here, that comes out to about $4,132,400 worth of PPE that would be covered in this particular area of need. We have been having a very difficult time locating gowns. We actually have found a provider in California that actually is manufacturing it in the United States, and we were able to procure 1,000 of those units with the help of our purchasing director, Felicia Strong-Whitaker, and her team. So we're very grateful that actually started the process yesterday, and we'll be moving forward to getting some of those units inside there as well. Next slide, please. This is getting the return to the work cash that we have been looking for to make sure that we have a 90-day supply of the items that you see. A lot of green on this screen as well, which is we're very grateful to see. However, the gloves, while it does show red, I want to reassure everyone that that meets the needs that the Madam Chief Operating Officer will be speaking about for the phase reentry process. There is ample supply to go ahead and cover the first phase based upon the mono boxes that you see on the screen, but not near where we need to be to reach our 7,600 total that you see there. All the numbers that you see on the far right-hand side comes out to about $732,000. Between the two slides, if you add all that together, the financial allocation thus far would be for that 2 90-day supplies, $4.9 million. It actually comes out to $4,864,000, but just going up to 4.9 for discussion purposes. Before I kick it back to our Chief Operating Officer, just wanted to go ahead and reiterate some of the things that we talked about on the first slide, folks. It's make sure we have that three-prong approach moving forward that the county manager did reference, as well as the Chief Operating Officer in their initial statements. We want to make sure that we can drive up our testing numbers. We're looking forward to hearing today and letting the public hear about the marketing campaign that's going to be starting off to help us make sure that we get the message out. We want to maintain our capacity. We know that some of the providers that are providing large amounts of testing in our community sooner or later will have to move on and help other parts of the country. So we want to make sure that we are prepared to go ahead and maintain that capacity as time does change. Sooner or later also, we are extremely grateful for the support of the National Guard. They are initially supposed to demobilize on May 31st. I believe that they will be having an extension of those orders, waiting for official confirmation onto that end. But we're always looking to how do we go ahead and maintain the operation should we lose that valuable support that they've been able to provide. And finally, we cannot reiterate it enough. One of the things I think that we have done great success with, I congratulate Dr. Paxton and Dr. Holland to this end, is the collaborative effort that we've had for increasing our mobile specimen collection in the underserved communities. We have seen the most results with our testing numbers with that units, and we look to continue to enhance that in short term as well as a long-term plan that we'll be presenting hopefully within the next 2 weeks to you all to show that off to you. With that, I'll go ahead and return it to the Chief Operating Officer to go ahead and facilitate any questions for our team.
Okay, Thank you so much, Matt and Doug. I appreciate the update.
Anna, excuse me, you're very soft. Is there a way you get closer to the mic, maybe?
It's in the ceiling.
Oh, okay.
So I'll try to speak a little louder. I
Thank you.
appreciate the update, Matt and Doug. The only thing I'd like to add before we open up to questions is that the to be ordered on what is needed for return to work is a 90-day supply. I suspect within the next 30 days, we will be adding another column that says to be ordered for a 90-day supply beginning on September 1. Because again, we have a 90-day supply that goes from our June opening to 90 days from then. We will have to have some continuous cadence of ordering to make sure that we have enough supplies on hand. So, Mr. Chairman, we're ready for questions.
All right, questions, commissioners?
I have a question.
I have one as well.
Commissioner Carn, followed by Commissioner Houseman.
Well, thanks, Matt and Doug, for the update. Looks good. Now, in terms of all of this PPE, I'm assuming that this PPE does not include the PPE that's available for our 15 cities. That's not this inventory, is that right?
That would be, sir, on slide 11, that is included inside there. So what we are working towards is maintaining a 90-day cache for the municipal governments. So that would come down to about 1 surgical mask per day per employee plus 5 sets of gloves. And then we also have included inside slide 11 the numbers for their public safety entities, for their firefighters and their police officers, based upon the consumption that they have done over the last 7 weeks.
Okay, so this includes the supply for the 15 cities.
Yes,
the other
sir.
question from the cities, now some are in need of these supplies right now. They want to know what's the procedure? Do they just basically call us and ask, or is it that simple and we ship it to them, or what? Because you have a lot to be ordered here. So when do you get these larger orders, I guess?
I would love the opportunity to find out which specific jurisdictions are having a problem. We do speak with these individuals on a daily basis. We would love to go ahead and try to work through any concerns that they do have. Anyone that does have a medical function has been receiving their resources through the Strategic National Stockpile. We have not run into any problems or concerns that have been raised to us to that end. The law enforcement side, I know that is a little more difficult, but right now, based upon the supply chain slowly ramping back up, the public law enforcement side of the house is becoming a little more difficult to get them the things that they would normally need. We have been working with our state partners to get the necessary PPE to that end. We've also seen the community go ahead and open up their arms and has adopted some of our public safety partners in the cities, especially in the South Fulton area, and donating PPE to them to go ahead and support their initiatives as well. But if there's a specific jurisdiction that is in need, sir, please let us know. We'll go ahead and speak with them directly.
Okay, last question. In terms of the larger orders on page 11, so how long before you think we get those, the 453,000 units, the 150,000 units? How long before you think we're able to actually receive those? I'm assuming you said it says to be ordered. So does that mean we have not ordered these larger amounts yet?
I wish it was simple as just going ahead and switching the to be ordered to ordered column. Finding vendors that are actually capable of providing FDA approved or NIOSH approved respirators is proving to be very difficult. The market was flooded with KN95 masks that did lose their emergency authorization. So there are a lot of KN95s out there that just no longer meet the standards after additional testing was done by our federal partners in the NIOSH and FDA. So we're looking for actually face masks and N95s that are meet the standards. So we do have the 100,000 units ordered from the N95s. We're currently working with 3M to go ahead and fulfill that order and waiting for that estimated delivery date. But still, of course, as you can see, a lot more to go ahead and to be ordered. Our chief procurement officer and her team is pounding the pavement every day, every night. As vendors are providing them information to us, we're sending it over to her team to vet it, to go ahead and compare it based upon what the current prices that we're seeing. If there's things that are a little bit out of whack, we go ahead and try to work with that vendor to see if we could sharpen the pencil a little bit to get back to the numbers that we have seen across the area. Some vendors have regretfully have not to go ahead and reply to us or provide samples of what the product is. We want to make sure that we're being good fiduciary agents for the people that we serve and getting quality product. So rest assured that we are trying to take everything in the to be ordered column to the actually order place column to go ahead and show big zeros on that to be ordered area. That's my goal, is to see green across the page for you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Houseman? Commissioner Houseman?
Thank you. I had to unmute. And I apologize in advance. It may be a little noisy here, so I'm going to try and keep it unmuted as much as possible, but I want to be respectful. I also have some questions about the N95 masks. We ordered already 100,000. We received those, correct?
No, ma'am. Well,
So
it's still going through the customs process, and we are working with 3M to go ahead and receive that order, ma'am.
So then in total, we will have ordered 250 to try and accomplish our goals. Is that what I read here?
We would like to get to 250, ma'am. We have placed an order for 100,000 units of the N95. We would have to go ahead and order another 150,000 units. We're trying to go ahead and get the first 100,000 in before we make another purchase. And we want to make sure that the supply chain is working in our favor before going ahead and launching another PO to that end.
Okay. And then tell us a little bit about this thermal temperature item on this list, please.
That's the return to work piece, ma'am. And actually, I would ask our Chief Operating Officer, Deputy Chief Operating Officer Adams, if he would jump in here. It's something that we have been working with for our Sheriff Department. Alton, would you mind jumping in?
Absolutely. Can everyone hear me with my mask on?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner, this thermal temperature scanner is literally the size of a small iPad, and it's a touchless screen basically that you stand in front of, and it takes your temperature and tells you what your temperature is. We initially ordered those for the jail to allow us to test our deputies and others coming into the facility, because handhelds were just proving difficult given the number of people. As it turns out, these thermal scanners are actually being used by a number of large corporations, including Amazon, to test individuals as they come into their facilities. So I think we've ordered approximately 50 of those, and the plan is basically to deploy those at entrances. And Anna, I think, will talk to this more detail when she gets to the reopening plan. But the plan is to deploy those so it actually takes the temperature of those individuals when they're coming into the facility.
So this is for the public's entry or employees or both, or give us a little more.
The way it's being used, it's testing everybody that comes into the facility, employees as well as the public. That's at least the best practice as we're seeing it deployed around the country.
So then are we developing some policies around should someone present with a temperature that's troublesome?
I'm going to let Anna talk. The Chief Operating Officer, Anna Roach, is going to talk to that in detail as she talks about the reopening plan, Commissioner. So if I can, I'd like to defer to her, because I know there's been a lot of work done around the protocols and what will be done there.
All right, that's fine. I can wait. My final question is, I did read a news story about Gwinnett County making a purchase in this area that turned out to not be equipment that really worked. So I don't know what who your vendor is here, but I believe that they were using, a company that they worked with on red light cameras to do this. So I just hope that we fully vetted this particular item, because I'm already seeing that, some things are happening that aren't really the intent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Harrington? Vice Chair?
Okay, yes, thank you. I know that you said we're up to 900 tests a week. Are we planning on expanding that capacity? And is there a number of targeted people in Fulton County that we will try to test? I believe I heard the chair say at the last meeting that he wanted all 1 million residents in Fulton County to be tested at 3,600 per week. We're gonna be testing for a few years.
Doug, would you like to go ahead and just talk about, we'll start off with the piece that he asked about. I'm sorry, it was a capacity issue.
Well, yeah, so to answer your question, part of our the state is due to release a comprehensive testing strategy at the end of this month. That doesn't mean that our team is not thinking about how to increase testing. We had a 3-hour meeting just yesterday about this. One of the 3-pronged strategies is to maintain, if not possibly expand in the future, our standalone Spox, drive-through, walk-up Spox. But to answer your question more succinctly, is one of our bigger goals is to work with Department of Health to target 2 things: hot spots within the community, and to target large populations for walk-up traffic that is not available, to the drive-through locations. So we're increasing capabilities as far as equipment, vehicles, people to bring those numbers up. And so, but as far as an overall testing strategy, there's a lot of nuance that goes into testing a million people. That we will, as we get direction from the state and from the federal government, and as funding allows, that we will give you updates on that. Our goal right now is to use advertising, marketing, and targeting to increase our numbers to that number that we presented earlier today. And so that's our short-term goals, but our long-term goals remain to test as many people as we can, working with the state.
I do feel that we're doing some injustice for the conversation by not having Dr. Paxton be able to weigh in at this particular moment. But Dr. Paxton is actually a co-partner in this whole process. With this, of course, it is a driven initiative from Department of Public Health down to the boards of health. We have partnered with the Board of Health to go ahead and achieve this mission. So it is definitely a joint effort. We're looking forward to the Department of Public Health's guidance. That's going to come down on the end of the month. May 31st is what Doug just said, that they've instructed us that we'll have more of a global plan as to what they're looking for testing. And we're going to continue to go ahead and enhance our mobile testing based upon the heat maps that we have. The public can also go ahead and see those heat maps. Our External Affairs Director did provide an email to all of your staff, so where you could pass that on to your cities and as well as your constituents, that they can go ahead and find those heat maps and see. What we're trying to do is work with individuals that want to sponsor a mobile testing site in those areas, and we would like to go ahead and get that mobile unit out there and to support them to that end.
Okay, thank you. Again, it just seems like to me, I said this last week, seems like we ought to set some percentage goal of Fulton County residents to test and then work towards that goal. Certainly, I'm appreciative of all the efforts and that have taken place thus far, and the fact that we've been able to ramp up to 900, per week. It just seems like there ought to be some number that is a representative sampling of the county, and I don't know if that's 10% or 20% or 30%. But thank you for all your great work. Keep testing as many as you can.
Just lastly, I'm sure Dr. Paxton will weigh in too, but one of the goals is to see that declining average in percent positives. And we are right along there with you. We want to test as many as we can. And like I said, we're excited that we're doing a higher average for the state than our population dictates, and we'll continuing to find ways to test. So thanks for your concern.
Other questions?
I have a question. Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Morris.
Thank you, everyone, for such outstanding reports. It really shows how we are absolutely one Fulton, working together to help each other and help our constituency. I am going back to the testing, I've received some input from constituents that the 42 to 72 hour return time for their test results have not been met in some cases. And so I'm trying to get some clarification for them on how are the test results being communicated to the test takers? Is it only by phone call? And also, if they don't receive their results within that time limit, what should they do?
So there's a couple different providers that are doing testing in the community that we have, specifically.
No, I'm specifically talking about Fulton County's testing.
Okay, if it comes to the Fulton County testing, ma'am, what we have done is partnered with LabCorp, and they have activated their application that we are passing out flyers to everyone that comes to a testing site. They could go ahead and open up a free account with LabCorp, which they can track the status of their test and be able to get test results as soon as they are posted. That is something that LabCorp has done for us and to enhancing our ability to be able to get information to our constituents as soon as possible. If they do not see anything, please go ahead and call the number that they've registered for, ask to speak with someone. They will go ahead and take a look in the system. Those type of things help us to go ahead and see if there is a concern that we can speak with our vendors. But at this time, LabCorp is who we're using at the Fulton County sponsored SPOCs, and they will be the ones that will be able to go ahead and leverage the technology to get quicker answers to our constituents.
Okay, so they should definitely go through LabCorp and not Fulton County.
Well, when they go to the testing site, they'll get that piece of paper that has the instructions of how to go ahead and sign up for that. Of course, not everyone has the ability to check it. Not everyone has internet access or may not have a cell phone. They can still take advantage of the phone number through the Board of Health call center, and those individuals will assist them with test results as well if they're unable to go ahead and take advantage of the app.
Okay, and so we still have a major digital divide, and we have seniors and regular constituency that do not have internet access. So the Board of Health call center number, can you share that with them?
Yeah, I regretfully do not have it right in front of me, ma'am. If you give me a couple minutes, I'll make sure that you do have a copy of that. If not, the person that always goes ahead and gets me out of a jam is our External Affairs Director, Ms. Corbett. Assuming right now she's probably typing an email to you and your staff to go ahead and make sure you have that contact information. So I'll publicly thank her now for throwing me a lifeline.
Okay, and can you put it maybe in the chat? Because some of the constituents are actually listening and watching, and so that information can be shared with them as well, just immediately.
Will do, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, my question's about tests as well. Do we have in the county a good supply of tests? And the reason I ask is I heard, and I assume from all of this anecdotal that I heard from a ER doc that some of the hospitals really don't have enough tests to give everybody, and when somebody has expired, they may or may not know whether it was a COVID-19 cause. I mean, is there where are we with a supply of tests? So all the hospitals have a good supply in the county?
So we have an afternoon call where we talk with executive leadership, and then the Region D coordinating hospital, which is Grady, gets on the line with us as well, gives us a snapshot of how they're looking, as well as the rest of the hospitals in our region. That has not been presented to us as a concern as to date. We'll definitely reach out to a liaison with that community to see if there is a concern and how we can support them to that end. But we, at the testing sites that we operate, as well as some of our partners with the core site at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, we were able to provide them 1,500 test kits on Friday. They ran out of test kits so they could continue the operation. That site that's servicing the citizens of Atlanta as well as beyond. And the sites that we have as well, the central site, the northern site, and our southern site, have an ample supply of specimen collection kits at this point, sir.
Well, good. Well, if you do check with all of the hospitals in the county who are cited as doing this 40-something thousand tests, if you could let us know, if you don't mind. put their
Will do, sir.
responses.
One last comment. We do provide the coroner with test kits. So if somebody shows up, they're administering tests at that time. So we're providing them test
A
kits.
post-mortem test, is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
sir. Yes, sir.
Interesting, interesting. You do that on
Medical
all?
examiner, excuse me, the medical examiner.
You does the medical examiner do that on all decedents in the county?
It would be inappropriate for us to go ahead and to comment on their protocol. I do not know. I just know that if they have someone that they is a concern as to if they passed away due to a COVID-19 situation, that they administer a test. The specifics from there would have to defer to the chief medical officer of that team.
Sure, there'd be no need to do one from a gunshot or an auto crash or something. Yeah. Okay.
I agree, sir. I think it's based upon if there's a comorbidities that are associated with it, or how they presented to it. So if they're from the hospital, they do not get a test. They're, of course, the hospital physician that was taking care of the individual will sign off on the death certificate with the comments that they deem appropriate. But if we have someone that regretfully passes away at their residence, it's unknown, then they will go ahead and take those necessary steps, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions for this segment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have one more question.
Commissioner Houseman?
We're hearing a lot about antibody testing. I see that some states like Florida are now administering it to their first responders. I heard Columbia County approved a program last night in conjunction with Augusta University. Are there any plans for us to incorporate an antibody testing into our testing protocols?
Commissioner Houseman, if at all possible, I'd like to go ahead and table that conversation for Dr. Paxton. She would be able to much more eloquently discuss the future of antibody testing as it relates to the Department of Public Health's overall plans and procedures to that end. So if we could table that, I would appreciate that, ma'am.
That's fine. That's my second tabled question. I hope y'all are keeping up with it.
We do talk about antibody testing every day here, though, just so you know,
Okay.
it's discussed.
All right, thank you.
Other questions?
Before I turn it to Mr. Chairman, just to make sure I can publicly say the number that Commissioner Hall asked for, it's 404-613-8150. Once again, it's 404-613-8150. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for this segment? Hearing none, Madam COO?
Speaking of Dr. Paxton, she's had a lot of mention in the EMA report. We do have her up next. Dr. Paxton, if you're with us, if you can go to her slide, which is 14. You're up, Dr. Paxton.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, everyone. You'll have to remind me what the questions are when we get to the end of this, but just to give you a brief update on what's going on over here at the Board of Health. As has already been mentioned, that we have recently put up a new walk-up spot at 265 Boulevard. It's going gangbusters. I believe at least one of our commissioners has already been there, Commissioner Hall, and been testing, and so has been tested and can attest to the ease of that operation. As has been mentioned also, our mobile units are hugely popular and are reaching a very important segment of the population. Because of the care, with access to the CARES funding, we are hoping to capitalize that. And our plan is to acquire at least 2 more for now. And the beauty of these mobile units is not only can they be used now for COVID-19 testing, but they would then can continue to be used for other conditions that are important to our community, such as diabetes screening, hypertension screening, things like that. So we're capitalizing on that, on the availability of those funds to beef up our COVID response now and our general responses in the future. Now, as has been mentioned, there's a little uncertainty about when the National Guard will demobilize, but we are planning for that anyway and putting together our transition plan so that we can take over their SPOC units when they demobilize. In addition, as everyone knows, the long-term care facilities have been true hotspots of COVID infection and are very heavily impacted. The plan is to complete the testing of all long-term care facility residents and staff by the end of this month. The bulk of this testing is being done by the National Guard, but we expect that it should be finished by the end of the month. At the moment, we've already done about 50% of all residents and about 30% of all staff. So we have a ways to go, but we've already gotten a lot done. We have regular calls with the facilities and enhanced reporting that we've worked out with them, and that's proving to be very highly successful and has been a good move on our part to keep constant touch with the long-term care facilities. We've also signed a memorandum of understanding with Wellstar to visit LTCF facilities within their catchment area and to provide prevention services. We are training up some nurses in our division to accompany them on these visits. Now, as many of you are aware, we've had a lot of issues with the COVID testing, including, but not limited to, unfortunately, some delayed lab results. For those of you who are not aware, we did have some initial problems liaising with the National Guard, and they weren't providing us the necessary information we needed to be able to follow up on on lab results. But through considerable intervention at the DPH level, that's been largely resolved. There have also been, and I'm sure you've heard from some constituents, there were lab delays, which I have to say we had no control. We do not have any control over the private labs and all that. And so what we have been doing is we have been changing labs as needed in order, because some labs were just over, we're not able to meet the demand. And so we have been changing the labs as needed to be in response to bring back those time to getting results back to a more reasonable level. In addition, is that, as you know, it was all hands on deck for our staff for the COVID response. And we deployed people from various departments to work on COVID, particularly personnel from the environmental health department while most restaurants were closed and while pools were closed and all that. However, as the government has now been opening up and people and the shelter in place orders have been being lifted, these staff are now having to go back to their regular jobs. So we have reached out to several people, including, of course, Fulton County and other areas for personnel for these continued very high priority COVID-19 activities, because in fact, as you've heard, our activities have not decreased and will continue to be at a high level for the foreseeable future. So we're working on ensuring that we have enough personnel to continue those activities while our other personnel return to their previous duties. Now, some things that you may or may not be aware of is that with DPH, this is a DPH-led initiative, there's been considerable new technology that is being rolled out to the districts, including ours, to improve the client experience and to potentially decrease our personnel needs. One of these is a test scheduling app, Microsoft-based, which has been piloted to extremely positive reviews in District 4. Not to go into all the specifics of it, but the importance of this app is that it would allow clients who have access to mobile devices or a computer to actually go online and schedule their own appointments without having to go through the call center. In addition, another nice thing about this app is that once the person has been tested, then they could actually go through the app to get their results back, which would markedly decrease the personnel that is needed to currently contact people to get them their results. So that has it's been rolled out it was first piloted in District 4. It was then rolled out to 4 additional districts, and then Fulton should be coming up soon within this week or next for us to start using that too. And again, I want to to emphasize though, this will not replace the call center because we have clients who don't have the appropriate technology to be able to use this, but it will interface with that and should be of market help. Another bit of technology being put to good use is the MTX contact tracing app, which we are now using. And I think I've explained it on the last call, so I won't spend too much time or any time on that right now. But we are now using that, and we are bringing in. We anticipate we're going to need around 75 people, dedicated just to contact tracing. And we have managed, I think we've already onboarded somewhere around 35, and we'll be continuing to onboard more as we go along. And they're being trained in the use of this app, and our hopes are that this will reduce the amount of time, the amount of personnel that are needed to follow up on the contact tracing. One other use of technology, which I guess I just neglected to put on this slide, is that one of the labs that we are using, LabCorp, has its own portal in which people, and we're using that exclusively at, I think, most of our sites now. I'm not 100% certain, but we are using it a lot for certain. And so that's another avenue that patients can use to access themselves their own results. And so that's an additional bit of technology which is helpful. Now, as for BOH operations, we are obviously carefully planning how our service delivery needs, what our service delivery needs are as the facilities reopen. As many of you are aware, environmental health is exceedingly busy now, particularly with the pool inspections, because Memorial Day weekend is coming up, and every pool owner, I believe, in the county has gotten in touch with me to ask me about when they will be serviced. We're doing our best, and this is a high priority activity for environmental health. So I just want to inform you that we're doing our best. They're all out there, all hands on deck, trying to get all this done. In addition, we have been having meetings with the Atlanta Public Schools and Fulton County Schools, helping them with development of plans for reopening. All of us are in uncharted territory. And we have, we're calling in basically all of our resources. The CDC has been very helpful. When we met with APS, they actually provided 8 people on the call. I was shocked. I guess I got more pull than I thought I did, but we had 8 people on the call from CDC to help us with that planning. And we think this is, obviously it's a core function for us, and we really need to help the schools, work through this. And so we've already started that, and we will be continuing that until we get a plan and schools open. In addition, we've done walkthroughs with the courts as they are planning to reopen, and we're also working on trying to do mass testing in the jails. We've even put in a request to the National Guard to see if they can help us with that. And we are waiting for a response on that front. We have already done extensive testing in the homeless facilities and documented a very low prevalence of about 2% so far, part of which we think might be due to the fact that prior to COVID, a lot of emphasis was put on TB testing, and that might be having a spillover effect in terms of keeping COVID-19 down in the shelters. But anyway, we continue to monitor that. And in general, we are just working on plans for our Board of Health Operations, because we have to deal with the fact that COVID-19 is going to be here for a while, and this is our new normal. So we are working through that, and appreciate your help with certain needs that we will have, like personnel, as I pointed out. and other things as they come up. But that's sort of an overview of where we are right now. So, I think one of the questions that came up was about the use of antibody testing. I think that I've already shared, I certainly with Dick Anderson, and I believe another one of the commissioners, this came up as a question, as a focus question. But for everyone's consumption, the role of antibody testing is not clear at this point. What antibody testing is useful for is to give us an indication of whether someone has been exposed and infected with the coronavirus at some point in the past. It is not a diagnostic test in terms of, it does not tell us whether someone is actively infected and able to transmit. So we do not use antibody tests to, to say that whether or not someone is actively infected. An additional thing and a popular misconception is that somehow these antibody tests will say whether or not someone is immune to getting it. Let me express that over and over again. We do not know that. There is not enough evidence for us to know how long evidence of antibodies might confer immunity, how long that might last. We don't even know if that is the case, because there have been reports of people who have been infected once with coronavirus, then having another positive test at some point in the future. So the uncertainty is just that it's great uncertainty. What antibody testing is most useful for at this point in time is on the community level, for us to be able to go into a community and test people and get an idea of within this community approximately how many people or what percentage might have been exposed to this to the virus, and who might have had an asymptomatic infection and all that. It is very useful for those sorts of operations on the macro level. It is not useful on the individual level. And so I'm very much, when I hear of communities, somehow thinking that, paying to, for contracting to get antibody testing of their employees or whatever, I just want to rush up there and say, look, these are the considerations. This is not a diagnostic test for whether or not somebody is safe to return to work. Don't use it that way. And so it is a very useful tool for epidemiologists like me at the moment, but on the personal individual level, it is less useful. I do not know if that's when or if that will change. We get more information every day, from research. And I mean, what we know in a month or 2 months or 4 months or 6 months, well, might be very different from what we know today, but that's sort of the state of where we are right now. Okay. And I can't remember what the other question was for me, so.
Do you recall what your question was, Commissioner Houseman? She had 2 questions.
No, I asked the antibody question. I think the other one was on the thermal cameras that Ms. Roach will answer later. I appreciate the answer on the antibody testing. I understand there's a lot of developing strategies that are coming out on a pretty much daily basis. So I appreciate that you're monitoring that particular aspect to see if it would be something that should be utilized at some point. I do think it's interesting that the state of Florida has chosen to do that with their first responders, and some of our counties in Georgia are doing it. So my ask would just be that you continue to monitor that and make sure that there's not a useful application for folks as they do try to return to work. I think that's where the questions are coming from at this point. So thank you for that.
All right, other questions for Dr. Paxton? Questions?
I had a couple quick questions, Chairman Fitz.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Paxton, for the update. And I just wanted to say thank you to your entire staff from a responsiveness standpoint. I know in particular, I just wanted to call out the environmental health folks, for running fast and being really responsive to our citizens who are making a lot of inquiries. as some of the stuff reopened. So I wanted to give them a really good kudos. And then on the, I just want to make sure I heard you right on the homeless testing piece. Was it 2%? Was that the test positive rate? Was that the number that you shared?
I believe it was under 2%.
Under 2%.
Exact number, but low.
Okay. So, and then that relative to the other testing we're doing at our Spock sites is 8%. Is that?
Matt, I'm not sure. I have to admit, I don't remember what the current testing positive rate is at the Spock site. So 8%, whatever Matt can say.
But it's incredibly low. It sounds like the homeless testing percentage testing positive is incredibly low, you know, relative to kind of the general testing that we've been doing.
Yeah, it was lower than one might have expected, you know, just when you say the word homeless.
Right. And are we going to publish them? I think there was a reference, I believe, that the folks that were helping us with the testing was going to publish some data relative to those tests.
I believe that there are plans for that. We did this in conjunction with other group, like in Mercy Care.
Right.
And so I think that there are certainly plans. We like to get information out into the public domain. And many of the people who work here are like, epidemiology refugees, such as myself. I mean, this is what we live for. So yeah, we love to get this stuff out, and we are working on that.
Right. Well, I think that was a great initiative that we all embarked upon, and certainly a very interesting result compared to what it seems like some of the other metro areas had reported earlier with their homeless population. So I would encourage us to get that out. And then the last question, and also a thanks, the epidemiology reports that are being periodically released continue to get a lot better. And I know a lot of our citizens have been extremely appreciative of that data that's being shared, and sort of trying to place it into even better context as we continue to update the reports. I noticed that there had been, I think the last report was on for data as of the 15th, and we'd been sort of going to look like a 2 or 3 day cadence, and maybe there was a lapse, and I just wanted to make sure with it, there wasn't, we plan to continue to do that on a periodic basis, and there wasn't anything to read into the last report being the 15th.
Yeah, we are definitely going to continue putting out reports. One thing is that is a variable, though, is like when we get our test results back. For example, as I don't know if it was mentioned here, but we had a significant problem with one of the labs and not getting results back for like a ridiculous amount of time, and which is one of the reasons why we started changing labs. So there's a lag. There's sort of a built-in lag in terms of reporting and things being entered into the data set. So I just think that just needs to be understood. But we are certainly going to continue to put out data reports.
Okay, is there a goal of like twice a week, or is that, I guess that's what I'm really asking is, should citizens expect a certain cadence, or?
I don't really know exactly. I can't say that that I'm aware of, an exact, number of times a week that it's going to be coming out.
Okay.
But yeah, we definitely are going to do it. I can't give you that answer.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Other questions for Dr. Paxton? Other questions? If not, Madam COO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Dr. Paxton, thank you for your time and your responses, particularly in the area of testing and antibody testing. Next slide, please. Next slide. Commissioners, it is my pleasure to bring forward what is our first comprehensive reopening plan for our government. As the county manager stated in his opening remarks, we are moving forward with our reopening plan because after watching the science and after looking at the metrics that we've set for the gating criteria, we feel comfortable that we are at a point now where we are a go as it relates to the number of positive tests and the downward trajectory of the data in a 14-day period. We also believe, and EMSI covered this in their remarks, that we are testing at a rate now that we are comfortable that we have the capacity to test 100% of our employees that are returning to work, but also a significant portion of the population on a daily basis. And finally, I want to commend the emergency management staff as well as the DREAM department employees who have been working with emergency management, and also most importantly, Felicia Strong-Whitaker and her team, because they have worked so diligently to get us to the point in an environment when we are competing at international levels, for working so hard to get us to the point where we have sufficient PPE in order to have the reopening conversation. So I'd like to just make sure that the board is clear that we have been watching these 3 gating criteria, and we are now at the point where we feel like we can have a discussion about reopening our government in phases based on the fact that we've made significant progress in these areas. Next slide. Our reopening plan looks slightly different from the first reopening plan, a timeline that we presented to you. And again, I think the manager mentioned that after much discussion and after trying to be more strategic in the way that we are planning for reopening, we have landed on a timeline that has us focusing on bringing back our administrative offices first, testing our PPE deployment methods, testing our employee COVID testing methods. I think working in an environment where we are bringing employees only back with our back office functions is the way we thought that we would be more responsible in our reopening plans. So as you can see, phases 1 and 2 are under that administrative column. Phase 1 has been completed. Our tax assessor brought his back office staff back to the office this past Monday. And on June 1, our plan is to reopen our government center at 141 Prior Street, open only to the administrative staff in the finance, HR, purchasing, DREAM, DCRC, customer service, the county manager's office, IT departments. The police department has also requested that on that day, we also open the public safety training center because of the demand for that service. So we're working with the police department to open that function in this phase as well. The next most significant phase that you will see us planning reopening for is our retail operations. And these are the operations with a significant public impact. So primarily, we're talking about the tax commissioner's office at all locations, having a second opening of the tax assessor's office where he and his staff will now open to the public, our behavioral health services at all of their locations, and a soft opening for the courts because their administrative order ends on June 12th, which at this point would lead us to then be planning for a June 15th opening for the courts. Alton Adams is working closely with the chief judge and the court administrator for the circuit to begin their planning for the level of opening that there will be for the courts should an extension not be granted of that administrative order. Also in that retail space, 2 weeks later, just about, we would be looking to bring additional offices back to 141. We'd also be looking to open the public works departments at all locations. And then we look to the last group as well as 6 libraries. It's cut off there at the bottom, but we'll also open the 6 libraries we discussed in our reopening plan from the last board meeting. What the county manager has shared with us and what we are seeing across the state is that with library openings, the service that has been delivered to constituents is some sort of curbside service. And we expect that our library openings, at least initially, will take that form as well. So in the last column, we're talking about looking at what the future looks like for these additional services that the county currently provides, and how do we reopen them in a way that protects the most vulnerable members of our community that access these services. So there'll be more to come on a phase 5 opening of our libraries, senior centers, art centers, our developmental disability training center, and the Wolf Creek Amphitheater. In our libraries, as I stated, we'll have a modified opening in phase 4, but really looking to see how we can drive our constituency more to digital subscriptions. But for all of the departments in that category, I think we'll be looking quite intently on how we provide those services in a different and markedly better way that protects the vulnerable in our community. Next slide. I thought it'd be interesting to start with what our engagement process is for reopening. And as members of the board, when your turn comes, I guess, for reopening, this is what you can expect in the way of an engagement process to prepare for reopening. We conduct a needs assessment interview with directors, and then we enter the information about their employees, the number of employees that are on site, which ones are teleworking, which ones have been redeployed, and which ones are otherwise unavailable because they meet the vulnerability criteria under the federal guidelines. And we enter that information into a web form that is routed to DREAM for scheduling cleaning. It is routed to EMA for PPE distribution, as well as the police department for security. So that needs assessment interview is basically the kickoff activity for planning for reopening. And following that, we schedule a series of activities that are linked to reopening. In order for the deep cleaning to be effective, we need for the fogging to land on surfaces. So we have incorporated a decluttering of desks as a part of the reopening schedule. We also have made a decision that to protect our employees as well as the public, that we are going to be implementing mandatory employee testing before they come back to work. And so we are working with EMA to put procedures in place at our specimen collection sites to facilitate employee testing. Working with the Human Resources Department, we've also developed an orientation for employees because they are returning to work with new protocols and a new environment that we want to get them used to. So there is a schedule for that orientation, which is a webinar to take place prior to returning to work as well. Probably one of the most significant things that we can do to help educate the public about how we are going to change practices in our facilities is through, in addition to our communication plan, our signage. Our communications and external affairs department have worked so hard to come up with a signage package. I think the county manager shared it with the board yesterday, that is designed to reinforce social distancing protocols and just inform the public of new practices, and also directionally where to go, because we'll be relocating public facing services in some of our facilities as well. And so the signage development and installation is a part of the reopening plan, and we schedule installation for departments that are reopening as well. Protective equipment install refers to those things that you hear us frequently talk about, which are touchless hand sanitizing stations. As an example, Commissioner Houseman asked a question about our temperature screeners. Those need to be installed. Wherever we have customer service desks, we're also putting sneeze guards, which are those things you typically see if you go to Kroger between you and your cashier. So we would like to protect our employees as well as the public by installing those as well. There are a series of installation dates associated with the reopening process, and that is a part of the conversation we have with directors as we plan for reopening. And this is a big one and probably one of the most significant dollar costs to reopening is sanitizing our facility with a protective barrier that we committed to do. Every single facility that we reopen will go through this process. So getting that scheduled is part of our process. And then probably right now we're scheduling 3 to 4 days prior to reopening, going through an exit conference with each director as well as the reopening committee to make sure that the director is comfortable and the committee is comfortable, and then we'll green light that department for reopening. Next slide. This slide is simply meant to summarize many of the things that I just said. The percentages at the top reflect where we are in our project plan process, and that simply refers to the percent of activities complete in the plan for that item. So for facility cleaning, as an example, some of the activities that are complete is the development of a facility cleaning plan. They've secured the vendor is in place, and now the heaviest lift is the actual cleaning of the facility itself, which for phase 1 is scheduled to begin on 5/28. Ellis will tell you that that cleaning, because of the size of the facility, will take several days, but we plan to begin the scheduled cleaning for our phase 1, which is our government center, on 5/28. All of our PPE is in stock for deployment for our phase 2 opening. I think I said phase 1 before, I misspoke. Our phase 2 opening of 141, and then we are scheduling deliveries to the returning departments between the days of May 25th and May 28th. Next week is going to be an incredibly busy week for us as we prepare for this phase 2 June 1 opening. Like I stated before, we have worked with Joe Barriswain at the SPOC to put a process in place where employees can go to any of the 3 locations that Fulton County operates that's convenient for them to get tested for COVID-19. This testing is approximately a week out from the opening date, and that gives us time for the employee to get their test result back and for us to make sure that everybody gets in to get a scheduled test prior to opening. Declutter is fairly self-explanatory, and our administrative staff has helped us to develop a schedule for that. External Affairs is working with Dream to deliver the signage. I believe our signage order was placed on May 18th, which was this past Monday. We expect delivery this week and installation to start next week. Same for installs. PPE is here, and we expect installations will begin of the protective equipment I discussed previously on 5/28. From a security standpoint, Chief Halbert and Deputy Chief Yates have checked the box in terms of their security enhancement for 141. In their view, 2 armed officers, which is an augmentation from where we were with security, have already been deployed to 141, and you may have seen them around in your in and outs of the facility. Next slide. I won't go through every single line, but the next 2 or 3 slides indicates the personal protective equipment allocation for each of the 10 departments that are returning in phase 2 on June 1. As an example, the finance department will be issued 440 face masks, 9,000 pairs of gloves, and you can see where we're trying to be stingy with our wipes. 1 container is being issued, and that department will get 1 gallon of sanitizer. Just to give you a flavor of how Tim and his team have calculated this, the finance department won't have any public-facing services, especially right away. And so what we have calculated in the way of face masks is 1 face mask per week for each employee who is coming back. They are going to be given instructions on how to keep their mask clean, but we are not going to be issuing a mask a day. We're going to ask that employees, especially those who have no interaction with the public, reuse their mask for up to 1 week. The other thing is that finance is also rotating teleworkers in and out. And so again, the face mask allocation is based on all of those moving parts, the work schedule, as well as whether or not that employee is going to have contact with the public. Next slide. This just provides the dates that we have scheduled for cleanage, signage installation, protective equipment installation, as well as security enhancements for the departments returning in phase 2 on June 1. Next slide. And this slide outlines the testing dates, the declutter dates, and the employee orientation dates that have been set for those departments returning on June 1. Next slide. So there, in terms of next steps, we are going to again have an extremely busy week next week preparing for reopening and completing the action steps associated with that phase of reopening. Most significantly, though, we will also be beginning the department interviews and facilities preparation for the phase 3 reopening plan, which will be a much more significant lift, not only because we're talking about multiple facilities in that phase of opening, but we're also talking about preparing our facilities for interaction with the public. So we are trying to start as early as we can to be as prepared as we can for a phase 3 opening. And then, of course, we will ultimately open the government center to employees of our administrative offices on June 1 in terms of an immediate next step. Before I open for questions, I'd like to just preview with the board and the public our tool that we're using. It is a web form, and I think the folks at the clerk's office are going to switch over to it. But basically, it is a web form that we use to gather all of the information that we use to build our plan for security, issuance of PPE, as well as a cleaning schedule. And here it is. This is the landing page of that web form. It gathers all the data and information that we need. If you click Fulton County Government Reopening Plan in the upper left-hand corner. Yes, thank you. This is the landing page. Let's look at the tax assessors as an example. His opening again was this past Monday. We interviewed the tax assessor some weeks out prior to opening to gather all of this information. If you'll scroll down. And it captures everything that we need. And when he gets to the PPE section, that's when Tim's team takes over and inputs the information that we need for the PPE allocation. We can go back to the slides if that's not working. But more importantly, in addition to this tool, commissioners, we sent you a copy of the first version of our comprehensive project plan for our reopening. It is quite intensive, but that is a tool that we will use to communicate to the board exactly what our progress is against the targets that we set for reopening. And so you can look forward to getting a copy of that plan and our progress several times a week. Can we go back to the slides? While they're taking us back to the slides, Commissioner Hausman, I'd like to respond to your question about what our plan is for compliance as it relates to the temperature taking. Our police department has already developed what they have termed the Fulton County Government Facility Reopening Compliance Procedures. And in those procedures, they address 4 scenarios if the customer is not wearing a face covering, which is one of our requirements. and they give a list of steps that the person engaging with that individual will be responsible for doing. If the customer is not practicing social distancing is another category. If the customer refuses to have a temperature taken. And then finally, what if the customer becomes combative? So I can circulate this protocol with the board following this meeting, but primarily what Chief Halbert and Deputy Chief Yates would like to reinforce is community assistance, providing of information, and a positive engagement with our constituency. If anything escalates, they are urging our employees to call the Security Operations Center, and that number is provided on the guidelines. But they do not want our Fulton County government employees to be the one to get into any confrontations with our public. They're encouraging, if someone does not comply, that the Security Operations Center be notified immediately, and the public safety staff, which are our guards or the police department, will address the situation. But we have been planning for that. Thank you for that question. And I'm proud of the work that the police department did in developing this flow chart for compliance. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our reopening plan. If you go to the next slide, I think we are ready to accept questions.
Okay, commissioners, who's first up?
I'll go.
Commissioner Houseman?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roach, for the answer about the temperature taking. I'm not sure how someone would refuse. I don't know what these things look like. Are they just something that is on the wall that people walk past? They don't even know they're being screened, or how does it work?
That's a good question. Thank you for asking that. They do have to stop and face the thermal scanner. So it is a part of the entering the building process. You know, they'll take out their wallets, it goes through the scanner, and then they have to stand at the wall and face the scanner, and the temperature is taken. So it's not an automatic thing where they keep walking and it scans it without them knowing. They do actually have to engage with the tool.
So, I mean, we have so many facilities. How many of these units are you planning? Are they going to go everywhere? What's the plan here?
I can give you an example. For 141, we are going to designate Pryor Street as the entrance for the building. I hope I haven't mixed that up, but we'll have a single entrance for the building and a single exit for the building. And so the thermal scanner will be placed at the designated entrance. There will also be another one downstairs in the garage, and there will be another one installed on the loading dock. So where we find those three primary entrances, once those protocols are put in place, there will be a scanner at each of those entrances.
Okay, so those entrances are all manned with employees. Some are security type employees, so there would be no reason to have to call someone else. Those employees could handle the situation. But there are a lot of other buildings that are not like that. So for example, the annexes or the libraries or the senior centers, or, you know, the list is pretty lengthy. How are we going, I mean, what are you going to do with someone that presents with a fever? Just let them in and then make a call? I mean, I'm kind of concerned about this.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Commissioner. And I'm thinking more specifically to phase 2, when we'll be opening the tax commissioner's offices on non-government center properties. And that's why it's so important, the work that we do to pre-plan for opening. So when we interview the tax commissioner's office as an example, we talk extensively about what needs to be put in place in the way of enhanced security for the location that we're opening. And so that is a part of the discussion. And if there is not enhanced security, or if there's not currently an employee or a security presence there, we do plan to place one there in order to make sure that our social distancing and thermal scanner procedures and guidelines are followed.
Well, I do think that it's important for the board to see these protocols. I wish we had them today so we could, you know, discuss it a little more today. But I do think we do need to at least have an idea of what processes are going to be in place. We are going to get a lot of questions about this, and you know that.
So just if I could add to this, so we discussed this past week with Patrice, we believe that we will need a board resolution on these protocols and that you're the owners of the building, the buildings.
I agree with that.
Right, as we progress, particularly into a June 15th, which allowed us to have another board meeting between now and then, we will bring forth a resolution that is very specific to these protocols, as well as a demonstration of the thermal device where you can see it. And I think that this also says why doing this in phases is extremely important, and why doing administration first and then limited retail second before we ever get into all libraries and all senior centers. But thank you for that question.
Well, and thank you for that answer. And I agree with you. I do think it's something that we should agree on before we, have the public come in back in the facilities. I did pull out what was given to us 2 weeks ago to compare, because I know there's been changes. I would assume that what we're talking about here has been a part of the reason for adjusting the timeline we saw last week or 2 weeks ago.
Yes, I mean, it's the more that we, look at this, and quite frankly, I thought that the PPE would be the thing would be most difficult to resolve. And as Anna's already mentioned, the group's done a great job with that. But then when you get into the details, there's just an enormous amount of detailed planning to be done. So yes, that drove the change. And I think we ended as also, as Anna said, with a very practical approach. Internal back office first, limited retail on services that in particular with the tax commissioner we're legislated to do, and the ability for the public to get those services done is critical, and then everything else subsequent to that.
Well, I think we're going to get a lot of questions on this, and there's going to be resistance from some people to go through it. I don't think this is going to be easy. Maybe by the time we get to it, it will be a little more commonplace, but I do think this is a sensitive area. And I did send you, Mr. Manager, some information on that Red Speed Gwinnett County issue that I had heard about through the Washington Post, just to make sure that we're not heading down that type of path, and just take a look at that, please.
Yes.
And then the other thing that I do want to ask about is this testing plan. I certainly understand the need to testing, but I also know that you can come back with a negative test and get the virus right the next day or 5 minutes later. And so I'm not sure of the timeline of testing or how often we're going to test and what it really tells us if someone is tested 2 weeks before they come back to work. So I don't know how to process this, if it's accurate, if it's effective, if it's going to be ongoing, if it's going to be everybody's tested before their particular facility opens and they go back to work, they're retested. Help us grasp what we're going to be doing here with testing.
So thank you, Commissioner Hassman. I'd offer two things in response. I think one, we're trying to, as a part of our reopening, follow what we are observing across the country being implemented as a reasonable return to work protocol. And I think testing employees before bringing them back to work has been one thing that has been out there. Two, what we are scheduling are testing for employees coming back for each phase, and we're scheduling the testing 4 to 5 days out from the start date. And that will hopefully give employees time to get their personal results. And we are telling them that the Board of Health, the DPH, the State Board of Health, requirements around if you receive a positive for a test that you're required to self-isolate for the 14 days, etc. I would say that you're correct. If we could test them in the morning and they go to Kroger and get pick up the virus that afternoon, But I would say that what we are doing is better than doing nothing. We have not talked about retesting our workforce following that initial test. We are hoping that the initial test with the social distancing and also combination with the protective equipment that we are implementing, all in combination, will help protect our workforce. In addition to that, and I haven't talked about it because I didn't want to steal Ken Herman's shine, we're trying to implement a daily attestation app where prior to coming into work each day, we're going to ask employees to open their smartphones or whatever else and attest to, I don't have a fever, I haven't had a positive COVID test in X long. So we just believe that that one, before you return to work test in combination with all of those protective measures that we're putting in place will make our work environment a safer work environment. But you're right, it's not an absolute. It is not a safe, it's not 100% safeguard to anything, but we're just thinking that that action in combination with others will give us a good level of protection and mitigate the risk as much as we could.
Okay, again, I would assume that would be part of the protocols that we would be considering at our next meeting.
Yes.
Okay, and so therefore what I'm hearing you say is that if a building department operation is scheduled to open July 1st, then those employees would be tested the week prior to that.
Correct.
Okay, all right, because I mean, it does say May 25th. I guess that's just when you're beginning your testing.
That's correct. The 2 days that we have reserved at the SPOC for testing are that Monday and the Tuesday before opening that following Monday.
Okay, I understand how comprehensive this is. I know y'all worked really hard to put this together. The average person has no idea of all the layers that we have and all the things that have to be done in order to turn the lights back on. But they are anxious for us to do it, and you know this. So I appreciate all you're doing. I know it's difficult, and I know there's no right answer. There's no roadmap here. We're kind of creating it. So I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you,
I have a question.
Hey, Vice Chair Aaron, Commissioner Hall. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my questions kind of follow along the line of Commissioner Hausman's. I think it might be important to look at some aspect of retesting of employees. But my other question is, what if I am a member of the general public, I show up to receive a service at the tax commissioner's office and I do not have a mask?
Commissioner, I didn't hear the last part of your question. I think you were asking
So
about.
Go ahead.
I think you were asking, what if a member of the public shows up without a mask? I'll
Yeah.
say two things to that. I'm not sure if it's going to be satisfactory, but we're not asking the public to wear a mask. We're asking them to wear a face covering. So we're not looking for them to go compete with the governments and everybody else in the world to find an N95 mask. But the CDC guidelines do provide that a face covering could be just as effective as at stopping the spread of droplets. So we would like for them to have some kind of face covering, a bandana, an old t-shirt, etc., something that will cover their face. If they still do not have it, I think that we have had discussions about providing masks or a face covering to folks who come to the government center and they do not have a face covering. I don't think we made a decision yet, but those are the discussions that we're having.
All right. Well, yeah, I just think it's important that we look at that. If you go to the beauty supply store, they require everyone to have a face covering. But if they don't, then they give you one right then and there on site. And so I would anticipate that we ought to think that most people will have masks, but there will be some that don't, and that we may have to provide those face coverings. Additionally, I think it's probably good to have some 2-week or maybe 4-week redundancy on that test. And I'm hoping they can find a blood test, because I do not want to take that nasal test again. That was not a pleasant experience at all.
Saliva test, we need the saliva test.
Commissioner Hall,
It needs to be rapid, whatever it is.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for that presentation. It's outstanding work that you and county manager and your team are doing. Marvin, I just want to say, I feel sorry for everyone who was tested before I got tested on my birthday, because I asked about the long Q-tip that people were saying went back and touched their brain, and it was painful to them and caused them to have really dry, sore throats. But we didn't use those Q-tips at 265 Boulevard at the rehabilitation center. They used a regular size Q-tip. They handed it to you. You stick it in your nose. You do a circular motion in each nostril 5 times, and that was it. So there was nothing painful about the test that we have right now. So I'm sorry to hear that you experienced the long Q-tip. I have 2 questions. The first one is, there is talk about a second wave of the COVID-19 virus in early fall. Is the county going to be fully prepared for that second wave?
Commissioner Hall, thank you for that question, and I'm going to ask the county manager to help me with that answer. I would say right now we are planning to have personal protective equipment ordered on a rolling basis. So in terms of trying to keep a stockpile to be able to respond to it, I think our dream, our purchasing and finance teams are all on top of that. I would say this is, just my personal injection of my personal opinion is that if we do have a second wave, I think we will certainly be looking to both the federal government and the state government to provide additional support as they did this round, and additional guidance as to how we respond as a state and as a country. And then we would design our response to be consistent with theirs. I mean, I think a second round is what we fear. Many say it's inevitable. We haven't planned specifically for it, except we're doing things like expanding capacity at the jail and some other generic things, but we haven't gotten into a detailed plan on how we would address it because of the unknown, and because I think we would look to design a plan that's consistent with the levels of government above ours. Dick?
No, I think it's a very good question. I would, as we consider the jail isolation units, I think that's probably our, right now, penultimate plan for a second wave for something that we've got sole responsibility for, and it would be potentially quite necessary. The second piece is all the discussion that the board just had about testing. I think that's why testing doesn't just end in June. It needs to continue on. And we did have some lengthy discussion yesterday, as Vice Chair Arrington brought up, about what is the percent of the population that needs to be tested? Does it need to be retested? And then to what end is the testing leading us to? Is it antibody testing or diagnostic? And then how does contact tracing play into that? So I think there's a lot of moving parts on that dimension. And then this third dimension that Anna was just discussing about the fundamentally the delivery of services through our facilities if a second wave were to come. So I think at least at those 3 levels, Commissioner Hall, we are having active discussions. We have plans that are being developed, and of course, one that'll be brought before you today, but it is a concern of some significance.
Thank you for that, Dick and Anna. I'm also concerned about the fact that there have been several articles in the news that are saying that the Georgia Health Department apologized for coronavirus data processing errors, and even the governor apologized because the data was incorrect, showing that this was on the decline when in fact it was not. And you can see some of that news at Fox News one day ago. The article says Georgia apologizes over processing error after accusations officials were manipulating coronavirus case counts. And then in the AJC on May 13th, which speaks to the governor apologizing because the data was wrong, showing a decline when in fact it was not. So that being said, I just think that we just need to really pay attention to the COVID virus and its movement through Georgia and how many people are contracting that are contracting it, and just keep track of what we're doing in the county. The other thing is, Dick, I know my chief of staff, Calvin Brock, emailed us after he worked for Johnson Control and in the past, and he continues to work for FEMA on the side. And he emailed us some disturbing articles of cases where people contracted the virus through the ventilation system, and that the Medical Association has literally reported that this is absolutely one of the ways that people can contract the virus. And so with that, I just want to ensure that you and your team, Ellis Kirby and Dream and Matt Kallmeyer, Emergency Management, that you all are looking at a plan for how do we sanitize our ventilation system, or at least try to minimize the spread of the virus through our ventilation system.
Yes, ma'am, and I did receive that from Calvin Brock, and I have forwarded that to Ellis, so we'll talk about that today and provide a response to the board. But
thank you so much. No, thank you. I appreciate it. And great job, everyone.
Other questions, Commissioner?
Chair, I've got a couple of things.
Mr. Ellis?
So on this is really specific to the reopening. And just a few thoughts I'd like to kind of throw out to consideration to you, Mr. Manager, and the team. Number one, I think in terms of just, kind of the expectation of a customer coming in to get a service that they actually functionally need and they're required to deliver it. And I think probably the closest thing that really gets to is the tag tax related stuff. I think that one of the things, I think what we may want to consider is, if the average citizen and their expectation about what they do or what they don't do when they go into a grocery store, I think it should be similar to that type of view that we should approach in terms of citizen access to our own services. I do think that the vast majority of the community is very, very responsible in the way they're behaving. I think they will continue to be. But I think that we need to kind of think through kind of what the ramifications are if we put together something that is so onerous that people can't access services that they have to have. And I think maybe kind of what is taking place at the average essential retail outlet, like a grocery store, may be a model to kind of look towards, as opposed to sort of creating our own, since it's active and it's known and sort of a consistent expectation. I do have a lot of concerns about the fact that we are reopening the tax office, as I understand, on June 15th. And at the present point in time, the way that the things are working is that the vehicle registrations that expire, they were given that grace period that ends on June 15th. So we're opening up when this grace period ends, which I think we're going to have, since we've been closed for such an extensive period of time. I know people can do a lot of stuff online, but there are a lot of stuff they can't do online, or very difficult to do online, like transfer titles, register new vehicles, etc. That we should be prepared for, kind of a deluge of people coming into these facilities on that date. So I guess sort of two things with that in mind. I do think that from an external affairs standpoint, or whoever wants to do it, that we need to be reaching out potentially to the state and asking for consideration that deadline be further extended a month after most of these offices are going to wind up opening up. I suspect that we are not the only jurisdiction that will be sort of in that spot. The second thing that I put out for consideration for some period of time should we consider Saturday hours for those tax offices until we're sufficiently sure that we've worked through kind of whatever the backlog that exists on those. So I was going to offer those up for consideration, and and if our tax commissioner's listening, hopefully, he'll take some of that up under consideration as well. The next thing I wanted to just make a suggestion for, and this clarification around, because I understand the thought is that we were only going to open 6 libraries on July 1st, and they will be only curbside service. Is that what the thought is at this point in time?
Commissioner, we haven't solidified the plan yet, but we have talked about modeling what the communities that are surrounding Fulton County are doing if they reopening, and that's primarily have been some sort of curbside service. So we haven't sat down with Gail to get her thoughts and a more national perspective, but yes, that's what we're thinking at this point.
Yeah, I guess my ask for consideration on that, if the model is going to be curbside service, certainly we've got some of our small businesses that have adapted and moved to curbside service in a fairly rapid manner. In that that's what the model is. My preference is that we not open just a few of them, that we open up all of them with curbside service when that's done. And the other thing I'll say about kind of consideration for opening up libraries, if there are facilities that are going to be voting sites, and I know there's a potential that we could have a runoff election, and the dates that's being discussed, July 1st, I don't know if that would overlap with kind of early voting again, that those things need to be sort of thought through, kind of and considered in advance. But we know the library services are something that's definitely heavily utilized. We've dedicated a significant amount of funds, obviously, to library services. So we're going to open them up and do curbside. My preference is we open them up, for every community that has a library, so they can access it via curbside as well. We're in the summer months. I know electronic stuff is going to be heavily utilized, and we're pushing that, and we should continue to push that. But the idea of having access, easy access for books for children, seniors, everybody that wants a hard book, and we're doing curbside stuff, I would hope, and we would open it up, kind of throughout the entirety of the county. So that's my comments on the reopening stuff, and hopefully some of that stuff, will merit some level of consideration.
All right, other questions or comments, colleagues? Other questions or comments? If not, Madam COO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I'll ask Alton to take us through the recommendation for the expanded capacity at the jail.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Roach. If we can go to the next slide. And let me start, before I get into details, let me provide a little update on where we stand today, and then I'll provide a bit of context before we actually jump into the presentation. Colonel Adger is going to be joining me and co-presenting on our presentation today, and I believe he is on. In terms of the numbers as of yesterday, 189 detainees had been tested. We had 33 positives, and we have 34 tests pending. And we have one NAFCA employee who has tested positive and is in quarantine at this time. Additionally, 2 weeks ago, the National Guard tested 342 of the deputies at the jail, and 11 of those individuals were confirmed positive with COVID, and the appropriate actions taken. So that's kind of where we sit today. My presentation today and the ask really is focused on Fulton County preparing for Wave 2, which we expect to come in the fall of this year. Usually, when you prepare for a Wave 2, you start with a very solid foundation about the results of what happened in Wave 1. In the case of jails and correctional facilities, however, that's not the case because there has been sporadic testing in correctional facilities across the country. There's been inconsistency in the reporting. And as a result, what we have seen in a number of cases are the more dramatic results. For example, as I referenced before, a jail in Ohio that had 78% of their population test positive for COVID. In some of the tests that have occurred in Texas, we've seen results in the 50 to 60% of individuals with limited testing. And so as we sit here today and prepare for wave 2, we do it using data that is at times inconsistent, but also gives us a sense of the magnitude of the potential spread within jails and prisons, and as a result, gives us a sense for what the magnitude of impact could be if we did in fact have a wave 2, as some of the professionals are predicting. So with that, in terms of background, Fulton County Jail and the response and what Colonel Adja and his team have done has mitigated the impact of wave 1 of COVID-19. And I believe he is on now. So I'm going to turn it over to him because I think it would be helpful to have him give you a bit of a background and a sense of some of the things that we were able to do very quickly to help mitigate that. Colonel Adja, are you on?
I am. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Pitts, Board of Commissioners, I appreciate this opportunity to share with you some of the things that the jail has been able to do to mitigate the effects of wave 1 COVID-19. So I'll get right to it. First off, we were early adopters of shutting down certain operations that were not absolutely necessary, such as visitation. And even though visitation was occurring via video, it still required the visitor to visit the jail complex and interact with staff face to face. So we eliminated that real early. And then about at the same time, we began our screening processes. We probably started screening much earlier than other facilities did. And that screening process included asking the recommended CDC questions as to travel and health, those questions. We also began, when the touchless thermometers became available, we began taking temperatures along with that screening process. And because we never shut down, people were continuously reporting to work or coming to the jail to conduct business. We had to streamline our processes to be able to get the employees through fairly quick with their screening to concentrate on the visitors that were coming. And I heard mentioned earlier that the county employees will have an app for attesting to their health. We had adopted that kind of the old-fashioned way. We had everybody do a declaration as to whether or not they had traveled to any particular hotspots and that their health complied with being able to come into the jail facility without jeopardizing anybody. So we began that practice fairly early. And as has been mentioned before, and I think there's been some concern about the thermal imaging, we did acquire the thermal imaging fairly early through one of our vendors that uses thermal imaging to do biometric access to access boxes. So I have with me right now the thermal imager that we purchased here at the jail, or I should say the county purchased for us here at the jail, and has also purchased for use throughout the county. We just received the mounting hardware for this device, but we did do some preliminary testing and it works as advertised. I believe this was going to give us a robust ability to ascertain body temperature in a fairly quick and inobtrusive manner for everyone that comes into the facility, and that's very important. Also, along with screening, and I heard there were other concerns about the public interfacing with the screening process in county facilities. I have to give the public their kudos. They have complied, I want to say 100% with everything that we've done here. They present themselves here at the jail wearing face masks or face coverings. They comply with the screening process. We haven't had to turn away very many people. I think we've only had to turn away 2 people, one of which was an employee because of concerns that they had been exposed to the COVID-19. But as far as compliance with the screening process, the public has been fantastic. I can't say enough about that process. The second part of our mitigation efforts included acquiring and using PPE. Like everyone else, PPE was problematic in that we couldn't get enough for daily operations. What we had to husband extremely tight for emergency use. But as we did acquire additional PPE, both through the assistance of emergency management and through our own pipeline of acquiring PPE, we've been able to furnish all staff with PPE as needed. We've been able to furnish all inmates with PPE from the time in the back door to the time they leave out the front door, or however they leave this facility, they will have access to PPE. And I think that's been important in controlling the spread of contagion within this facility, and that we're able to control the virus being spread throughout the environment. And the PPE has been very important for that. So we really appreciate the efforts of the county in providing us, helping us get to that point. The third thing that we did was we isolated pre-classification inmates, and those pre-classification inmates are the folk that are coming into the jail, being booked into the jail, and before they get classified and sent into general population, we isolate them in a section of the jail for 14 days, or at least we try to, for 14 days before they go into population, and in hopes of, if there's anyone that is carrying the COVID-19, that they will start to show symptoms of that, or if anyone is suspected and they have been tested, we will have the results so that we can act accordingly. And we have caught a number of people who both were exhibiting symptoms and or were positive for the COVID. We were able to move them into treatment isolation, isolate everyone else to determine through testing whether or not we needed to do anything else, and prevent anyone from joining the general population and spreading the COVID-19 throughout the jail. So that's worked out well for us, and I'm gonna have more to say about that when we talk about the jail expansion. Fourth was our testing process. Our medical partner, NavCare, has been really instrumental in providing tests for the inmates. We began testing inmates upon inmates becoming symptomatic. As was stated before, we've had about 33 people that tested positive for the COVID. At one time, we had upwards of 11 or 12 people that we were treating for the COVID-19 virus. All of them recovered very well. None of them became serious or even critical in their treatment requirements. They recovered wonderfully. Some have been released. Others have been reintegrated into the jail's general population safely. We have 2 that I believe are being treated now, and they're being treated and are responding wonderfully. No issues there. Part of also the testing is getting outside agencies to come on board and realize that they may be transporting people that have the COVID-19, and to restrict the number of people that they bring to the jail. That has been successful to a degree, but we can't rely on that 100%. So we have to do everything that we can here at the jail to mitigate that. So testing for the inmates is ongoing. Testing for staff is also ongoing. At first, we were testing those staff members that were symptomatic. They went through the testing procedure. which may have included self-quarantining for a period while their test results were pending, and then moving forward based on those test results. We then moved to staff being able to test voluntarily, both through county mechanisms and through the National Guard. And as was mentioned, we've had over 200 staff members test through the National Guards at both the main facility and at Union City. I think one of the things that does, and I think there was a question from one of the commissioners earlier about, well, you can test negative today and then go out and become infected tomorrow, and that is true. But what that does for us is give us a baseline as to who can have access to inmates. And if we have someone that tests positive for the COVID, we know that they cannot have access to inmates because staff transmission to inmates is the #1 cause for inmates getting the COVID-19 in any institution. So it gives us the knowledge we need to know who we can assign where. So that's very important. I think that's going to be important for the general county employee as well, as they come in contact again with the general public and other staff members working in the same area. So I think that general testing is still an important aspect to this. Our sanitation and hygiene efforts here at the jail has also ramped up. We began early on with deep cleaning with our own resources. We had the ability to micro spray the recommended CDC disinfectants to deep clean areas of the jail. And then we also had availed to us through county resources, a private vendor that came in and also performed deep cleaning in other areas, including all inmate living spaces at Union City. And here next week, all inmate living spaces at Alpharetta prior to us reopening that unit. So the deep cleaning and ongoing cleaning is very important. That's something that we're going to be doing, to this degree, I guess, from now on. These are emergency responses that are going to become routine processes here at the jail. Also, with hygiene, we've made available to both staff and inmates the ability to wash their hands and to maintain their personal hygiene. With the inmates, that means making sure that they have access to soap and water at all times, which was not hard to do, but it does have to be something that you train on with both staff and inmates to do on a regular basis. We did town hall meetings with the inmates. We understand that they're incarcerated and have access to limited information, much more limited than the general public. So it's our responsibility to ensure that they're informed as to what's going on back home, back on the streets, and what we're doing to mitigate their exposure to COVID here at the jail. So we've made that effort on a regular basis to inform inmates and staff as to their responsibilities in response to the COVID-19. With that, if anyone, and I'll, don't know if there's any questions, but if anyone has any questions at the appropriate time, I'll be glad to answer those.
Okay, let's hold the questions for now. Mr. Adams, you want to continue?
Yes.
Mr. Adams?
Hello?
You're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
You're good now.
Yes. Continue.
Okay, great. Just continuing on, thank you, Colonel Adger. On this page background, medical experts continue to talk about wave 2. I think there's an assumption that there will be a wave 2. And the question about its severity and timing, I think, continues to be something that evolves and there's discussion about. But we are making the assumption that there will be a wave 2. As part of that, we're developing a comprehensive plan for managing that, and I'll talk to that in a minute. A key component of that plan is the construction of an isolation medical care facility that will allow us to have more social distancing. It will allow us to have additional patient care capabilities, and it will allow us to have an additional capability for quarantining or isolating individuals on their way into the jail, or if they in fact are part of a medical treatment protocol. And so today we are requesting approval to move forward, and we'll talk a bit, and I think Patrice will talk a bit specifically around the agenda item when we get to it. Key assumptions. Next page, please. Key assumptions. One is that wave 2 will coincide with the official start of the flu season. And that's one of the things that is, I think, widely accepted regardless of what they expect the magnitude to be. Secondly, that there will be approximately 2,200 to 2,600 individuals in the Fulton County Jail on October 1. As you are aware, we have made significant strides in terms of reducing the jail population, and we will continue to do that. That having been said, what we have seen traditionally in the summer is an uptick in the number of individuals coming into the jail. We also expect that with the opening of the economy, there may in fact be an increase in crime and an uptick of individuals coming into the jail. And there will be some recidivism. And so while we expect and will continue to work on reducing the population, we do expect that to be offset a bit by an increase between now and October 1. The other assumption we're making is that the current protocols which the Colonel just mentioned, including quarantining, restricted access to the jail, screening of individuals for temperatures and the like as they come into the jail, will remain in place through the flu season of 2021. And so those will in fact continue to be part of how we mitigate and prepare for wave 2. We will continue with court calendars. Today we have a number of calendars that operate virtually, and so we'll continue those calendars and perhaps increase some additional ones in an effort to continue to facilitate reducing the jail population. And then finally, we are making an assumption that there will in fact not be a vaccine or treatment that will substantially reduce the threat of COVID-19 to the jail population in 2020. Next slide, please. So in preparation for that, or with that as context, we have what I describe as a three-pronged plan for managing wave 2 to the extent that we can. And I'll start on the right-hand side with the expanded use of testing. As we alluded to, we in fact tested the deputies, employees at the jail a couple weeks ago, but we also plan on expanding the use of testing as we move forward in preparation for wave 2. Specifically, we will continue to use testing for exposed or symptomatic detainees. We want to have regularly scheduled testing for the deputies and the staff. And we will initiate large-scale testing at the jail for not only for high-risk and vulnerable populations. Additionally, we have put in a request, and the request has been accepted from the National Guard to test the entire Fulton County Jail population. So we're waiting to hear back from them in terms of specifics, but it is our plan at this point in time, ideally with the help of the National Guard, to test the entire population. And to Colonel Adger's point before, this will give us a baseline, it'll give us a benchmark, it will help us understand if we have particular hot spots within the jail. It would help us understand how big a potential risk we might have when wave 2 comes along. It'll also inform us in terms of trying additional treatment protocols, specifically NAF care, as we deal with some of those asymptomatic cases turning into to COVID confirmed cases, or turning into cases that we have to treat. The second component of this plan is treatment in place. Here again, making the assumption that if we had a wave 2 of significant magnitude, we would be required to treat those individuals in place as opposed to relying on the ability to move large numbers of individuals to a hospital or some type of facility. We currently do this treatment in place for the cases that we have. However, if you're talking about hundreds of people, it changes the need for staffing. It changes perhaps the need to think about space management and utilization and a utilization plan for the space. And we are working hand in hand with the Board of Health, We have frequent conversations with Dr. Holland, because anything that we put together obviously needs to include and incorporate how the Board of Health, the Department of Health, would in fact assist us in dealing with an increased population within the jail facility. And then finally, and the reason that we're having this discussion today is around expanding our ability in terms of the number of beds, both at Union City and at Rice Street, to be able to allow us for more flexibility when it comes to isolation, containment, medical treatment. We believe that, and in discussions over the last 6 weeks or so, we have identified and come up with a plan that would use a space within the perimeter at Rice Street and the same thing at Union City. It would provide cells that would be 2 bunks per cell. It would provide a capability for a physician/nurse room, as well as a limited number of negative pressure components. Our target would be to have it operational in early September, here again in preparation for and in anticipation of the impact of the flu in 2020. The facility details, and I'll cover this very quickly, and then I'll turn it back over to Colonel Adger to weigh in on this as well. But the current plan calls for 96 beds additionally at Rice Street, 24 at Union City, 2 bunks per cell. It will include a nurse station, some recreational space, and standalone separate shower bathroom facilities from the current jail facility. At the Rice Street location, it will require a tear down of the Bellwood structure. It will require an environmental assessment. We already know, for example, that we have an asbestos roof there, and there's obviously going to be some site preparation required. One of the fundamental requirements, obviously, is the security requirements from the jail's perspective, safety, both from a health perspective, as well as, here again, safety of the detainees and our employees. And then obviously functionality is key. This thing has got to be able to work within the way we operate today, or we have to make the appropriate changes to the process to ensure that we're able to operate safely and securely. So with that, let me stop, and Colonel Adger, I know you have some perspective on this. I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, thanks, Alton. And once again, I think if we look back to February, and if we only knew what we knew now in February, how much more prepared we would have been. And I think this is that opportunity to take advantage of the known facts and what we need to do to prepare for future events. My anticipation is that if there's a wave 2, that we're going to have lingering wave 1 COVID-19 patients in the facility somewhere, whether they're actively being treated or they're recovering. One of the things that we know right now is that we really don't have a robust housing availability for the pre-classification quarantining of inmates. We've had to reduce the amount of time that inmates have been in that quarantine in order to make available space for newly arriving inmates. What I can foresee us doing, especially having this expansion available to us sometime later this year, is expanding the quarantine space that we currently have to the area where we're currently treating COVID-19 inmates. So we could practically double our pre-classification quarantine capabilities in order to ensure that everyone meets the requirements for moving into general population, and then provide a healthy, secure, safe medical environment for those that are actively being treated for the COVID-19 before they're either released or reintegrated back into the jail population to one degree or another. So I just think that if we assume that things are only going to get better from here, we might be deluding ourselves. Currently, the population is down, but it is increasing. And as Alton said, the summer and early fall is usually when our population here at the jail peaks. I can see maybe even hitting 2,700 if the local jurisdictions began to ramp up on their enforcement activities. A lot of their enforcement activities have been postponed because of this emergency. But as we have seen over this past weekend with the street racing and the police, Atlanta police, along with Fulton County Sheriff and Clayton County Sheriff, cracked down on street racing, brought 44 new individuals to the jail in just a couple of days. This weekend, we have scheduled in the North Fulton municipalities a DUI crackdown, and they're going to be bringing those folks straight here to the main Fulton County Jail. So as law enforcement operations start to ramp up again, we're going to see an increase in population, and we might see an increase in population in those areas that are susceptible to the COVID-19. So I just believe that early planning and acquisition of the jail expansion for this medical purpose is prudent at this time. Alton?
Thank you, Colonel. Next slide, please. At a very high level, what we are asking is permission to move forward with a not to exceed amount of $23.3 million. That would include 18.1 million for Rice Street, approximately 3.9 for Union City, and 1.3 million that would be used to cover the demolition and remediation of the current Bellwood property. Next slide, please. In terms of timeline, obviously time is of the essence. What we're trying to do in a 4-month period is aggressive. And as a result, every day counts. And so what we would like to do is sign a contract on Monday, May 25th, begin the design work and so on, continues as we speak, but really begin the site preparation on or about June 1, and expect to have a operational facility by the middle of September. So that's the formal presentation. Colonel Adja and I are happy to take questions at this point in time, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, I have some.
I have questions.
Commissioner Morris, followed by Commissioner Carn.
A couple of things. One is I understand the Rice Street facility is to demolish an existing building and rebuild something on that portion of the site. At Union City, are we doing something inside that jail as opposed to a different building?
So Commissioner, two things. The site that we plan on putting this facility on at Rice Street includes an old building that's been closed down for quite some time and would be demolished as part of the overall project.
Right.
At Union City, the facility would be literally constructed right next to the current jail, and literally would require, I think it's, I don't know, a 10-foot walk or 10-yard walk from the exit to the current structure to where this new structure would be.
Okay. Okay. So it's a new structure as well.
That is correct. Inside the perimeter of both properties.
Understood. I'd like to hear a little bit more about the nature of the construction, because this is a real short time frame for design, construction, and occupancy. But before we get to that, I mean, some people might say, well, are we spending $23 million on the expectation that there might be a wave 2? And if there isn't, did we waste $23 million? And I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if there is not a need for this for a COVID-19 wave 2, that it does add capacity for other medical needs for the jails, freeing up potentially some additional space in the existing jail facilities. Is that a correct assumption? Maybe you can expand on that, but then also address the nature of this construction, that we can somehow do it in, 3.5 months?
Okay, so let me start with the easiest one first, which was the other question, because as you know, I'm not a construction engineer. However, the expectation is that this facility would be used to treat, as Colonel I just said, it would be used to treat individuals from the first wave of COVID, right? Because this, as I understand it, COVID's not going to go away. It's just a question of its severity and how it morphs. Wave 2 could bring orders of magnitude increases. To your point, however, we will have a structure that would allow us to deal with Wave 2 and potentially any other type of issues when it came to these type of, whether it's a COVID-20 or something like that in the future.
Or regular current kind of medical needs, I assume.
That is correct. If we needed to, for example, if we had an overflow of Hep A individuals, or we needed to have another type of some additional medical flexibility, this would absolutely be available for that use. And to your point about the probability of Wave 2 and the magnitude, I don't think there are very many people on the planet who could actually tell you what to expect or what we can expect in October. And I would kind of use the analogy of at the risk of being too simplistic, of an insurance policy on your home, that when you buy the insurance policy on your home, and if nothing happens to your home, you might look back and say, geez, did I need that insurance policy? But if you have a fire in your home, you realize that were it not for that, you could have had a catastrophic impact on you and your family, right? So at this point in time, while we look at all of the anecdotal information, we think it's prudent and important to prepare. It's hard for me to say to you, well, I really think that there's a 25% chance that this is actually going to be, or a 95% chance. Now, in terms of the actual construction of this building, and I think Ellis may be on, or Joe Davis as well, but my understanding is it's a combination of basically building a concrete structure and then dropping in sort of prefab units inside of that. And to your point about how quickly we're trying to do this, that allows for us to do two things simultaneously. It allows for us to build the outside structure, and it allows for these prefab things to actually be constructed at the same time, which then helps facilitate the ability to do this in a 3 to 4 month period.
And what would be the expected useful life of this kind of modular facility?
I think the useful life of the way this is being constructed is somewhere in the 15 to 20 years.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Commissioner Carn? Commissioner Carn?
All right, thank you. Getting off mute there. I've got quite a few questions about this. First thing, I appreciate y'all's hard work on this. I definitely like what I heard about you guys doing town halls for the inmates to keep them updated in terms of what's going on, because I think that's very important. These inmates are residents and citizens as well. But for the price of this compared to what we're getting, that's probably my biggest issue here. Now, as I understand it, we're talking about 60 modular units. Is that right?
Well, we're talking about a facility that will house 96 individuals at Rice Street and 24 at Union City in two cell components. That's correct.
So 60 units, is that right? That's what we're paying for.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, 60 units. So we're talking about removing 120 people at max. Is that right?
Well, I'm not sure I would put it that way, because at any given point in time, you're correct, but the ability to remove those 120 people allows us to potentially mitigate the spread of COVID to the existing 2,000 that are in the Rice Street facility. And so.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah.
So these 60 units will house 120 people. This is what we're paying for. All right. First problem I have with that is obviously, if you do the math, that's close to $400,000 per unit for these. Now, removing 120 people and housing 120 people separate is important. But correct me if I'm wrong, we've removed 500 people from the Fulton County jail system with the electronic monitoring. Is that correct?
Well, we've reduced more than 500 people since March 1st. Most of those individuals have not been released on ankle monitors. A percentage of them have, when the judge has ordered that be a condition of their bond or bail. But the vast majority of those individuals have been released on bond or bail without ankle monitors, or they have in fact been released as a result of the sheriff's discretion when someone is serving their time in the jail and they are approaching the end of their jail term. So a combination of those things.
So I just need the short answer. We've released over 500 inmates thus far. Is that yes or no?
Yes, we have.
Okay. All right. What was the cost of releasing those 500 inmates? I understand the ankle monitors were $7 and the service is how much. Give me a ballpark about what it costs to release those 500 inmates from the Fulton County jail system.
What it costs? Well, I can tell you that obviously if somebody is released on bail without an ankle monitor, then on a daily basis, it doesn't cost us anything. If they're actually in the jail system or at Rice Street, you know, we typically figure somewhere between $40 to $50 per for variable costs, depending on medications and food and other things.
So can you give me a ballpark amount of what it would you say those 500 that we released cost less than $100,000?
When you say less than 100, I mean, did we reduce our expenses by more than 100,000? I'm not quite sure I'm following your question, your line.
Well, what I'm saying is we released 500 people from the jail.
That's
what
correct.
would you ballpark it cost the county to release them? Again, to alleviate, to remove 500 people from the jail to alleviate some of the overcrowding. What would be your guess? $100,000, $500,000?
Well, if you're looking at the measure of the number of ankle monitors times the number of people that are using them, then it's probably been, you know, $20,000, $30,000 for that aspect of it. Yes.
Okay. Is there any other expense aspect of this?
Well, when somebody's out of the jail, my assumption is there is no ongoing cost other than things we might use for monitoring.
All right. So we alleviated overcrowding by 500 individuals at Fulton County Jail for far less than $50,000. We're talking about alleviating 120 folks from the jail at a time at $23 million. Now, I understand we have not tested everyone in the jail. Do you think before we spend that kind of money, do you think we should test all of the inmates at the jail or not? I guess that's the first question. Do you think it's necessary?
I think both of them are necessary. They're not mutually exclusive. I think we should be testing the inmates at the jail as well.
Got it. So we're waiting on the National Guard to test the inmates. I mean, when we had the issues at the nursing care facilities, apparently the Board of Health went in and tested everyone there. Is that right?
That's my understanding. We're working with the Board of Health, with the National Guard as well.
That was my understanding as well, that the Board of Health did the testing. Well, you know, in terms of the money we're looking at spending here, I just don't see how this, you alleviate 120 people out of the jail. You can accommodate 120 people spaced out. That's a good thing. But for $23 million and in 4 months' time, a little over 4 months' time, this thing will be up and ready to move these folks out. Right now, you're doing some quarantining, right? If I heard you correctly.
That's correct.
Okay. You know, as a county, we've tested after today, I understand, over 100,000 citizens. But we can't manage to test the 2,400 inmates at the Fulton County Jail yet. Now we've ramped up testing kits, so we have enough to test 2,400 inmates, I'm assuming. Is it 2,400 today? What's the count today, by the way?
Approximately 2,400. I think that's probably a good number to use. Yeah.
All right. Okay. You know, I would say, first of all, before we even consider spending $23 million, if you as the chief jailer feel we need to test everybody at the jail, I think maybe we need to do that first so we can have a fully realistic assessment of what the problem is there. According to you, we've tested less than 10% of that number there. You mentioned 180 folks we've tested.
That's correct.
Out of 2,400. Yet we know we need to spend $23 million to separate 120 inmates.
Can I respond to that?
Absolutely.
Okay, first of all, I wouldn't tell you we know, because as I started, there's a lot of unknowns. There's more unknowns about COVID and wave 2 than there are knowns. And there isn't a person on the planet who could tell us what COVID-2 is going to mean for the U.S., is going to mean for Georgia, is going to mean for Atlanta, and is going to mean for the prison population of Fulton County. So what we're trying to do is, what we're trying to do is combine what I would describe as anecdotal information, and they say the plural of anecdote is data. So we do feel like we have some data to say that we have a risk. The second thing, though, I think is that to say that you take 23 million and divide it by 120 is a bit simplistic, because that capability is going to allow us a flex that allows us to deal with medical issues and isolation issues that have an impact on the population, the broader population within the jail. And then the third component I would say, Commissioner, is that what we're talking about here in a worst case scenario is potentially people's lives at stake. And so when you talk about it and from that perspective, I'm not sure I'm able to respond in terms of whether 23 million is in fact the right number or not.
Well, I'm looking at 23.3 million. So I heard you say originally that you thought we needed to do both. We needed to test the inmates and we needed to build this modular system.
That is correct.
Okay, so if you feel we need to do it, I hear you loud and clear. I'm not so sure. I think $23 million could be spent, you know, in a lot of different ways to save lives in Fulton County, if that's the whole purpose of this money altogether. This is part of the $104 million from the CARES Act. Obviously, it's been given to us to help save lives, to mitigate. Now, have there been any fatalities from coronavirus at the Fulton County Jail or at the systems, the different annexes?
Well, there have been here again, we have not had that at Fulton County, but if you look at jails around the country,
I just need a yes or no answer. Have there been any coronavirus fatalities at the Fulton County Jail? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. Okay, that's a good thing. I'm very glad to hear that. That is a blessing, because I know there've been fatalities nationwide. I'm not responsible for nationwide. I'm only speaking to here. So we're looking at spending this kind of money to separate 120 folks, which I'm sure is a great benefit. However, are there some other ways to do this and a better use of that money as opposed to doing this? You know, we're talking about saving lives, and the money, we only have so much to spend here. So I remember at one point we talked about possibly looking at taking the hotel and doing some of the same type of things there to temporarily house inmates. Now, I wasn't gung-ho about that idea, but compared to a $23 million investment for 60 pods, I think maybe we need to take another look at that. So you know, I'm not so sure about this in terms of what we would be spending, in terms of what we would be getting, and in terms of lives saved. If there haven't been any fatalities at the Fulton County Jail, I think we need to test all of the inmates, see what kind of an issue we are looking at. Fortunately, from what I'm hearing from the two of you, it seems like we haven't had a big problem or a big outbreak, thank goodness. We want to keep it that way. However, I'm not so gung-ho to spend $23 million to remove 120 people. That doesn't stop the spread, and that doesn't guarantee we won't have an outbreak. Now, if we can move more people out of the jail to a temporary location for less money, then I think we need to look at that perhaps. But that's just my opinion. Those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Other questions? All right, Madam CEO.
Mr. Chair.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I've just been waiting.
Commissioner Hall, followed by Vice Chair Arrington.
Thank you. Outstanding work, Alton, and also to Shay for the many reports that she sends us. You guys are doing a great job. I remember when this was more of an issue. And, you know, we still do have those people in the community who are concerned about the numbers, but I believe that you've done great work. You have reduced those numbers significantly. I have just a question that's related to the homeless population, because it appears that we're seeing an increase in the homeless population due to the COVID-19 virus. And I know personally from receiving emails and running into constituents who were talking about people being evicted, regardless of the fact that Mayor Bottoms did an ordinance stating that she didn't want any landlords to evict people during this time because, of course, everyone is suffering due to layoffs and furloughs, but people are still getting evicted. And that increase in the number of homeless is being seen on our streets and under the viaducts and bridges along our expressways. And so have you guys been really paying attention to the release of the inmates, and are they actually being released to housing? Or do you know if they're being directly placed in housing or if they literally have somewhere to go? And do you have a plan for addressing the increase in the number of homeless? You know, do you feel like we might see them be placed in jail because there are so many of them now on the streets? And are we tracking the inmates once they're released?
Okay, Commissioner, I'll try to answer and remind me if I missed one of your questions. I apologize, I wasn't writing them all down, but a couple of things, and I'm not sure we have enough data to answer this in a way that we'd like. There is an increase in homeless. As you know, some of those homeless get arrested for different kinds of crimes. I think to date, a lot of the not petty crimes, but some of the crimes have been dealt with more by citation than they have been by having them come to the jail. To your point, the more you have, the higher the likelihood is that some of those individuals will in fact be arrested and come to the jail. And as you know from your work, a lot of those individuals that come to the jail are the ones that are most susceptible to COVID, right? They don't have great diets, right? They may have a lot of the jail population, which is what makes them susceptible, have high incidences of diabetes, have high incidences of high blood pressure. And we know, for example, that a number of the individuals at the jail also have mental health challenges. So all of those combined makes it hard not only to makes them susceptible, not only to COVID, but basically doing the things to prevent COVID. In terms of tracking, in terms of when individuals are released from the jail, I will tell you that when the public defender is putting together their request for individuals that they're submitting to the district attorney and to the judges for release, one of the criteria is, do they have some place to go? And now I'm not saying, and again, I can't comment on whether that's the constraint, because if somebody is in jail for a small jail amount, bail amount rather, and haven't been able to pay it, we're hard pressed to say we're not going to let you out because you don't necessarily have a home destination. But I do know it's one of the things that we think about. And then finally, in terms of tracking, we obviously the folks are released on different types of conditions, have to report in, and a pretrial may be involved in monitoring some of them, but we don't have a active monitoring program for every individual that's released from the Fulton County Jail at this point.
Do we work with any contractors or consultants who provide that type of tracking or service? Because I know, seems like I recall that everyone is kind of using a new system to track the housing of the homeless. So is there an organization or anyone that we're working with or can work with that can help us track?
Let me do some research on that, Commissioner, if I can. I'll talk and work with Pamela and Latrina and their group in behavioral health does a lot of that kind of pre-release planning and so on. And we did have a program around that. But if I can, let me do some research and get back to you with more information.
And if I can add to that, because I participated in meetings with behavioral health, and Ms. Foster has offered resources to the jail for those individuals who have sketchy social security after they leave the jail.
Who's speaking? I'm sorry. I only see Alton, and I see people on the side of the screen, but I can't tell who's speaking.
This is Colonel Adger.
Oh, Colonel Adger? Okay, are you in the same room with them?
No.
Oh, I'm not seeing you come up on the screen. Okay. Thank you, Adger. Go ahead.
I've had conversations with behavioral health, and there are resources that are being scheduled use for those individuals that have a lack of social support. But what we're seeing here at the jail is most of the people that are coming to jail and getting released have homes. A lot of the arrests that we're seeing now are related to domestic violence, and they're related to other criminal activity related to being cooped up in a house for long periods of time. So they came from a house and they're going back to a house. But even with that, our medical provider here at the jail also does a measure of discharge planning to ensure that whatever care that they were receiving here continues in the community. So we're cognizant of that, and wherever there are resources that we can use to assist individuals to reintegrate after they leave the jail, we will provide.
Thank you so much for that, Colonel Adger. And Alton, thank you as well. Those were actually all of my questions, and you did answer them.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to understand about the tearing down of this building. I guess my understanding was that when the jail was built, it was built so that they could build 3 towers on that property, and that only one of those towers has been built. I'm also concerned that we're looking at spending $23 million. I mean, I would love to see what somebody else could do, design, build for $23 million that could possibly accommodate more than 110 people. I'm not ready to support this expenditure at this level, at least not at this time. Um, I need some more information. Colonel Azure, can you speak to the other two towers that were to originally be built on site at the sheriff's facility? And then can someone else speak to, what type of building we could get for $23 million?
Sure, Vice Chair. And your assumption was correct. When the current jail was first constructed, they envisioned on adding 2 additional towers if necessary. That became problematic after the first 2 towers were constructed, and they began to see uneven settling of the towers. That actually one tower was settling at a faster rate than the others, and from the other tower, and it was pulling away, and it caused cracks in the foundation and the facade. So I believe the construction of 2 additional towers, or even 1 additional tower, was going to be problematic. And then since that decision was made, they did additional construction here on the property, which was in the footprint of at least one of the towers. When they built the new kitchen complex, and they built the new intake complex here on the jail site, that I think impinged on the footprint of at least one of the towers, if not both. So that's prohibited now. The Bellwood building in question has already been decommissioned and was scheduled for demolition. I think the only thing that was holding up demolition was the cost of demolition, because there are issues with that demolition, including the asbestos abatement and maybe some other underground issues that have to be done. So that's the answer to your first question. I leave it to Alton to address the other issues that you rose.
Yeah, Commissioner Arrington, the one reference point I have is I read that when Cobb County constructed their 3rd tower, I don't know, a few years ago, the cost of that was in excess of $100 million. And so that gives you, I think, a sense of and that was years ago, the order of magnitude associated with that particular tower. I'm not sure if there was. I think that was your question. Was there another one? I'm sorry. Did I miss your other question?
Well, I guess that sort of answers it. But for example, we're spending $32 million to build a new animal shelter. How many animals is that new animal shelter going to hold?
It's hard to compare this to an animal shelter.
I understand, but what's the capacity of the new animal shelter?
Oh gosh, about 450 dogs and 150 cats.
Right. So 4 or 5 times the capacity of what we're talking about here. I'm just not ready to support this at this point. $23 million is a lot of money. We haven't spent any money on artists and those in the entertainment industry that have no money available to them now. We haven't begun to allocate money for protective masks for individual residents who may be entering our facilities. I think there are just a host of other things that we can and should be doing. I'm supportive of the idea, but under normal circumstances, we would have put out an RFP. We would have had 3 or more people come back, and we would be able to choose from that. I'm just not sold on $23 million for 120 beds, 110 beds. Something seems awry. That just doesn't compute in my head.
I have a couple other questions.
Georgia World Congress Center, where the state stood up 200 beds, cost of that was $21 million. The the difference, of course, in that and this is that that's being decommissioned this week and will no longer be functional. This has as discussed earlier, a 15 to 20-year life. So I think the way to think about this is these kinds of units are expensive. So it's almost, unless you're comparing this to something of like nature, you're almost comparing apples and oranges, I think. And then this notion of, do we need it or do we not need it? We're not going to know until we know, and then it'll be too late. And I don't think the option of we can just release folks that have a COVID diagnosis bears scrutiny. In other words, that I'm not even sure where that argument ends up. We can release folks aggressively as we've been doing. That may or may not mitigate a COVID outbreak in the jail, or certainly won't prevent it. It may lessen it because the number of folks are lessened. But as Colonel Adger just said, the actual population of recent has begun to climb again. Having said all that, I don't discount the angst of, do we spend a quarter of our 100 million on this initiative? That's a very legitimate question. I don't think it's mutually exclusive from many of the things that the board will elect to do and has already elected to have done. In other words, the 10 million out of the gate was a community response, and that's already been, for the most part, allocated and distributed. There will be other things as we go down this path, but unfortunately, on this one, we have to have a go or no-go decision in order to have this capability before the fall and a potential second wave. Lastly, as it relates to different providers, and Alton and go through along with Ellis, they did engage multiple providers in this process. There was a review of multiple proposals. They did come in effectively in close proximity to one another, and then the selection will be made in light of that. So it's not just that one proposal was solicited and accepted.
All right, Commissioner Carn.
A couple additional questions. The 500 inmates that had been released, were they tested for COVID-19?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason why?
Because it was not recommended by any of the CDC or any other of the governing agencies around for jail and corrections protocol. Because at the time that we were doing those releases, tests were in fact very, very scarce, and were being utilized primarily even at the jail, as well as people outside of the jail, for people who were either symptomatic or had been exposed. So as a result, we did not in fact test any individuals leaving the jail. One of the reasons that it hasn't been recommended as a best practice by the CDC is that once an individual is tested and leaves the jail, they are now then in the public domain and exposed to a number of things that could in fact make that test obsolete the moment they get on the bus and head home. And so for a number of reasons, it wasn't a best practice, and one that it wasn't something we did at the time.
Right. Well, it still doesn't speak to the question as to why everyone in the jail has not been tested, being that we've tested 100,000 people as of today in Fulton County. Now, I understand inmate testing, I think it's a must. I think it's important. I think it's even more practical than testing employees, for instance. We mentioned our Fulton County employees coming in and out, because they're everywhere, in and out. Testing is a moving target. You can test them today, and 2 days from now, they could catch the virus. However, inmates are not able to go in and out. So testing at the jail is going to be a little more reliable because they're not able to come in and out and get outside exposure per se from visitors or going to the grocery store, whatever have you. So all in all, you're asking us to spend over $23 million right now for 60 modular pods to protect our inmates, to protect our community. I get that. But you know, we won't spend $1 million on disposable face masks for residents in our community that are not incarcerated. So in terms of practicality, in terms of an effort to save lives and flatten this curve, as everyone's saying, you know, I don't think that's a lot of bang for the bucks that we're talking about spending here. So, you know, I think we need to think this thing through a little more logically. And before you build something like this and spend that kind of money, the first thing you want to do is test everyone in the jail to get an assessment of what kind of a problem you're dealing with. Again, you said you tested less than 10% of the people there. We have the test to test everyone there. We've tested 100,000 people in Fulton County. We can surely test a couple of thousand folks. So,
And Commissioner, I agree. And here again, like I said, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think what a test today will do for us is give us a sense of the wave 1 impact and potentially the vulnerability for wave 2. What testing today will not tell us is what the situation will be on October 1st. And that's what we're trying to prepare for. And so, look, the magnitude of this spend is significant. I don't disagree with you. And I understand that there are other needs across the community. What I'm presenting to you and recommending is that as we look at specifically prisons and correctional facilities, I will also say there's a distinct difference between a prison and a jail. A jail tends to have more people coming in and coming out on a daily basis than a traditional prison. It's controlled more in a prison. And a jail, I think by definition, is going to be a bit more susceptible. What we're trying to manage is the unknown and unexpected, and not knowing what wave 2 could be, not necessarily based on our own success to date, but based on what is being seen in other similar facilities around the country. And so I understand that this is a big ask. I understand that there are other things that could be done with it. Our focus has solely been on the individuals who are incarcerated in the jail and whether there was something that we would recommend out of an abundance of caution, not knowing what the catastrophic scenario might be in a wave 2 environment.
Okay, so you're asking us to spend $23 million on a contingency for October that we don't know what the outcome is going to be, what the conditions are going to be. Yet you're saying we need to spend over $23 million right now, but we don't know what the conditions will be in September. However, we won't spend $1 million right now for face masks, knowing that that would help flatten the curve. Now, the other contention is this, you know, what about the idea of taking those inmates, taking 200 inmates, 300 inmates, transferring them to another county facility in another county, somewhere that has adequate room and space, and we can house them there and use some of the CARES Act funding for that, since it's a pandemic purpose, for a fraction of what we're talking about here, as opposed to building facilities. You know, I think we need to look at some other options and some more practical ways of doing this. This doesn't sound very well thought out to me, but that's just me.
Well, I can tell you that it was very well researched, and we do a lot of research, and I agree that here again it may be a high number, but this is a very dynamic situation, and I think that the level of detail that has gone in to mitigating the issue at the Fulton County Jail is commensurate with the thought and the research that went into this recommendation. And you used the word need. What we were tasked to do is to come up with a way of mitigating, to the extent that we could, the impact of wave 2. And to your point, we don't know what it's going to be. We have to rely on the scientists. We have to rely on history. When what we're trying to do here is manage to a worst case scenario, knowing that worst case scenario can carry dire results.
Well, if it is a worst case scenario, I can tell you 60 modular units isn't gonna save as many lives as, say, contact tracing. You know, if you spent $23 million towards contact tracing, you could save lives. If you spent $23 million towards PPE for the public, you could save more lives. If this is about saving lives, and that's what this is about, yet there hasn't been one fatality at the Fulton County Jail, which I'm thankful that has not happened. And we keep talking about the downward trend of things going on here. I don't know whose data you're looking at in terms of a downward trend out here. You know, deaths are up in Fulton County. Cases are up in Fulton County. As a matter of fact, the last time we sat here and met, we've increased cases by over 500 cases. The last time we sat here and met a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, deaths have increased by over 40 deaths in a 14-day period. So this downward trend, I know we're using that to justify reopening, but I don't see a downward trend here in terms, except for the hospital stays and things like that. Even the ICU beds are up from 2 weeks ago when we met here on May the 6th. So I know it's an issue and it's a problem, but again, $23 million, I don't know if this is the best use for that money when we haven't even tested the inmates in the jail. So, you know, I'm not going to be able to support this kind of expenditure on a guess of what may happen in October when you have several other options, including transferring inmates to other counties. Now, I know that usually leaves a burden on inmates' families because it's hard for them to travel to go and visit. However, there is no visitation in prisons statewide. So that negates that issue. So I think we need to take another look at this and come up with something that may be a little more practical and makes a little more sense. That's all I got.
All right, let's do this. Mr. Adams, you've done a great job presenting this. I appreciate your hard work. Mr. Manager, you want to respond, and then we're going to.
Well, again, just a couple of things.
We'll get into more detailed, substantive discussion on this a little later on in the agenda.
Right. So it's not up for a vote at this point. That comes later. But again, just a couple of things as a reminder. Some of this we're mixing metaphors. In other words, whether we spend $1 million on masks versus $23 million to protect the jail population is two independent decisions, and that the board can take those up at any time. Number two, so I don't know why they should necessarily be contrasted and compared. Number two, on trend lines versus cumulative numbers, I would just encourage everyone to look at the numbers and understand the trends. The trends are the trends. The cumulative numbers are always going to be higher. So that's two different things altogether. And as it relates to the cost, again, as I've mentioned, the only real comparison in cost is what the state spent on the medical unit at the Georgia World Congress Center, which is equivalent to this. So it's not that this is an extraordinary cost for this kind of benefit. It is, though, the cost of this type of capability. So I think, you know, having said all of that, you know, at the end, you're just going to have to make a decision. And yes, it's a decision based on uncertainty because this entire environment is uncertain, and that there has not been a pandemic like this in anyone's lifetime. So that all being said, I think we're not asking you to do something. We're making a recommendation based on the best thinking that we have on a element of society that we are uniquely responsible for, which is the jail and the jail population. A lot of these other things are more broadly. And then finally, you know, the last notion of we could just transfer folks to another facility, as I think most of us remember, when the crowding at the Fulton County Jail reached its height about a year or so ago, we certainly attempted to transfer prisoners to other jails and got no takers, zero takers. And that's without necessarily trying to transfer ones that had a COVID-19 diagnosis. So I don't think that's an option in any scenario. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions at this time? All right, Madam CEO.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just briefly.
Go ahead, Vice.
you know, the one other thing I know that we can compare this to is that we spent $30 million to purchase that jail from Union City. How many beds are in the Union City jail?
About 400.
About 400. Yes, sir, about 400.
Yeah, so I mean
I'm correct.
that's another comparison. Actually the Georgia World Congress Center comparison is is apples and oranges because it compares a temporary facility to a permanent facility. For $30 million, we need to be having a permanent facility. The Georgia World Congress Center that's spent by the state was for a temporary facility. So if we're going to be spending that type of money, who is the provider that's being recommended?
Do,
The providers that's going to be recommended is a company called EP.
EDT.
It is the, I'm trying to figure out the name of it.
EDT.
Yes.
EDT.
T is in Tom, E is in, it was hold on just a second, Commissioner, I can get you the actual name of the entity.
May
Engineering design.
You all have seen their track record and things that they've done before. I haven't seen any of their work. I've never heard of them. I mean, what do they have references? I mean, what?
Yeah, Commissioner,
We're supposed to decide this today. We can't even wait 2 weeks. We can't even get more information on this company.
Hey, who is EDT?
Hello, anyone?
EDT is a construction company that has done is a company that we do work with today. They have a history, and I will be happy to send you their portfolio. You could actually Google them, but they have a history of building correctional facilities around the state. Virtually all of their contractors and subs are local, and they were one of 3 companies that made the short list that could do this in the time frame that we were looking for. And so happy to send you additional information on them and their portfolio.
Yeah, but y'all want me to vote on it today. When am I gonna have time to review it?
Well, Commissioner, that was one of the problems we have is that if we're gonna do it, it was an emergency procurement, and based on the size, I suggested that it come before the board for consideration. Because of the fact they had been meeting for about 3 or 4 weeks, trying to iron out the bids, meeting with the companies, meeting with the people at the jails, trying to figure out how to address not only this situation, no one even mentioned the legal liabilities as you are familiar with that are occurred as a result of inmates complaining about being kept together in such close proximity with the COVID environment. So they have some risk management issues, there are some operational health issues, there's some spacing issues, there's some testing issues. All of this was trying to be dealt with in the most expedient manner possible, but they did get 3 proposals, went through them in detail, looked at kind of scenarios on things. And so you're correct, you have not had all of the benefit of all of what's been done with the staff, but this was an emergency procurement in order to get it done. And the funds expended before the end of the year, as you remember, is one of the criteria for the COVID funding.
Well, what I would like to see is, I guess, a total COVID budget because, you know, I like to give some money to the cities. I'd like to give some money to the artists and the entertainers that aren't getting any money right now. But if I give this money now, then that doesn't give me the opportunity. I'd like to be able to prioritize how we're going to spend this money. And so this basically makes the prioritization for me. This prioritizes this over everything else we're gonna do. And so I'm not ready to do that. I'd rather approve a complete budget, you know, when I know we're gonna do another $10 million for groups and for individuals. I mean, like I need to know what we're gonna do with all this money before I can say give 25% or $23 million to BDT, which I never heard of in my life.
And yes, sir, Vice Chair, that's coming up before we call the question or before this vote would be taken. We're going to overview the COVID-19 budget. to try to answer that very question.
Thank you.
All right, other,
Okay, I'm confused now because how did EDT come into play when I'm looking at a resolution for the jail expansion project and construction with that says biologics? It doesn't say anything about EDT. Are we talking about two different things? Is this resolution that we have today separate from the EDT resolution? Because I did hear you say emergency procurement, and I know this is one of the things that concerns me about emergency procurements is that you procure before it even comes before the Board of Commissioners.
This actually was revised today to list the engineering design technologies. When it was originally presented to you, the bio company was the one that was the preferred one, but they were unable to meet the requirements that are required under state law for projects. And so they notified procurement and Dream yesterday, and we went to the second bidder, and we will be dealing with that at the time that this matter comes before the board. I think it's in 200369.
I just got this morning. So why would I get this morning if it's changed?
It has changed, Commissioner.
So where's the supporting document for what we're voting on? Because what I got this morning, which I shouldn't be getting anything this morning, the morning of the board meeting, because I should be allowed enough time to actually read it and go through it, get my questions answered by whoever needs to answer them without me bombarding them with questions right here in this forum. But so where is the documentation that goes with this? Because this is what I got, biologics.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. We're debating a matter that hasn't been sounded.
that's where I'm going right now, Mr. Commissioner Morris. Let's finish this COVID presentation, and there's legislation later on the agenda that deals with the questions that are being asked now. So, Madam CEO, do you have anything else, or Mr. Adams, on this particular presentation before we get to the financial aspects?
I do not, Mr. Chairman.
No, let's continue. It is already 1:45. All right, Commissioner, not Commissioner, who is it? CO, who's next? CFO is next. Ms. Whitmore?
Yeah, with some technical difficulties, so they're fixing it over there.
I don't know how we could debate a matter that's not before us, and Mr. Halton was talking about the jail expansion and asked for questions.
Vice Chair, we're going to get to that.
I just said, point of order, the matter was before us because he was talking about the jail.
Thank you.
They
Thank
presented
you.
a slide presentation and they asked for questions.
But this is a presentation. We're still on their presentation. We've not got to
The slide asked for questions, Mr. Chair. It's up there right now. I'm looking at it. It says questions.
You have other questions, Vice Chair?
No, I don't. I'm just saying that this was not anyone discussing something that was not on the agenda or not something that was being presented. In fact, we were specifically asking questions as requested by the presenter.
Well, I have a question, and it's related to this, okay? Have we spent any money yet on this jail project?
Just a minute, please, please. We'll get through all of this. Right now, we're still
This is
on.
a question that is related to what we're talking about.
Please, please. We're still on 20-03.
How are you gonna mute me when we're on the question section? You told the man to mute me? I'm asking a question. We're on the question section. It's on the screen.
You have, no one's asked you to be muted, Commissioner.
Well, somebody muted me.
Please do not mute Commissioner Hall. Did anybody mute her? Nobody did? Okay.
So my question is, have we spent any money yet on this jail project?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you so much.
All right, now, the item that, what? Commissioner, not Commissioner. CFO, rather.
Thank you, Mr.
CARES Act
Chairman.
fund update. Where are you?
Thank you, Commissioners. We have a update today on the CARES fund. You all are familiar that we've received 104 million, and that those funds can be used for 3 specific reasons according to the Act. They can be used to cover costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease. They can be used to cover costs that were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27th, 2020. They can be used to cover costs that were incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 20, 2020. So with that in mind, this first slide is how we have allocated the funds. I reviewed this at the last board meeting. This information that's being shared today is as of May 18th. If you look at this slide, you'll see that we've allocated or expensed about 44.8 million, which is 43% of the total fund. The majority of the funds have been programmed to provide health, PP&E, and community relief, with health and PP&E representing about 70% of the total fund and community relief representing another 10%. As the manager mentioned in his opening remarks, we're watching the situation with the Georgia National Guard and the availability, or the continued availability, I should say, of PP&E for first responders out of the national stockpile. If the Guard is deactivated in the near future and we have to recruit additional staff to support our specimen collection sites, we'll need to ramp up our efforts to support those sites through additional staffing, as well as trying to source additional PP&E for both of those activities. So ramping up additional staff to support the specimen collection sites, as well as increasing our original PP&E expectations if the stockpile goes away, may put a greater burden on the fund than what we originally had anticipated. If you'll recall, Matt Kallmeyer, during his comments this morning, indicated that the quarterly spend for PP&E would be about $4.9 million. So if we were to stockpile for the last half of this year, as well as provide for at least the first quarter of next year, we would be looking at a minimum of 15 million for PP&E needs. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. This next slide, it's wow, it's very small, hard to see, I guess, but this next slide, it really shows you the breakdown. Thank you very much. Shows you the breakdown of what we've actually spent and what we have encumbered and what we have earmarked to spend. So the first box on the slide, the upper left-hand side of the slide, that box there provides you a look at what we have issued purchase orders on. So as of May 18th, we had issued $1.6 million in purchase orders, and we had actually paid out $613,000 against those purchase orders. The box at the bottom left hand of the slide shows other disbursements that have been made, which total about 10.8 million, 10.9 million. And those disbursements include the disbursements that have been made for the relief fund, for hazard pay that's been paid to county employees, for PP&E and other equipment needed for the response. Of that 10.8 million, the largest portion is the relief package amount that we've actually paid out, which is $6.8 million. The next large category is the hazard pay, which is $2.5 million. And those are actual expenses. In the box on the far right-hand side, that is other commitments and placeholders. That amount totals $34.1 million. And it includes the balance of the original $10 million community needs relief package that was submitted, 1.2 million that is committed but not yet paid out, and 1.9 million that is still unobligated. It also includes the set aside or reserve for hazard pay up through June 15th. That amount is a little over $2 million. As you look down the remainder of that box, you'll see a number of items for PP&E related activities, equipment, technology needs, the things that we've needed to either be able to respond or to continue to provide services in our remote setting. We have a $1.3 million reserve for countywide cleaning services. This is to provide the sanitizing and barrier protection for our facilities prior to reopening. We have an additional allocation for e-material for the library so they can increase their service capacity from a digital perspective while we remain in a closed or partially closed posture. There is also the $23.3 million that has been reserved for the jail isolation facility, as well as about $600,000 for utilities and supplies related to bringing that isolation facility online. Adding it all together, what we have encumbered, what we have actually dispersed, and what we have committed or earmarked, we're looking at about 46.7 of the total 104 million, which is a significant amount considering we've been working on this for only about 2 months now. The next slide is a breakdown of the community relief fund. We allocated originally a total of $10 million, 4.3 million for resident support. Of that 4.3 million, 3.3 has been allocated. 1 million remains unobligated, and we have dispersed, actually paid out 2.5 million of the 3.3 that has been allocated. In the homeless category, we had originally committed 1.5 million. We've allocated 600,000. We have 900,000 that remains unobligated. And of the portion that has been allocated, we have dispersed 100% of that. So we have a $600,000 disbursement. Under economic relief, we allocated 4.2 million, or we originally committed 4.2 million. Out of that 4.2 million, we have fully allocated those amounts, and we have dispersed 3.6 of the 4.2 million. So in total of the $10 million relief fund that we committed, we've allocated 8.1 million. We've dispersed 6.8 of that, and we have 1.9 remaining to be allocated to individual organizations. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have about how the fund has been, how the budget, to use Commissioner Arrington's term, has been structured for the CARES Act fund.
Last time.
Okay, Madam CEO, you want to add anything before we go to questions?
They still may not be able to.
Okay, they can't hear over there. All right, commissioners, can y'all hear okay? Are there questions for Ms. Whitmore? Can they hear?
Yes, I have my hand raised.
Okay, we can't see Vice. Okay, Vice Chair Arrington?
Yes, Ms. Whitmore, thank you. So if we take the 23 million out of that 46, then we're only down to 23 million, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the 1.9 that is remaining from the original 10, what is the plan to happen with that?
There's $1 million that has been reserved for some additional meals for seniors. We didn't want to allocate the full amount. And then the 900,000 for homeless, there's 600,000 that remains unobligated in the isolation and quarantine category, and an additional 300,000 for testing. Dick, do you?
Well,
Yeah.
one of the first things I think we need to do is to allocate money, more money for hazard pay. I assume the other commissioners have gotten the letters that I've gotten, over 50 to 100 complaints from employees that have had to leave the comfort and the safety of their home and to traverse to Fulton County. I am of the belief that anyone that had to go to work and that had to report should receive hazard pay. Apparently that has not happened. So we need to allocate more money towards hazard pay, and we need to allocate some money for the artists and entertainers who are not making any money right now and have no way of making any money right now.
Is that a motion? Because I second it.
It can be, but I guess I'm really just trying to give guidance, some guidance to our people. I mean, you know, I can't, again, going back to the 23 million, I can't support voting for 23 million on that, and I don't know that our workers aren't getting the hazard pay while I'm getting 100 letters complaining from people that had to leave their houses and go to work and risk being exposed. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. To receive that volume of complaint letters and say we're gonna spend 23 million on this, and we spent 30 million on a whole jail and 30 million on an animal shelter.
Yes, sir. On Mr. Vice Chairman, on hazardous pay, after receiving those notes, we met with the sheriff and his leadership, the Board of Health, and Superior Court, and took another walk through every employee, and specifically the ones that were located at the jail, regardless of their responsibility. And I think with all of their input, we resolved that, and that's coming up on the agenda in the next action item, which will be the number of folks, which, if I remember right, was 298, I think, that we added. And then we're also recommending that we extend this to June 15th with the reopening. So you will see, even on this chart that Sharon just presented, it has an estimate of allocation of 5.6 million. I think when we initially began this, we had 3 million as part of the 30 or so million that we were trying to carve out on our own. So this has almost doubled in estimate since that first round.
How many people does that still leave out?
I think that brings up the total to 1,800, just over 1,800. So again, if you recall, we had 800 plus that were not assigned, and then the balance of those that were assigned were in other positions that weren't, it felt like, interacting directly with the public, or in those job titles, such as a corrections officer that by definition were designated for hazardous pay.
And Commissioner Arrington, you are, as a board member, the board has the ability to extend this hazardous pay to anyone you want to. But I wanted you to know that legally what we did was the definition that was provided by the federal government in trying to award hazardous pay to what was called front emergency responders and people who were public.
Entry for meeting ID.
To the extent that there were any employees in our system that met that definition, and that they had, and you also had to have contact with the public. That's what we use as a broad definition, but as you're correct, the commissioners have the ability to decide who they're gonna give the money to. But we tried to do it in a way that was least legally defensible in case someone wanted to follow for money down the road, or say that they were treated disparately down the road. And so we were very close in that definition.
I've got a
Would it
couple of.
also be legally
I have some
defensible?
questions.
Would it also be legally defensible to pay everyone that had to leave their house and risk being exposed?
Yes, that's what the board wants to do. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but no, I understand the board could do that if they want to. My question is, would that also be legally defensible?
No, it wouldn't, because it doesn't meet any of the definitions under the federal. It doesn't help us delineate what that means. For example, we got requests from judges to be entitled to hazardous pay, and we said no to all of them as judges because of the fact they didn't meet their definition. So we got requests from all of them. So if you decide that those who actually went out of their office or home to go to work, that's fine. And that way we don't have a different definition.
Okay, well, we'll just have to agree to disagree. I think it would be legally defensible because then there would be no one left out to complain.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, let's talk about that, then we get down to this next item. Anything else for now, Mr. Vice Chair?
No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
I had a question.
Do.
Just a minute, please. Commissioner Carn, followed by Mrs. Hall.
County Attorney, if you could give me that definition again. The phone was kind of choppy when you read that definition of qualified hazardous pay employees.
Yes, we
Didn't you send that out before?
Yes, we did. We actually, when you initially adopted the resolution, defined hazardous, the employees who were entitled to hazardous payment based upon the federal definition of emergency responders and public health safety employees who also interacted with the public. So some of the public safety people who were only clerical in nature or administrative coordinators were not eligible initially for that pay as well. So that was what was in the resolution.
Okay, you said initially. So has that changed?
No, it has.
Okay, it has not changed.
It has not.
Okay, so is every jail employee that has had any contact with inmates, are they're not covered? That's what that sounds like, because obviously they're not all law enforcement or whatever have you.
No, all of the jail employees who have contact.
I'm sorry, I lost you again. I lost you there. Could you repeat that?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Carnes. All of the jail employees who have had contact with inmates were considered hazardous, working under hazardous duty, and they were all awarded monies. And what happened is the first round, there were some descriptions of people, notably, I think, administrative coordinators, who were not clear from their title as having contact with the prisoners. And what happened is the sheriff came back with additional information on the duties of those folks, and about the bulk of the 200 folks that were added were after we got more information about the nature of their duties.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Okay, thank you so much. So I kept hearing that one of the definitions is that they interact with the public. And if that is part of the definition, we have quite a few employees that interact with the public. And then we have to also take into account that we have employees who may not directly interact with the public, but they're assisting other employees who are actually interacting with the public. So that is one of the reasons why we're talking about contact tracing, because this virus moves from person to person. So with that being said, we're going to have a lot more employees that need hazardous pay, such as a great example is our end user support team, which is our help desk and desktop support techs. Those people are assisting our employees to make sure that they are actually able to work. Our employees are interacting with the public, contact tracing. So we need to be well aware of how many employees really do fall under this hazardous pay. And I agree with the previous statements that we need to allocate some more money to hazardous pay. And we really do need to revisit our employee base and looking at who's really working. Thank you.
Anything else at this time for CFO?
I have a comment.
Commissioner Houseman?
While we're talking about potential expenses, I think what's been mentioned deserves consideration, as does the potential of doing widespread antibody testing and the issue of childcare for folks that are going to be required to go back to work in the summer when school is out and they don't have anywhere to take their kids. I think that's an issue that we have not even really considered as a problem for some of the folks that are the most vulnerable that will be returning to work. Is what are they going to do with their children?
That's going to be coming up shortly, Commissioner Houseman, the child care issue.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, thanks for the update, Ms. Whitmore. I do think definitely, kind of the understanding that we've got a lot of great unknowns in terms of what's ahead of us. That's stating the obvious, and certainly testing is very likely to be critical, and it's very likely to kind of change in terms of kind of what may be the types of testing and so forth that need to be considered. So I think having a fairly strong contingency set aside for testing is an absolute must. The other thing that I just want to, while I'm sensitive certainly to all of our employees who continue to get paid, I'm most concerned about so many of our residents who aren't getting paid and are in a need for, kind of economic relief in a way that they really could not have fathomed. And many of these folks are going to be potentially facing some we're going to be facing some systemic long-term unemployment potentially. I think our community relief package was certainly, kind of ahead of where a lot of folks were, and I think was, kind of came right at the right time. I appreciate the update in terms of the disbursements. I think as we kind of continue to move forward, I think we need to begin to think about sort of planning for re-upping in some of those categories, particularly, in the area of economic assistance. I mean, in that category, particularly where the funds are almost fully dispersed, it appears like based upon this, I think it'd be good to have some ideas and thoughts around kind of, when do we want to come back and replenish those funds for the existing providers that we're using, or do we want to open up some opportunities for other providers to come in and help support in the area of economic relief? I think that to me is, in terms of kind of what's here and what's planning for in the future, that there's a gap there in that community relief. And I don't think that's going away anytime soon, and we're going to have some more longer term needs on that. I think we need to begin to think about that and sort of plan for that, and hopefully have some ideas about kind of what we do to resupplement.
Okay, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to echo that sentiment. I think that's very well said, Commissioner Ellis. That is going to be the other big problem that we face, is how do folks get their lives back and get their businesses back on track. I also think that we should recognize that there may not be any more federal funding that's coming down the pike. Looks like it's pretty stalled at the moment, which means that cities and counties less than 500,000 population will not get any support, and they're going to need it, and they're going to need it right here in Fulton County. And I just think that that's also another area that we need to be planning to be able to assist.
I agree with that, Commissioner Hausman. That is one of the major areas. If we're going to help people, then we need to help them across the board. And helping our municipalities is going to be the way to do that. As well as what Commissioner Arrington said, I want to echo that from earlier, that we need to also address the arts and entertainment industry. But I want to go back to our last board meeting where we talked about we need to look at PPEs for the most vulnerable population. And I do have a question related to my statement just a minute ago, and I want to ask the county manager, are you going to actually look at the employee base again, speak to your department heads and managers, and see if there are areas of employees that are working that we missed in the hazardous pay?
No, ma'am, we had not planned to do that, but of course, when this action item comes up, if you give us different direction, as Patrice was mentioning, that's what we'll do.
Okay, thank you, because those emails, like Commissioner Arrington said, we were bombarded with a lot of emails from our employee base, and they gave specific descriptions of what they're doing in their jobs, and I believe they qualify for it. Thank you.
Other comments at this time?
I have one comment. We touched on, again, and this is very detailed. I'm glad we're getting a chance to look at this in detail. We did touch on PPE for residents before. That's my understanding that we are providing PPE for our 15 cities, police, fire, frontline, medical. We are providing disposable face masks for all of our inmates at the Fulton County Jail. The only group we haven't provided $1 of PPE for are the taxpaying citizens. And those that are out going to the grocery store or in the countless drive-through lines for the food giveaways that we've been having countywide, I think do deserve some portion of this funding. Again, we talked about it before. I think we need to take another look at it. There's more than enough money to prioritize this money. And I understand you guys have prioritized this money, but for a block-to-block level, prioritization may look a little bit different than what we're looking at up here in the offices. So I think we just need to take another look and reconsider things and make sure we're doing all that we can here. So that's all I got.
Other comments for Ms. Whitmore at this time? All right, thank you, Ms. Whitmore. Madam CEO, next.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. I think we are able to get audio now. Given the hour and also given the fact that we do not have yet a recommendation or proposal for a partner on marketing, we're going to hold the last section of our COVID update slides, which was originally supposed to be presented by our Director for External Affairs. And so given that brings us to the conclusion of our presentation, we will bring back the marketing slides when we also have a recommended partner to do the work. So if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, we will end our COVID update with the CFO's presentation.
Okay, colleagues, it's 2:15 or so. Why don't we recess for lunch and executive session now and then come back and take up the action items?
I'm fine with that, Mr. Chair. I would just remind our county manager and others that, the board adopted a minority participation. So as you're looking at those vendors, make sure you're reminded of the minority participation goals that the board has set.
Absolutely.
And this one is 36%, Commissioner Arrington.
So I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch. Executive session will be taking up real estate, litigation, and personnel.
So moved.
Properly moved and seconded. Commissioner Houseman.
Yes, and what time should we call in?
Say,
What time?
That's 45 minutes from here.
45 minutes?
For the executive session,
Yeah.
call in for the executive session.
Oh, I'm sorry. So 2:30, it doesn't matter to me. 2:30?
2:30, thank you. Yes.
All right, Commissioner Houseman, Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Evington,
Yes.
Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Thank you. So the call in, and what did we say? 2:30. Thank you.
Okay, now go.
I believe everyone is back, so I'll entertain a motion to resume the regular order of business without objection. We make sure we have everybody here. Commissioner Houseman, you with us?
She's muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
Let me take her off just in case.
Don't mute the commissioner.
You're okay. All right, Commissioner Ellis, you with us?
I'm here.
All right, Commissioner Morris,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Hall, we see you. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Liz, stop.
How can they know what they're, can they see each other?
Yeah, they can see.
Oh, okay. Arrington
Yes, I'm here.
and Commissioner Carn.
Here.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
We're going to executive session or where? we're
Yeah,
going?
take our executive session items. Madam County Attorney, you ready?
Yes, sir. We need to approve a request for representation in the matter that was discussed under item 1 on the agenda for executive session today.
Move
there-
approval.
All right, second, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Mr. Carn.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
We need a motion to deny the request for representation in the matter discussed under item number 2 of the executive session agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Abstain.
okay, Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
I need approval to retain the services of Drew Robinson and his firm, Newark, Mark, Knight, and Frank, to perform appraisals as indicated in item number 2, with the funds coming from the risk management fund for his services.
That was item number 3, was it not?
That's correct. Thank you very much. I misspoke.
I move approval of the recommendation.
Okay,
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Commissioner Vice Chair votes yes as well.
And the motion passes unanimously.
We need a motion to, for Fulton County to officially, for the records, accept the settlement agreement and to execute, allow the chairman to execute the settlement agreement in HSBC North America Holdings Inc. versus, well, excuse me, it's Fulton County and DeKalb County et al. HSBC North American Holdings Inc. in the U.S. District Court of Northern District of Georgia, number 112-CV-03640-ELR for $1,770,000.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
That's all I
That's
have.
all. And I have three. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I had one question. Are we supposed to be back on FGTV right now?
what?
Yes.
Are you saying yes? Clerk said
Okay.
yes.
I was just curious. There are commercials running and stuff right now, just FYI. So we're not live on the television station. I don't know about the internet.
It's a delay, it should be popping up.
He said it's a delay, it should be popping up.
Okay, all right.
I have three items from executive session. Item number one is an employment, which I'll need approval on. Employment agreement between Fulton County, Georgia and Richard Anderson, effective 1/1/20 at an annual salary of $300,000. Is there a motion?
So
Move
moved.
approval.
All right,
Second.
properly. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item for approval is an employment agreement between Fulton County, Georgia and Anthony Nix, effective 1/1/20 at a salary of $170,000 annually. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Move approval.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington.
I'm sorry, I just got back on. What is this vote on?
This is a annual salary for the auditor, Mr. Nix.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
And the third is for the clerk of, this is for the contract for the clerk. Employment agreement between Fulton County, Georgia and the clerk at an annual salary equal to $105,000. Is there a motion?
Motion.
All right, I'll second. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
and Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, those are all of the items from executive.
Mr. Chairman, that last item, was that an effective date of 1/1/2020?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Are we done with the COVID response update?
Yes.
Okay. On page 5, 20-00368, County Manager requests approval of a resolution establishing a termination date for administrative leave, hazardous pay, and the dependent care stipend enacted as a result of the COVID-19 public health emergency.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
All right, motion.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's vote.
I have a question.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes, this is to extend it and then for it to expire during a specific time. Is that correct?
Mr. Manager?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Ken Herman, Chief HR Officer. Yes, it's to extend the benefits up until June 15th.
Okay, and so if something else happens, do we have anything in here? Because I couldn't find anything that said that if if we do have to go beyond June 15th, that we can reenact this or extend it beyond June 15th?
And I'll allow Patrice to chime in if I go array. Yes, I think if in fact we discover that there's a need to extend for extenuating circumstances, that we would bring back a separate motion or resolution to the board to do just that.
That's correct, Mr. Hall.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Patrice.
Yes, Commissioner Hall, that's correct. Right now, it was left open with the board, but now that they're opening up as of June 15th, we decided to make that be the end time or recommend that end time, and it's up to you all to extend it at any meeting.
All right, thank you.
All right. Motion
Is there a number of, I didn't know, we knew the number of employees that still are not getting hazard pay. Did we ever get to that number?
Ken, can you walk through the numbers, please, of the employees that we had, the ones that we added, and then the ones that would not be receiving it?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon again, commissioners. We are at 1,820 employees that we have deemed eligible for hazardous duty pay based on the definition that we set. When I went back and looked at the original population that was submitted by the departments, it was a total of 2,400 plus employees that were submitted, and we weeded that down to the 1,800. So that roughly nets out to about 600 employees from those departments that were submitted that was not considered to be eligible for hazardous pay.
Okay, I like this item, but I'm not going to be able to support it because it leaves out 600 people.
Okay. Motion before us is to approve. Mr. Houseman?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought I just heard we're leaving out 600 people. I'm sorry. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes. Would you go through those? Ken Herman, would you go through those numbers again, please?
Yes, sir. Commissioner, the original population that was submitted by departments for consideration for hazardous pay, when that original population was 2,400. After going through the analysis with the department and looking at our definition as to how we define hazardous pay, we weeded that down to a total of 1,800 employees.
Okay, I didn't realize that meant that we were leaving out 600 people. And this is not going to include all those people who emailed us?
And I think if we're talking about the same individuals who emailed me, the sheriff, when we met with the sheriff, the majority of those individuals were incorporated into the population. I think the sheriff got added an additional 101 employees just within his department alone. So he was the lion's share of the ads, and they did include that same population that was that emailed all of us.
What about the IT people?
IT people in the sheriff's department?
No, the IT people in our IT department.
No, they were not included in our population for the 1,800.
Okay, I cannot support this.
I had one other question, Mr. Herman. So the 600 and so that were taken out of this, again, were taken out for what reason?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. They were taken out because they did not meet our definition of employees performing hazardous emergency essential functions like 911 operators, police officers, nursing, corrections, and the like, or employees interacting directly and daily with the general public.
How did they get included in this number in the first place?
Again, we reached out to all the departments so that they can tell us who they thought met the criteria. And after sitting down with the departments, they got a better understanding of the definition of what we were looking for. And that's how we were able to narrow down the list. And that was also the same process with the sheriff's department when we sat down with them as well. they got a better understanding of what our definitions were, and they were able to update their listings to include 101 additional employees from the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, I'm not going to support the reduction. Okay, thank you.
I have a question, please.
Mr. Housman?
Of all the emails that we did receive with employees that said that they thought they should be included or that make an adjustment, were there any adjustments made to add folks that we might not have added originally? You mentioned 600. Was that a higher number at any point?
Commissioner, there was an adjustment made after our conversations with the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, the Clerk's Office, Superior Court. I think the final number that we added back into the list was roughly about 290, 300 employees that we added in after having those subsequent conversations with those departments.
And then were they paid back to this original date that everyone else had been paid?
Yes, ma'am. Those individuals who were not in the original payment that was received on May 8th, they are queued up to receive their back payment back to March, if in fact they worked in the month of March on Friday. So everything is in place for them to receive their payments for Friday, those individuals that were originally missed.
Okay, I just have to say that while, I supported paying these frontline workers hazardous duty pay, I still support it. I'm very sensitive to all of our employees that are working and appreciate it. I know they appreciate the fact that they still have jobs and they're still getting paid. But I'm also sensitive to all the people in Fulton County that have lost their jobs, that are on unemployment. They're still going to have to pay taxes to cover these expenses. So I think we have to be reasonable here with who and how many and how long we are able to pay hazardous duty pay for our employees. So I do support this extension.
Okay.
So can I make a friendly amendment, because we are really going into conversation about this and it seems like it's just leaving a void as far as additional employees who really are putting themselves at risk, but they're so dedicated to the work that they do at the county serving our constituents. And I just think that we need to maybe amend this to have the county manager go back and look at the additional positions that were actually identified through these emails that came in. There are employees who are still, they're really working out here and we need to include them.
All right, here we
Mr. Chairman, point of order. We've already cast 3 votes in this.
I'm getting to that right now. We're in the middle of a vote. The motion was to approve. Commissioner Housman voted yes. Commissioner Rose voted yes. Commissioner Morris voted yes. And now Commissioner Hall, how do you vote?
Well, we've done it before. I don't see what the difference is today. If we really care about our employees, I think we need to add that amendment to this. I don't know what the exception is today that you're doing a point of order when in other times we have actually stopped and done the same thing. I think our employees are important enough for us to do this.
How do you vote?
I agree we do need to do the hazardous pay, but we need to add in that the county manager go back and look at the additional employees.
You vote yes or no?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Vice Arrington.
Wait, Commissioner Hall, you just voted yes. I don't even know that, but I'm voting no. There's 600 employees left out. There's no way that I can support this, knowing that there are over 600 employees that were left out. So my vote is a no. What would have been better is if we had just matched Atlanta's 500, we could have included more employees.
All right, Commissioner.
Well, Commissioner Arrington, I don't want to leave out, I don't want to hold any payback from any employees because there are employees out here hurting right now and they need to get paid. And so I don't want to delay this anymore. I understand the need for the additional employees, but I do want to at least pay the employees that need this right now because there are people who are getting evicted and everything.
I know how to handle this if y'all just bear with us. Commissioner Carn, how do you vote?
I'm gonna reluctantly vote yes, but I would like, Dick, I'd like us to take a second look at those employees and see if we can include include those employees.
I vote yes, and I was going to recommend that too, based on what's been said and emails received. We can review that, but this vote, what's the vote?
Vote pass, motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you. Next item.
Bottom of page 5, 20-0369. Sheriff requests approval of the COVID-19 jail capacity expansion project as amended with the recommended proposal.
All right, what's your pleasure?
I have a question.
Morris, and followed by Commissioner Hall.
I received an email just a little while ago about this matter. I don't know if the county manager and the county attorney have seen it. From Mr. Turpo. Love to get a little thought and reaction to the comments made in that, if we can. We can in public.
Yes, we can discuss this right now because of the fact that Mr. Turper works for a part of the team that was involved with the biogenics contract that was being discussed with our purchasing people as recently as yesterday, when they were told by the representatives from biologics modular team that they did not have the ability to meet our bonding capacity or issue a performance bond. We require, as you know, for construction, a payment and performance bond from all contractors. They said that they did not have the bonding capacity. So they went through a process that we got notice of while we were in this meeting of saying that they could get a contractor who was one of the members of their team to give the bond for them. And we don't do that in Fulton County. As you know, we require the bond of the vendor with whom the contract is issued. So yesterday evening, we decided, because this was time sensitive, to go to the second bidder and to start that process of trying to negotiate with them based upon whether or not they had the bonding capacity, et cetera, and could meet the time frame. So where we are today, and that's what Commissioner Hall, I was trying to tell you, where we are today is the proposal from procurement is to go with Engineering Design Technologies, Inc., because they have been responsive to all of the requirements and they're accepting the conditions of our contract. But we need to finish the negotiations of it. This literally happened last night. So I have not had any chance to finalize negotiations with them. So we need the authority to finalize that as long as the contract amount does not exceed the $23,500,000.
Okay, thank you for your response. And what's before us is now got the correct information in it, and if it's appropriate, Mr. Chairman, I'll move approval.
All right, is there a second?
I didn't get to ask my questions. How do you just move forward with voting? I was supposed to come after Commissioner Morris.
My hand raised as well.
Commissioner Morris had the floor. He made a motion to approve, and I'm waiting for a second, and we'll hear from everybody. Is there
I'll second for discussion.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Now, Commissioner, I can't see hands. I think Commissioner Hall, who's next?
Aaron.
Commissioner Hall.
I have one too.
Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Aaron,
Okay.
Commissioner Khan.
Okay, so I didn't hear if Chairman Pitts and County Attorney and anyone else has read this email, because from what it looks like, it just came in. Yeah, it just came to everyone at 3:02 p.m. Has anyone else read it other than myself and Commissioner Morris?
I read it.
I haven't seen it.
I've read it.
Okay.
I've actually received 2 emails today from them. One from another person earlier this morning saying that you had a bonding for their subcontractor, and then this one, which was not true.
Oh, you said that what they're saying in this is not true?
Yes, we actually had an actual statement from their contractor today saying the name of the contractor who was going to issue the bond, which was not the name of the entity who applied for the project, which was not the Biologic. And I will forward that to you too as well, Commissioner Hall.
Okay.
But I read it.
Okay, I've not seen it. Commissioner Arrington? Okay, Commissioner Arrington? Vice Chair Arrington?
Yes, thank you. I'm not ready to spend 25% of our COVID-19 dollars on this agenda item. You know, we spent $30 million buying the Union City Jail. We spent $30 million building a new animal hospital. I'm not willing to do this. We get 120 rooms, 60 beds. I think we could do better in the open market and just go buy another builder for less than that and outfit it. That I'm not. No, I will not be able to support this. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall, this is Felicia Strong-Whitaker. How's everyone? In regard to the bonding issue, yes, at 5 o'clock on yesterday, we found out about the bonding capacity because they asked us to waive the payment and performance bond, which begged the question, why are you asking us to waive it? Then I asked, do you have bonded capacity? They replied that they did not. We did give them until 10 o'clock this morning to provide a bond or stating that they could provide it. What they submitted was a bond letter, 2 bond letters from 2 entities that we are not contracting with. We do not do dual obligee bonding. We have to have a bond from the person that we're entering into a contract with. This is a large dollar project. There is a lot of risk. The county cannot enter into a contract with someone who cannot bond the project in their name.
Okay, Commissioner Carn?
Well, first of all, I would say, I think we would all be wise to put a hold on this. I've never seen anything come up where we've gotten an email with changes and allegations or whatever have you in the midst of a vote. You know, this whole thing smacks of a potential lawsuit. And I think it's something we shouldn't take a look at now and put on hold until we can get some of the facts straightened out. It sounds like we have some of the facts. Not that I would support it, even if we didn't have this potential issue come up in the last few minutes. So I would just suggest we hold the whole thing. And if we're not going to hold it, I'm certainly going to be voting no, even more so since this email.
I'd like to go next if nobody else is.
Commissioner Hall?
So I'm trying to understand how we're having discussions about bond issues at the last hour at 5 o'clock before a Board of Commissioners meeting where we're being asked to vote on this. I really don't understand how we get to that point and that this wasn't something that was covered before now. I agree with Commissioner Carn that we may just need to hold this because this is too much. These emails are coming through. I'm scrolling through this email. Our county attorney is saying that it's not true. It's just too much.
All right, let's I've not seen the email that has been referenced by at least 2 commissioners. There have been questions raised earlier about whether there's 1 bidder or 2 bidders or 3 bidders not having time to see it. So I'm gonna make a substitute motion to hold and to answer these questions, and anybody who needs information about the bidding process, how it came about, I think you need to get those questions answered because it is time sensitive if we're gonna do it. So I want to offer substitute motion.
So you can do a substitute motion in the middle of us voting, but I couldn't.
No, we're not voting.
He made a motion, Commissioner Morris made a motion and Commissioner Ellis seconded.
For discussion.
For discussion, but we would not.
Second for, okay, thank you.
Substitute motion is to hold, is seconded by someone, I don't know. Who
I second it.
Commissioner Ellis. On substitute motion to hold, Commissioner Houseman. Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
No.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion to hold passes,
Next item,
5 yeas, 1 nay.
next item.
On page 6, 200370 Behavioral Health and Development and Disabilities. Request approval to amend an existing contract to expand school-based therapy within 20 new Fulton County schools.
Motion.
Second.
All right, properly moved and second.
Just want to make a couple of comments and then turn it over to Latrina Foster to
I
discuss.
have a question.
Just a minute, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I just want to make a comment or two and then turn this over to Latrina. We believe bringing this forward now during the midst of this COVID-19 crisis is particularly apropos. I think we all know that the impact on behavioral health and specifically in youth may be the next issue that arises out of this crisis. We have worked with Fulton County Schools initially, and then we will be planning to work with APS subsequently as new leadership gets established there. But the fundamental proposition is to ensure that we have a therapist-based coverage consistently and across all of our school systems. In Fulton, across all of our schools in both systems. In Fulton County schools, we have 20 schools that have no therapist that is assigned today. We have 38 after we did the analysis with them that are in danger of losing therapists as funding has evaporated, particularly from philanthropic community. So this proposal closes that gap in Fulton County schools. We would be using our 2 contractors who have been competitively procured, Chris 180 and Summit Counseling, to provide services. The funding for this would come from the behavioral health budget, and the 1.5 million that we had previously allocated this year for permanent supportive housing and behavioral health services, in that program has not accelerated in the way that we thought that it would due to, I'm sure most likely, the COVID-19 crisis, as well as the funding from the state, which we were also depending upon to be able to do this, does not look promising at this juncture. So we're recommending this again as a starting point with another effort around APS when it gets solidified. And then with both of those in place, we believe that this really would be a primary platform for us for youth services. I think we struggled with defining what our youth services agenda is. And certainly we've made a lot of different efforts at it. I think this is one that meets a critical need in the current crisis, but also is a great platform for us going forward. It also allows us to, rather than trying to find ways to grant to each school system $250,000 a year, which we've attempted to do in the past, this is a better way of co-investing with our school systems to bring a real benefit to our youth. So Latrina is ready to present, but it sounds like Commissioner Hall had a question up front as well.
Yes, Commissioner Hall, do you want to hear the presentation before your question?
Sure.
Want to hear the presentation first? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. Latrina Foster, Director of the Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Today, the department is requesting to amend an existing contract with our current contractor provider, Chris 180, in collaboration with Summit, in an effort to partner with Fulton County Schools on the expansion of school-based therapy. Next slide, please. What I've been doing is communicating with Fulton County School District around how do we position ourselves to be prepared for what's going to happen post-COVID-19. What are some next steps that we need to start looking at today? And so what we recognize is that we know that our children right now being at home, some of them are being exposed to trauma. And so what that looks like is they're in homes that there's domestic violence present, there's substance use disorders present, there's neglect, abuse, where these things were picked up in the past by teachers or school personnel that saw the children on an ongoing basis. Now that children are at home, we're missing this. And so what the prediction is, based on research, is that this continuous exposure to trauma may increase our suicide rates moving forward. In addition, it may also increase substance use disorders amongst our youth. In response to COVID-19 as well, what we recognize is that children have ongoing disappointment and isolation as they've been sheltering in place, as things have been removed from them, such as graduation experiences, not being able to be around their friends, missing their activities, sports activities, anything that they were engaged in prior to COVID-19 has pretty much come to a halt. Other than people being very innovative and creative virtual platforms in order for our students to continue engaged in some of the activities, but not all. And so what the prediction is around the disappointment and isolation is that we'll see an increased levels of anxiety as well as depression in our children. Some things that we have learned from school-based therapy programs is that when children actually access the service, over 90% of the children actually utilize effective coping skills to deal with their symptoms, or if they are experiencing a mental health diagnosis or substance use diagnosis, they utilize effective coping skills to manage their day-to-day living. In addition to that, what we find in school-based therapy programs is that over 90% of the children also achieve a goal on their treatment plan, which is significant because that means that they're engaged. That means that they're working towards the outlined goals to ensure their success and their ability to manage their symptoms throughout the academic school year. What we've also seen is some impacts around performance. We see that there's been a decrease in the number of discipline referrals, which is keeping our children in their classrooms so that they're able to learn. In addition, we've seen an increase in attendance as well. Next slide, please. So what we're presenting to do with Fulton County Schools at this current stage where we are today. The PowerPoint says primary goals. However, it's truly 3 primary focus areas. And what we're focusing on through this partnership with Fulton County Schools is to ensure that all the schools have on-site counseling. In addition, parent engagement is key. So we will ensure that the therapists that are placed within these schools are involved with the parents, not just the children, the parent as well. The third focus area is crisis counseling and intervention, making sure that our team is there on scene and ready to respond to any crisis presented to the students within that school. What we will give the school in return in order to assist them with achieving these 3 primary focus areas is that through this proposal, we'll be able to ensure that 31 clinicians are placed within 58 schools. The clinicians will provide assessments, individual therapy, group therapy, family therapy, parent resources, case management services. In addition, one of the big things that I really want to highlight here is that we will be doing trauma-informed training with school personnel. That is key because what it will do is cultivate a trauma-informed environment within these 58 schools that we will place these 31 clinicians, ensuring that referrals to the office for behaviors that are unexplained or a teacher doesn't recognize, that problem is now gone, it's alleviated. Now you have teachers who are going to be able to intervene and link the children to the necessary resources that they need. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing in collaboration with Fulton County Schools is that out of all the schools in Fulton County, there were 20 schools that did not have a therapist assigned to that school, which is really good. So out of all the schools in Fulton County, there were 20 that did not have a clinician responsible to ensure that students at those schools had the on-site counseling available. Fulton County Schools is ready to provide startup costs to begin those on-site services in preparation for the next school term. What they're going to do is provide $8,000 per school for startup costs only. What we in turn will do is ensure that those 20 schools and the 38 schools that our providers are currently in within the Fulton County School District have sustainability plans. And those 31 clinicians will be present throughout the school year to ensure that those 58 schools have ongoing coverage. What I'm requesting is $940,000 to ensure the sustainability of 58 Fulton County schools within the district. What we will see in return is that we would be able to do early detection. We'll do prevention, as I just talked about earlier, ensuring that our students have access to services to prevent suicide, ensuring that we're increasing the community's awareness, especially the parents, around mental health and substance use disorders, having a trauma-informed environment. Next slide, please. And so, as the county manager said, this is where we're starting today. Our overall goal is to develop a plan where we work in collaboration with the state of Georgia, who provides APEX funding for schools or for providers to provide on-site counseling to students. In addition, work with Fulton County Schools, APS schools, as well as other community providers to see how do we develop one comprehensive plan to address the needs of our students throughout our county. As well as next steps, if this is approved, when this is approved, students will have immediate access to behavioral health services. And we are committed to ensure that students and parents have ongoing supportive services throughout this program. Thank you so much. I'll take any questions.
I have a question.
Yes.
All right. So there was a memorandum that was sent to the Board of Commissioners on May 14th, along with this. And in that memorandum was a list of the schools that we're talking about addressing.
Yes.
And also a list of schools that it says are Fulton County schools that are currently covered by non-Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities providers. And so that particular list, it looks like it's all schools that are South Fulton. And my question is, who is covering them if they're not covered under CRIS 180? And how did they actually become separate from the CRIS 180 coverage?
So based on the list that you're looking at, the schools that are covered in South Fulton, a high concentration of those schools are covered by Odyssey Family Counseling as well as Family Ties.
Odyssey and Family Ties?
Yes.
And how did they end up separate and not under the CRIS 180 contract?
Are you referring to Odyssey?
Yeah, I'm referring to all of the South Fulton schools. How did they end up being separate from the North Fulton schools and who was going to provide their covered services?
So the South Fulton schools that you're referencing have been receiving on-site counseling services by Family Ties and Odyssey for years. So this isn't something new where they're starting it this academic school year.
Mm-hmm.
In the past, Fulton County government, Department of Behavioral Health, received APEX funding from the state of Georgia And through that funding, we provided on-site counseling in some of the South Fulton schools as well. When that funding was removed from us, December 31st, 2019, we came out of the school-based therapy program, and the state is reallocating those funds to other providers.
Okay, and so are they getting the exact same service through Odyssey and Family Ties that Chris 180 is providing? Is it the exact same type of contract?
When you say they, are you referring to Fulton County schools in general?
The schools that are located in South Fulton that are clearly separated off of this list from the North Fulton schools that you just explained to me are not covered under Chris 180, but they are covered under Odyssey and Family Ties. I'm asking you, are these South Fulton schools receiving the exact same service through Odyssey and Family Ties that the North Fulton schools are receiving from Chris 180, especially since you just told me that these are older contracts?
Correct. So they're all receiving the on-site therapy services. They're receiving individual group therapy. So the list of services are the same. I think the only thing that separates us based on this new proposed plan is to ensure that school personnel are trained in trauma-informed care.
Okay.
Which is something that we can definitely work with the Fulton County school system on. How do we expand that training amongst the schools that we're not even present in? So, I mean, there are a lot more things that we need to iron out, but just trying to get ahead of COVID, post-COVID, we were trying to move fast. The school wanted to get these 20 schools covered.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to add that into this, that behavioral health and developmental disabilities does look into that for the South Fulton school so that we can have equal and fair services.
All right, that's an amendment proposed by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second?
Look into
what?
I'll second it for discussion. I've got some other questions and points to be made though.
Okay, did you second her motion?
Yes.
She's making an amendment. What? Commissioner Hall, I got two presiding officers in here with me now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear them. I heard somebody say something, but I didn't hear what it was.
Repeat what you're attempting to do. I thought you were making an amendment to the motion that's on the floor.
Yes, I was making a substitute amendment to it to just add that we have that training available for the city of South Fulton that we also have for the North Fulton schools. Latrina made it clear that that's the only thing that is different.
Right, now I don't see anything wrong with that as an amendment. Is there a second? That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I'll second it for discussion.
Yes. All right, it's properly moved and seconded. So let's discuss it, and I have some questions as well. Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, is there a total number of people that would be included in this contract?
So when you say a total number of people, there are 31 clinicians that will be hired based on this contract. Is that what you're referring to, the number of employees that will be attached?
No, I'm asking the number of people that they will serve. So if they're going to serve 58 schools with 31 people, and they're going to serve those schools, and I think one of the slides said they're going to serve their families. What's the total number of people that will potentially be served by this contract?
So Commissioner Arrington, our goal is to ensure that all students have access to the service. And then on top of that, the contractors will have to participate in 2 parent engagements per semester. So we didn't put a target number towards the number of students they will serve because the end goal is to ensure that all students have access to the service. So if you have one school that the demand is not high, then maybe you do some shifting with your clinicians to ensure that maybe you have 2 clinicians at a school that has a higher demand.
Well,
But those 50,
that goes further to my point. What if the numbers aren't high with students, but they wind up being high with Fulton County employees? If we have a contract that services 10,000 people, that contract, then that provider would have to serve 10,000 people, whether they're students, parents, employees, or not. And so, I don't have a problem doing this, but I need to know how many people they're going to serve. And I need to know that if the numbers are low in the schools, that they can come over to Fulton County and service employees, or even service the general public for that matter. Anyone that's having issues as a result of COVID-19 and their return to work. I mean, what happens if the schools are only able to use 20% of this potential, and we pay for it, and we only get 20% used, and there are other people out there that actually need the services, but we haven't contracted for those people to take advantage of the services? I just think we need to have a broader net. I don't necessarily have a problem supporting this, but I need to know that, hey, if, that's why I think you have to have a universe, right? So if you got 58 schools and there are 300 kids in each school and they're going to service all 300, then we can look at 58 times 300 and know what the universe of people is that would be served by this contract. And then I think I saw something in there that said that they would work with their parents as well. So then that really expands the 300, to 500 or 600 people times 58 schools. And so then now we got a real number that we're working with. And so we know what we can hold our provider to. Hey, you got to service 58 times 600 people. And whether they're students at APS, Fulton County schools, South Fulton County schools, whether it's Fulton County employees that need behavioral health, whether it's for just a regular Fulton County resident, we ought to have a universe. The other thing is, to talk about school, we don't even know what school looks like going forward in the future. I saw on-site stuff. School might be virtual in the fall. Is telemedicine included? I mean, we're putting the cart in front of the horse. We gotta wait for them to decide whether they're gonna even actually be at school.
So Commissioner Arrington, you bring up a great point. And so that is a part of the proposal, is that we are prepared today for those 58 schools to provide telehealth, telepsychiatry, and any telephonic contact that's needed.
And so telemedicine is part of that on-site. I mean, there were like 3 prongs on that first thing, and one of them was on-site. So how does that work? How do we have 1/3 of the program is on-site? And I guess telemedicine is part of on-site?
So the telemedicine is for right now. So if a school counselor contacts a student just doing a wellness check and determine that this child needs to be linked to a behavioral health clinician, now we have the resource to link those children directly to our service. And right now we would do it on a virtual platform if we return back to an on-site counseling situation. If the schools open back up in August, we're ready to go. But right now we can serve today through a virtual platform.
So would the cost be the same if it was done through
Absolutely.
telemedicine?
Yes.
Wow, that's interesting. So there's no cost difference between doing telemedicine and them actually sending 31 people out to the schools. That's incredible.
Because you would still have 31 people that are being utilized for this to deliver the service, whether it's through a virtual platform or whether it's a face-to-face interaction. I still have to have someone dedicated to you.
All right, and so I'm trying to do my math on 58 times 600. Does that make sense that they would be able to serve? That if the numbers are low in the schools, that they would be able to serve more than just the schools?
So I want us to ensure that we maintain the focus of the proposal, which is to provide a school-based service. Even though I'm saying it can be done on a virtual platform, you have to remember as well, we have contracts to provide outpatient services. So if there's anyone in Fulton County that needs behavioral health services as a result of COVID-19, we're here to serve. We're doing it virtually right now. We have some clinics that are open, slated to open more mid-June. So we're here to serve the public, but this particular proposal is just focusing on school-based services only.
And then this proposal is, I didn't see it, but it's something about it. This is only for North Fulton schools?
Well, the way that the list is broken out, if you looked at the map, the perception would be that it was tailored towards North Fulton. However, the way that the chips landed was that there were 20 schools that did not have any coverage at all that happened to be north of the city of Atlanta. And then the 38 schools that our current providers are in are also north of the city of Atlanta.
So then all 58 are north of the city of Atlanta?
Correct.
Well, I'm certainly not going to be able to support anything that doesn't provide any support to South Fulton. And looks like it doesn't even contemplate that support.
But may I just add that the South Fulton schools have coverage with providers that have been serving them for years. And so I think for us to position ourselves to disrupt that continuity of care between that provider and those students is not clinically sound. So in response to what Commissioner Hall presented, what we can work with the school on is how do we implement the trauma-informed training throughout all Fulton County schools so that all school personnel have that specific training.
I don't want us to interfere with anyone, but if we're participating with North Fulton, we should participate with South Fulton. I don't understand how you can participate with one side of the county and interfere with another side of the county. That doesn't make sense to me. Either you participate in North Fulton and you participate in South Fulton, or you interfere in North Fulton and you interfere in South Fulton.
What just happens is that the providers that we currently contract with are delivering that service in schools that are north of the city of Atlanta. I have a contract with Chris 180 who subcontracts with Summit Counseling Services.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm not going to be able to support anything that doesn't contemplate or include, incorporate, interfere, participate, however y'all want to label it. If it doesn't have any of that with South Fulton County, I'm not going to support it.
I have a comment as well.
I have one too.
I have some too.
Okay. Commissioner Carn, Commissioner Houseman, Commissioner Ellis, and I have some questions. So, Mr. Carn.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I hear what Commissioner Arrington, Vice Chair Arrington is saying, and Commissioner Hall as well. I guess one of the questions I have is the quality of services. Again, North and South, there's always been some issues with quality of services, expectations, equity, parental participation, the whole nine. The social issues south of I-20 are pretty major issues. I look at this and it does send these services north. My question is the comparison of the quality of services, of these services that the north schools would get compared to the quality of services that we have south. And I'm no expert on the rate and quality of services, but I definitely like to see something that covers everyone at the same time. So And I don't know if can speak to the quality of services south compared to the quality of services north or not. Apparently you're saying they don't have any of these services north. Is that what I understood you to say?
No, they do have the services north.
Okay,
Correct.
these are just additional services north.
Correct.
Okay, so the north schools and the south schools have services currently. We're going to add additional services to 50 some odd schools north. And the reason why we're not adding additional services south is because of what?
So the way that we're attempting to partner with Fulton County Schools is that there were 20 schools that currently did not have any coverage at all. And so through my discussions with Fulton County Schools, they were willing to allow us to provide coverage within those 20 schools that did not have coverage. In addition, no, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I understood you to say at first when I asked the question that all of the schools had coverage currently. Okay, so I misunderstood you.
I'm sorry. And no, I probably did tell you yes.
You did tell me that.
So there are 20 schools that do not have coverage at all.
Okay. All right. Okay, go ahead. Go forward. Okay, now I can follow you.
Okay. So with the 20 new schools, we're committing to ensure that we're able to sustain presence in those 20 new schools, as well as make a commitment to Fulton County Schools that our current providers that are in the 38 county schools, we will ensure that they're able to sustain their presence in the schools and continue to provide those on-site therapy services and connect with students right now on a virtual platform.
Okay, that's where you lose me at. Because you said, okay, there are 20 schools that have no service at all. Okay, got
Correct.
it. Now, if this was something to fill that gap, those 20 schools, are they all North Fulton schools?
They're north of Atlanta, yes.
Okay, those 20 that never had any services whatsoever.
Correct.
Okay, I get that. So that every school has some of the same. But what I don't get is the additional 38. What are you covering that's not already covered in those schools? Since the 20 would cover every school,
right,
the 38 doubly covers these schools. Why?
So the 38 is to ensure sustainability within those 38 schools.
Okay,
so we have our providers in this. So we have our providers that are currently in the schools that are at risk of pulling out of the schools due to their inability perhaps to bill Medicaid or generate income for the services that are being delivered in the schools. So what we're trying to do with our providers is make sure that the commitment we're making is that we will be here and we will ensure that you have 31 clinicians within these 58 schools to provide the service.
Okay, so you're saying we're attempting to cover we're attempting to cover schools whose clinicians have not pulled out of the schools yet, even. Is that what I'm hearing?
So at this point, there is no school. So right now, it's like we're walking up. Go ahead.
Okay, you lost me. You said at this point, there is no school.
I mean, the students aren't in school right now is what I'm saying. So there are no on-site therapists currently in the schools. What we're trying to do is make sure that we don't lose that coverage in those schools because we're not able to sustain the clinicians that were in the schools prior to COVID.
Okay, well, why don't we just do this? School is open now, right? Well, first, two questions. Can we table this until the school year starts so we can see again, like Vice Chair Arrington said, what the school look like next year, number one. Can we table this and take a look at it next year when we see what the configuration of schools are going to be? That's the first question. Can we do that?
So I would like to make sure that when a social worker contacts a student doing a wellness check, that they are able to be linked to their clinician. That's just my only request is that we have that continuity.
I understand. If school is out, Okay, do these clinicians work over the summer? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so that's what I responded earlier and said, we're ready right now to do telehealth, telepsychiatry, and provide the services virtually.
I understand it. Is it a standard practice that these clinicians work over the summer every school year? Is that what they do every school year? When school is out, they are working with the students? Is that the case? Or all the previous years?
So all the previous years is based on the Apex project model. So we're not really basing our model off of Apex, which is a state model. I'm trying to collaborate with Fulton County Schools to create a new model that will be sustainable. And then how do we spread it from where we're at now to all the providers that deliver the service within Fulton County? So it's not looking like it's just a north.
Okay, now I hear all of that, but I needed a yes or no answer in terms of the question I asked. I hear what you're saying, but the question I asked, you just need an answer on that first, so I can go to my next question, if that's okay.
And I'm sorry, I don't remember the question.
Okay, let's start again. Again, do these clinicians manage students and do sessions when school is out of session over the summer? When there is no school, are they still working traditionally?
Yes, they are.
Okay, got it. Now, being that the summer school model this year, the schools that have the clinicians, they're going to be working a full schedule this summer. Do we know that?
Yes, they are.
They are? Okay. All right. Again, my suggestion was if we hold this until the new school year to see what the new school model looks like, we won't lose this funding, will we?
No, I mean, the Fulton County Schools will still have to move forward with trying to bring on those 20 new schools that currently don't have any coverage at all, so that their students can be linked to services during the summer.
And I'm fine with the portion of covering the schools that have no service at all. I don't have an issue with that. I would be okay with that part of this proposal. The other part I'd like to put on hold until we can see what school looks like come in mid-August when they come back to school. And that would be my recommendation. So that's all I got.
Thank you.
On the floor by Commissioner Hall. Next speaker, Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, thank you. Interesting discussion. I have to tell you that I'm hearing a lot from parents out there that their kids are struggling. The whole homeschooling situation that everybody was thrust into has been very problematic for a host of reasons. And Latrina, I think you understand this. You're hearing it too. So this is very needed. I don't wish to delay it till the start of school. If we can start helping these families before August, that would be very beneficial to the community. You know, as we've gone through this COVID situation, we've identified gaps in a host of areas that, you know, we've addressed. And I mean, and everything is not the same in North and South Fulton. We all should acknowledge that, and we talk about it a lot. I mean, we did a program a couple of weeks ago to supplement ambulance service in South Fulton. It was not needed in North Fulton, but that did not negate the fact that it was needed in South Fulton, and we went forward with it. So I don't think that we're always talking about apples here. I think we have unique situations that do need to be addressed with our safety net services, and behavioral health is at the top of the list right now for a lot of families out there. So I hope we'll move forward with this. I hope that we'll support our families in the gaps that we've identified that are needed. And I hope that we'll do it now and not wait until August, because the situation is going to be even worse for these families if we wait 3, 4, 5 more months. And as a side note, I'll tell you that I was on a call this morning with the governor and the ACCG Board of Managers. And one of the things he mentioned was a call that the governor's had with the White House on Monday, where mental health issues is at the top of the list of the next wave of concern that the feds have. They're seeing it all over the country. So it's not unique to us. It is a priority all the way from the White House down here to the county level. And I hope that we'll move forward on this. I think that it's a time bomb that we really need to get a handle on and help these families because they're struggling. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis, then back to Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this month is Mental Health Awareness Month, and probably in ordinary circumstances, we would have read a proclamation, smiled, and took a bunch of photos. Today, we have an opportunity to do something that goes beyond a photo. It has a long-lasting impact. And COVID certainly will enhance sort of the mental health challenges that all of our youth are facing. But they're facing it, they were facing it even pre-COVID. And quite frankly, if we are supposed to be the conduit for providing these sort of safety net behavioral health services for both adults and especially for children, we've not done a very good job of it historically, nor through today. Behavioral health in providing those services is a challenging web, I think, as we all know, as we've kind of tried to move into sort of a new model. Typically, you know, those funding streams and many times have come from the states to different providers. We're not a state provider. We all know that. That's part of the reason why we're kind of faced with this sort of quirky situation that we are right here. That the state's providing funding direct to certain providers and they're in turn providing services within a certain footprint of our county, where there are no state contracts that are going into another part. You know, we can get hung up on that, or we can choose to do something about things today. I think under our current model, as I understand it, with Chris 180, and Latrina, you can help me if I'm reading this wrong. We're serving about 835 people, is that right? On the youth side?
As of today, yes.
Yeah. And, when it looks into, if you look in terms of where our services are provided, there definitely is, there definitely is a dearth in sort of North Fulton. And there has been for quite some time relative to where our facilities are and the number of hours we operate, et cetera. So it is a gap, kind of in the area that I serve. So I'm not hiding from that. I'm just pointing that out. This model that we're talking about right here, I mean, we've been grinding on sort of this new model. We're serving about 835 people. Some providers have gone out on their own and tried to take some risk on their own to try to figure out how to serve an unmet need, which we probably should have been stepping in the gap and fill it, but we weren't. And they're approaching us now, and we've got arrangements with them and have the opportunity to, in essence, sort of enter into a program that's going to be a heck of a lot more cost efficient than anything we're doing, and serve a significant number more people. I've spoken with the folks at Summit, and I think that they'll probably be approaching 2,700 students that they would have the opportunity to serve if we reach some sort of agreement with this particular model that we're entering into right now. Without this sort of arrangement, none of those people are going to be reached. And we're going to have gaps. We're going to have continued challenges. Mental health with youth is really, in many ways, is no different than early intervention for a child with reading. Kind of the gaps are even more pronounced when it comes to mental health than they are with education, in terms of not reaching to those services, getting to folks with mental health challenges. I think in terms of looking at some of the stuff, as I was reading around Mental Health Awareness Month, that probably in the neighborhood of 70 to 75% of those who need mental health services don't have access to them, don't receive them, don't get them. The beauty of this particular program that we're talking about, and kind of what's in place with some of our other providers, some other providers through other contracts, is it meets the child where they are, and it gives them the opportunity to get into that therapy that they need in advance before it turns into a suicide issue, before it turns into a drug and alcohol issue, and even gets them to the point where, if they do find themselves into one of those situations, then they're getting themselves the help they need versus entering into a pattern that's going to lead them down to a path of potentially, whether it's death or crime or permanent incarceration, or a lifetime of trying to figure out how they live as a functioning adult when they could have learned they could have learned those kind of social and coping skills early on, versus being essentially functionally disabled as an adult in society. So I think what we're talking about here has a huge potential impact, and from a dollar standpoint of what we're talking about spending is peanuts based upon some of this other stuff that we're sitting here, that we've been talking about and discussing today. I think, there should be more money placed in here than even what there is. But I'm certainly, advocating that we move forward with it today. The sense of urgency is it's right here. It can't wait. As people with issues, they're just magnifying and growing every day. And waiting any longer, to me, is sort of just not an option. And I hope that everybody will look at this and support it. And then this will be something that we can continue to grow and build upon, take within APS, see if there's an opportunity to, bring on those other providers into our fold versus be a separate contract, but certainly don't disrupt them. So that holistically, somewhere down the road, that we've got a powerhouse behavioral health delivery model for children that's highly recognized. And it's highly functional and having a great long-term impact on Fulton County. So commissioners, I just hope that you look at this and provide your full support to it. Thank you.
Vice Chair Arrington. Vice Chair.
Okay, Chair. I guess I'm supportive of this in theory. Let me ask you, Ms. Foster, you said people in Fulton County are already covered by our existing contract?
To receive outpatient services, yes, sir.
So that would include students at these 58 schools who are already covered by the existing contract with Chris 180?
If they want to receive outpatient services. This particular proposal focuses on on-site services. So if you want to bring your child to a clinic, you have 3 clinics that you have access to. But if we're going to bring a service to you, that's this proposal.
Okay, so anyone whose child is at one of those 58 schools is already covered by Chris 180. I guess what I'm trying to get to is we're already paying Chris 80. These people are already covered one way. So then now we're gonna pay them again to cover the same people that are already covered another way? And the only thing anybody can do now is telemedicine anyway. I can't go to you, you can't come to me. Can't nobody go to anybody. The only thing that can be done right now is telemedicine. Why can't that be covered under the existing contract with Chris 180?
So under the existing contract that we have with Chris 180 is to provide outpatient behavioral health services, which means that a person obtains their services from one of our clinics. At least one of our clinics is your home therapy base. This particular proposal is just focusing on having a staff dedicated to a school, or in some instances, it may be 2 schools, but having a dedicated staff member with a specialty in behavioral health and substance use and mental illness to be able to address the students within that particular school, where they learn the environment, they learn the parents, they learn the culture, and then they're able to craft group sessions around that particular school. They're able to craft parent engagement events around, so it's like having a customized clinician designed just to address your school.
They can't do any parent events right now. Nobody can do any events right now. What are y'all talking about?
Commissioner Arrington, I hear you 100%. And so all I'm saying is that if I have a dedicated clinician dedicated to one particular school, as that clinician responsible for that school, it's time for me to get creative, start creating some Zoom meetings just for that school, some grief counseling sessions just for those parents for that school. So I'm just dedicated to making life better for students and parents within that school, whether I have to do it virtually right now, stepping outside of the box, or when things turn back to whatever our new normal will be, I'm ready to address their needs.
And I'm saying is, why can't that be covered under the existing contract where we already, how much are we already paying Chris 180 on an annual basis?
We pay Chris 180 $2 million to operate 3 outpatient clinics, Adamsville Regional Health Center, Oak Hill Child and Adolescent, and North Fulton Service Center.
So maybe we need to start with the definition. Outpatient, inpatient. None of that exists anymore. It's all telemedicine now. Is telemedicine outpatient or is that inpatient?
So in response to COVID-19, the federal government and local states had to adjust to where we were. And so telemedicine is now a service that can be offered instead of your typical outpatient service being rendered.
But
in the past, insurances wouldn't even pay for that.
But so if the definition of outpatient then has been expanded to include telemedicine, why can't that be covered under existing contract? What's the number of people that they're supposed to service under the, if they're supposed to service 100,000 people under the existing contract and they're only servicing 20,000, why can't we add these people from these 58 schools to the existing contract?
I just don't think I know you won't have the staff's capacity to be able to manage 58 schools with a $2 million contract on top of managing 3 outpatient clinics.
Well, I'm supportive of this idea and concept. I think it's a little too early. I would like to see a school board vote on how the next school year is going to look prior to making any decision on this.
I had one last question.
Okay, Commissioner Carn.
Ms. Latrina, I do have a better understanding of it now. First, so we already have that direct school interrelation already in all of the other schools. That's question number 1.
Correct.
Okay. Second question is, would you say that this supplemental coverage is not needed in the other schools, in the South County schools?
All the schools in the South are currently covered by providers that are just not Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health providers. Okay.
Would you say the coverage that they get is of the same quality that this will be, that you provide the additional coverage to the 38 in the North?
So I would say the only difference, as I indicated earlier, would be that trauma-informed training to the school personnel to cultivate a trauma-informed environment. I haven't heard any complaints from the director of their social work services around any of the providers. And typically when there is an issue with a provider, they just come up with a plan on how they're going to address it.
Okay, that answers my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I've listened intently to all of this, and the fact that there have been so many questions says to me that I'm not sure it is as well thought out as it should have been or could have been. I have a few very basic questions. Number 1, is my understanding that if this is approved and that funding is provided in future years, this then will basically fulfill our commitment to youth in Fulton County. Is that not what I've been hearing?
Yes, sir. I think our primary youth program.
Y'all need to hear this, commissioners. And we have a lot of, $25,000 for a T-ball and $10,000 for a picnic at the park. Now this, if we do this, if we go down this route, this road will be our Fulton County's commitment to youth in Fulton County, which is okay, but that's a significant change from the way that things have been done in the past. That's just an observation. Number two, what I don't understand still is what is the role of the Fulton County school system and the Atlanta school system in providing counseling? That's what it was. The counseling is what we're calling it. What's there in behavioral health counseling? What's the role of the Atlanta school system and the Fulton County school system?
So I think it's an aspirational goal for both of them to have that service available to all of their students. I mean, if you look at best practices across the country, that is what every school board is looking for, to ensure that their students have access to on-site school-based therapy. And so at some points, like right now, Fulton County schools, they have access to a little bit of funding to provide $8,000 for startup costs for behavioral health services, on-site behavioral health services.
Here's what I'm asking. If it's important to the school systems, just as books are or laptops are, why don't they provide it?
My answer to that would be funding, that the funding is not available to provide it.
Well, then they're not making it a priority. The funding is there. So then why are we doing it?
Because this is what we do. Chairman Pitts, our passion is to ensure that people have access to behavioral health services in all arenas.
Bravo.
Just a minute now, just a minute. And I appreciate that. This is what we do. It's one of the things that we do. And I think that if this is going to be the model, then we should be the best at it if we're going to do it. If we're going to go full blast and do this going forward, I'm all for it. Now, how many providers are there?
There are 4 providers within, well, there's 5 actually. So there's 4 providers that are providing services throughout the Fulton County schools, but then there's 1 provider that has 1 school, which I think at the end of last school year, they were pulled out and replaced with one of the 4 providers.
Where do the other 4 or 5 providers get their funding?
So multiple providers receive what we call Apex project funding, which is a state-funded program to provide school-based therapy services. In Fulton County, there are 10% of our schools that are covered by Apex project funding. At one point, Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health received $214,000 per year to provide services within 6 schools through this Apex project funding. They removed the funding from us December 31st, 2019, because they were not in agreement with our model. They felt like it created confusion. And so they wanted to reallocate that funding, which is fine. We're still committed to providing the service. So this is a way to ensure that all of our students have access to the care.
Okay. And do parents pay anything?
In some instances, there are situations where parents are responsible for paying for the service. Some students are able to, well, let me take that back. Some providers are able to bill Medicaid that are in Title I schools or schools that students have Medicaid insurance. Some providers bill private insurance as well because they're on their insurance panels. And then some providers have a sliding scale fee for parents to be able to pay based on a sliding scale fee, which is based on their income.
So it's all over the map, man. That's what it sounds like what you're saying.
It's about 4 different buckets, yes, sir.
So is it your intent and your dream, your plan, then at some point going forward for Fulton County to fund all of these for the sake of consistency countywide?
I would like for
that it will become a line item, something that we will fund each year?
Thank you. Yes, my goal is to ensure that we are pretty much the ones providing the oversight for the delivery of this school-based program throughout Fulton County, not just in North Fulton, not just in South Fulton. We have great providers that are already in South Fulton delivering this service. There's no need in removing them, but how do we bring all of these services together and develop one comprehensive model that's consistent across the county? And that is the end goal, is that we provide oversight, administrative oversight over all the Fulton County school-based programs. Therapy.
And that would mean funding from my perspective, based on what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
And the
Yes.
funding would go away, and this would be something we would fund on an annual basis in lieu of the other programs that we typically fund that relate to youth. If that's the plan, it's a new plan, and maybe it makes sense. Vice Chair Arrington wants to be heard again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the plan. And I don't know if I'm gonna be if that is the plan, I don't know that I will be able to support it. How much minority participation is there in these 4 or 5 providers?
Good
How much?
afternoon. I'm sorry, Latrina. This is Felicia. Chris 180 and these providers are nonprofit, not nonprofits, they're community-based service providers. So they are not designated as a minority, female, or business enterprise.
Okay, sounds like 0 to me. Thank you.
No, sir, it's not a 0. These organizations are like nonprofits. They're run by boards and not individuals. And under the state of Georgia law, they're considered a community-based provider.
Right, which means they can't be a minority provider, which means there's 0 minority providers.
Which means they're a nonprofit, which means they're run by a board. We can tell you I can find out what the board composition is, but they cannot be designated as a minority, female, small business, because it's not an individual that owns a company.
I understand. That still means it equals 0.
Yeah, I think he's right. So we spent a lot of time on this. The motion on the floor, if I recall correctly, is an amendment by Commissioner Hall. We need to vote on that amendment first. So let's vote on the Hall amendment. Where's my list? Commissioner
Hall amendment was to hold.
We'll have to deal with Commissioner Hall's amendment first.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Chairman, if you could hear what the amendment was again.
Hall?
I think Commissioner
Can the clerk sound it, please?
Commissioner Hall made the amendment to include South Fulton in the trauma training.
That's essentially it. Who's asking?
Did she hear?
Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Morris, is that okay?
I just wanted to understand what the amendment was. I had not recalled it after the long discussions.
Okay. So, is that a yes?
Did I understood it? Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
I want to vote no. I almost want to offer a substitute motion to hold until it can come back with this plan that includes APS and South Fulton. I'm not sold on this.
Wait, why is APS? They have Chris 180 themselves.
Okay, guys, we're in the middle of a vote now. So, Commissioner Arrington?
Okay.
Yes or no?
I'm just gonna vote no.
Commissioner Carn?
I vote yes.
I vote yes. So the amendment passes. Now, on the motion as amended, Commissioner Hausman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Morris? Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington? Commissioner Carn?
No.
Is that Carn or Arrington?
No, that was Arrington.
Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And the motion passes.
Next item.
Continuing on page 6, 20-0371, Board of Registration and Elections update.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I think county manager shared with you a fact sheet that I put together that I'm going to go over real quick regarding the June 9th, 2020 primary. Of course, the COVID-19 crisis has had a monumental impact on all aspects of government. The impact that it has had on elections has been particularly notable. We've had dates, as you know, from the March 24th presidential preference primary was delayed 2 weeks into early voting and moved to the May 19th general primary. The general primary was then delayed to June 9th. The absentee ballots still have May 19th, 2020 listed as the date of the election published on them. And that caused a lot of confusion for voters. We had a number of people show up yesterday at polling sites around the county thinking that it was election day. So that was one item that confused voters. The merging of the elections, we had the presidential preference primary combined with the general primary, the nonpartisan general, and the special election. That we, because of the new voting system and the size of our county, and because 2 elections are combined into the memory, and there are 3 parties, the Republican, Democrat, and nonpartisan, we have to have 2 scanners at each site, 1 for City of Atlanta voters and 1 for voters that are outside of the City of Atlanta. That has also caused confusion. We've had issues with the scanners shutting down on their own. The vendor and the state are working to help us to figure out why that is happening. We have backups at each of those, but all of these are taking up space in the early voting sites. The absentee ballots, the Secretary of State's office took an unprecedented step of mailing absentee ballot applications to every registered voter in the state, which was greatly appreciated. It's resulted in a historically high rate of vote by mail participation. In 2016's general primary, we only received 947 absentee ballots. So far, through yesterday, we've already received 18,508 absentee ballots. I will get into more of the numbers shortly. Locations and people. Some of our poll locations and poll workers have withdrawn from participation due to COVID-19 concerns. We've had a decrease in polling locations from 198 locations to 168, resulting from 43 changes to polling locations. And all but 2 of those changes are directly related to COVID-19 concerns. We had in April, one of our staff members die from COVID, and another, Ralph Jones, the registration chief, contracted coronavirus along with his wife. Both of them recovered. Those cases highlight the risk to employees and voters and the need for precautions to protect health and safety. The AJC reported that according to City of Milwaukee's Board of Health, 67 coronavirus infections resulted from the Wisconsin primary election on the 7th of April. Georgia Public Broadcasting reported today that 2 election workers in McDuffie County outside of Augusta tested positive for COVID-19. So their election staff dropped from 4 people to 2. And they still haven't finished processing all their absentee ballot applications. And 2 of those staffers were of the 3 that processed their absentee by mail. And these situations are why we reduced our early voting locations. We're limiting the number of people allowed within polling sites, why we're encouraging absentee by mail, and why we reduced early voting hours. We have received 139,164 ballot requests. In a typical presidential election, we will get somewhere between 28 and 32,000 absentee by mail ballots returned to us. So we are way beyond a presidential year. We have processed through yesterday 114,059 of those requests. Another 12,000 of those requests have been distributed to staff and we expect to be caught up by Sunday with all of the requests. What we are seeing, we have processed all of the ballot application requests that we've received through the Postal Service by fax, and in one of the email boxes, the elections.absentee email. All of those are processed. We're working on the elections.voter registration email right now, and that is where we are distributing the remaining work out to workers. Voters received absentee by mail applications from the Secretary of State's office. They returned those completed applications to Fulton County by mail, email, or fax. Each of those ballot applications is opened by a worker, and the data is entered into the state system. The ballots are then mailed to the voter by the Secretary of State's office. The Secretary of State's office has a third-party vendor that is managing the mailing. It's Runbeck. They are out of Arizona, so there is a delay once those are issued from our office and mailed to get from Arizona to here. It's somewhere between 7 to 14 days before the ballots are showing up in people's homes. The number of absentee ballot applications received to date is approximately 4.5 times the number we received for the 2016 presidential election. This has resulted in delays as we work to address the backlog. Also, we lost 5 valuable processing days in April due to Beverly Walker's death and the subsequent department decontamination. To meet the unprecedented number of absentee ballot requests, employees have been reassigned from other Fulton County departments to assist registration and elections. We've received a lot of help from the county manager's office and the executive leadership in the county to get staff from other departments, and those directors have been very cooperative in helping us. We've had help from the tax commissioner, tax assessor, finance, and the libraries. Those employees from those other departments have been invaluable for processing these ballot applications. And also in terms of the libraries, we have people from the libraries that are actually working at the early voting sites as well as line managers and information attendants as voters wait in line. For the first time, the state election board has allowed installation of ballot boxes, drop boxes for the return of absentee ballots. Fulton County has installed 20 absentee ballot boxes in secure sites with 24/7 video surveillance. By the close of business today, all the ballot boxes will have 24-hour surveillance. All the boxes will be unlocked, and a press release will go out today announcing the availability of these boxes. Also, a GIS link will go up that will have a map that will show all of the boxes, a picture of them, as well as the address. And we expect to have those those drop boxes in place through the January election of next year. Fulton County encourages all voters to participate by mail. However, in-person voting is still available. We have implemented several health and safety measures, including personal protective equipment for all poll workers. We require them to wear this throughout their shifts. The poll workers at early voting sites are wearing face shields, gloves, and face masks. In addition, we have styluses for voters that are sanitized between each voter. We request that all voters wear a face covering. More than 90% of the voters we're seeing are wearing some sort of face covering. We are enforcing social distancing, requiring that voters stay at least 6 feet apart. We limit the number of voters in the poll at any given time, as recommended by the CDC. Due to the extraordinarily high participation of voters by mail and to mitigate the number of voters in the polls, Fulton County has reduced the number of early voting sites from 35, which included our 2-day outreach sites, down to 5. We had planned on having between 22 and 24 permanent sites, and now we have 5 for this election. All the early voting sites are subject to the safety requirements described above. Through the first 2 days of early voting, we had 1,440 people vote. CT Martin had 438 voters. South Annex had 339. Alpharetta Library had 256, followed by 218 at Sandy Springs and 189 at Garden Hills Elementary. Through today, we had lines at the South Annex. We've had a line there most of the day. The other 4 locations, we began this morning opening the polls at 7 a.m. instead of the 9 a.m. that we had them open. That has had a big impact at Alpharetta and at CT Martin on the lines. We didn't have a number of voters lined up at those locations before the polls opened, as we had the first 2 days when we opened at 9 o'clock. We also expanded the number of ballot marking devices at CT Martin to 32 voting machines from 12 today. We moved to a larger room there to accommodate more machines, voters and poll workers. In addition, at the South Annex, we expanded today into behavioral health space, and we increased the number of ballot marking devices from 6 to 14 voting machines. We increased the number of machines at Garden Hills from 6 to 10 yesterday, and tomorrow we will increase from the number of ballot marking devices from 6 to 10, and at Sandy Springs we're going to go from 12 to 16. In addition, we are increasing the number of check-in stations at CT Martin, Alpharetta Library, and the South Annex. We were able to get, one of the challenges we've had also is getting early voting workers. We were able to get another check-in clerk to report to South Annex tomorrow, and we will might have a second one that will also begin work at the South Annex tomorrow. One of the things that we've had issues with at the South Annex is that a number of voters there are canceling their absentee ballot applications. The Secretary of State yesterday, I understand, did a press conference encouraging voters that had applied for a ballot by mail to vote by mail, because what is happening in particular at the South Annex is that the line is slowing and lengthening because of all of the canceled ballot affidavits. Yesterday by 1:30 in the afternoon, they had 50 canceled absentee ballot applications, and that is slowing the process at these polling sites. In total, for our election day locations, 43 polling locations have declined to participate in the June 9th election. We have either identified alternate sites in nearby precincts, or we've tried to find new ones. The majority of the locations are within 2 miles and up to 3 miles from the previous site. So we will be down at least 32 locations on election day. We are still having polling sites drop out. Hopefully it will stop between now and June 9th, and we won't have any, but with fewer locations on election day, and if voters cancel their absentee ballot applications on election day, we do expect to see lines if we have a high in-person turnout on election day. With the number of absentee ballot applications that we've received, if all of those people turn in their absentee ballots, we will far exceed the turnout in the 2016 general primary, which was 13.7%. That would be about 106,000 voters. So if we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 120,000 people return their absentee ballots, we will, just by absentee ballots alone, far exceed the turnout in 2016's general primary. Approximately 200 to 300 Fulton County poll workers have declined to participate in the June 9th election. We're working to fill those gaps. In some parts of the county, we have precincts where we have had one person commit to work, and then in other precincts, we have 13 people that have said they will work. We're trying to move those workers and finding the ones that are willing to go work in another precinct from where they're familiar in order to serve the voters in all those precincts. We have been training all of the poll workers via video that was produced in partnership with FGTV, and the poll workers are finishing those up. We, as of I think the end of last week, we had over 350 that had completed the poll worker training course. One advantage that we'll have over some of or all the other counties in the state is that we have those carriers. So we'll be able to hook up the equipment when it goes out to the sites, because none of the poll workers have used this equipment before that are going to be going out on election day. So having it already hooked up in the carriers is going to help tremendously with regard to Fulton County. We're also going to have 58 election day technicians out in the field, so that we will have approximately one technician for every 3 polling sites on election day. The state election board approved a new allowance for counties to begin processing absentee ballots by mail beginning on Monday, the 1st of June. The significance of that is that before, Georgia law only allowed for us to begin processing absentee ballots on the morning of election day beginning at 7 a.m. That would have been a monumental task for us to take on. We do have a large area of the Georgia World Congress Center reserved for election day, and we will be moving in there on the Sunday before election day, and we will have that through Wednesday, the day after election day. But we will begin to open and scan ballots beginning on the 1st of June ahead of the 9th of June election day. And due to the unusually high volume of absentee ballots and to accommodate social distancing among poll workers, we decided to go with the Georgia World Congress Center to process absentee ballots, so we make sure that we get all of those done on election day. And we have a commitment from executive leadership at the county to provide us with between 200 and 250 workers to help us on June 8th and June 9th to get all of those absentee ballots processed and scanned, so that we can get our results out as early as possible on election night. And that is what I have right now, and I'm happy to take questions.
I have a few questions and comments.
Mr. Carn, Vice Chair had his hand first, then you follow Vice Chair. Vice Chair?
Rick, thank you for all your work. I know this is a crazy time and dealing with a lot of different challenges. I am disappointed, though, however, that we do not have an equal number of voting precincts in South Fulton as we do in North Fulton. I think that is a travesty, and I understand that the legislature said they wanted another precinct in North Fulton or in the city close to North Fulton, but you know, the Board of Commissioners has routinely said that we want equity and equality, and it seems like every election cycle we have to deal with this same issue. And so I'm just extremely disappointed. I guess I don't know if that's your office or if that's the board that decides those locations, but we should not have to revisit the same issue
of having the same number of precincts in South Fulton as they do in North Fulton every election cycle. That's insanity.
Well, what we do is we have the same, when we cite early voting locations, we put an equal number in each one of the commissioner districts in order to spread the early voting sites around from one end of the county to the other. In this instance, we had two sites selected at the South Annex and the CT Martin, and then one at Sandy Springs Library and a fourth at Alpharetta Library. After speaking with the Fulton County delegation, they urged me to request from the board to get something either in Midtown or Buckhead, because we didn't have anything between CT Martin and Sandy Springs. And so there was a big hole in the center of the county. And we ended up being able, through talking with APS, to get Garden Hills Elementary. And that is supposed to service anywhere from the Midtown to Buckhead area.
Yeah, but why speak to the delegation and not to the commission? If you're going to speak to the Fulton delegation about what their needs and desires are, it would seem that you would equally speak to the Fulton Commission about what our needs and our desires are.
Yeah, well, I brought that to the Board of Registration and Elections. I asked them if they had any objection to put something in Midtown or Buckhead, and that APS had offered, or we had gone to them and they had said that Garden Hills would be available. And so I went to the BRE on that to get that approved.
Mr. Barron, but I guess what I'm saying to you is, from the Board of Commissioners standpoint, I can't speak for anyone but me, I always want to see an equal number. I don't want to see more precincts in North Fulton than in South Fulton. It's inherently unfair.
Yeah,
it creates a bigger burden on the voters in South Fulton. They have to wait in longer lines because they don't have as many options. It's unfair and it's racist.
I understand. We tried to do our best for this election. We're limited with the number of poll workers we could get, and the Midtown and Buckhead area, which is a significant part of the middle part of the county, didn't have an early voting site because we didn't have access to Ponce Library, Northside Library, or Buckhead Library. So we were limited in where we could place a site. My preference probably would have been to go with Ponce Library, so it was more in the center.
Anything else, Vice Chair? Mr. Karn?
Thank you. Rick, I listened to everything you said, and I've heard you clearly. Here's my thing. This week, the performance of this elections department was one of the most embarrassing public displays of incompetence and mismanagement that I have ever seen in my 13 years in elected office. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. 3-hour waits, 4-hour waits for seniors. You're supposed to have managers that can look and see if there's a long line forming. If you got 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds standing for hours on end, they don't have the wherewithal to offer them a chair, a seat. People can't stand in line for 3 hours and 4 hours and no one offer them a bottle of water. These are elementary things that anybody running any kind of a department, organization, business entity, or nursery school would know to accommodate their customers. These residents are our customers, are your customers. And they're paying customers because they pay their taxes to fund your salary, my salary, the building, the lights, the chairs, the bottled water, and everything that they asked for that they did not receive on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Now we had 6 elected officials from multi-jurisdictions to have to come down to one precinct from multiple levels of elected office in order to get somebody to realize that there's a problem down here persistently after you promised you were resolving the problems from Monday. After Monday, you said you would go from 6 machines at South County to 12. Well, there weren't 12 machines running today.
Yeah, there were 14 actually.
Well, I was told, according to one of the workers, they said there were only 8 running.
No,
So-
that's not true. There were 14 set up this morning.
Okay, so why did it still take over 2 hours for folks to fill out these forms? I've heard your reasons. I've heard the reasons. I've heard the excuses. At the end of the day, the type of preparation we need, apparently we're not able to prepare for that type of service capacity. We knew that the state's plan was a disaster. That was obvious. You send out 6.9 million ballots, absentee ballots by mail, and you're not prepared to process them. This is the state. Then of course people are going to abandon the mail-in process due to the extreme delays and say, I want my vote to count, I'm going to go in person. We have to anticipate this stuff. You know, yes, the state screwed up, but that doesn't mean Fulton County needs to screw up again as well. I am not happy about how this turned out. I am not, and every reason that we have spectacular reasons every time there's a goof up in these elections. But it doesn't matter what the reasons are to the residents at the end of the day. We've got $100 million to accommodate all the types of things and issues that we have. Polling sites dropping out, that could have been resolved. There's enough funding here to make sure we get the polling sites we need.
Well, if we have polling sites,
I'm not finished. I'll listen to you. I don't really want comments here. I just want you to hear me clearly. This is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. And I know there are 101 excuses. Regardless, you prepare and you get this stuff fixed at the end of the day. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is absolutely unacceptable. So, you know, there is a serious lack of training here with these poll managers as well, I believe. And I don't know what the training course looks like nowadays because I went through it years ago. But apparently you need to revamp that because there's a lack of training here with managers, with poll workers, so on and so forth. There needs to be more time, more thought put into these things when we plan these things out. And I just feel there need to be some serious changes made. This is unacceptable to tens of thousands of residents. Tens of thousands. And everything that you're telling me and every reason that you have for what happened and this caused this and the state caused this and the pandemic caused that. None of that matters to a voter that's been standing for 3.5 hours. None of that matters. All that matters is your Fulton County elections and you're supposed to handle it and accommodate whatever comes. Pandemic, typhoon, tornado. The vote at the end of the day is what makes this whole thing go into motion.
Can I?
And you know, there has been no sense of urgency from this department. I don't think you all take this position seriously enough. And I think this whole department just really needs a swift kick in the pants, to be honest. And I would like to see some things improve there. So that's all I got to say about that.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes, sir. So I just want to say that I have seen where Mr. Barron has been very responsive to all of the emails and the questions and issues that have come through my office. And I mean, very responsive, quick, same day, and resolving things, even with the absentee ballots, with the envelope not being in there and it's 2 pieces of paper. I mean, he has been on it personally. So I don't want to just, you know, I don't want him to feel like he's just been a failure. That is not true. I mean, we're going to always have issues, especially now with this COVID-19, this is an entirely different situation that we're trying to deal with. We didn't know that we were going to have to be 6 feet apart and standing outside and lines wrapped around and all of that. And so he adjusted really fast. I have to say that, because I was getting pictures and text messages and phone calls. And Commissioner Carn, you even called me and said, have you heard about the issues I had? And I was trying to respond to them, and Mr. Barron jumped right on it. You know, we do have this, we've been addressing it, and there was an issue that I do have to share with everyone in case you did not know. People went to vote yesterday at CT Martin, and my own staff person went to vote, and there was an issue with one of the poll workers literally taking the ballot from the voter after they had finished voting and looking at their ballot. And my team member sent the email to Mr. Barron, and he addressed the situation as soon as he could. And he said, no one working in the polls should be looking at the voters' ballots after they cast their votes, not for any reason whatsoever. And he went on to correct that situation. So I do want to let everyone know he is working very hard.
I think she muted.
Sorry, Mr. Barron. I was saying, do you need more people? I mean, what is the situation that you're experiencing and seeing? I know you moved everyone at CT Martin from the small room to a larger room. You added more of the voting machines, and you know, you corrected all the issues to ensure that they would vote more smoothly today. I was told that the line was not so long and things were moving around much better. So, I mean, what have you seen is the issue so that we can address that and get this corrected even faster, especially before we get to the big voting day? Because I think that on June 9th, we're probably going to see a lot of voters.
Yeah, I think so. And I think we did not, you know, when we picked these 5 sites and made the determinations of, you know, where we were going to have the sites, and with the number of absentee ballot applications that went out, I think we weren't sure how many people were going to show up to vote on Monday. I think that the lines that, especially that formed before voting started on Monday morning, and then again on Tuesday morning, the lines were so long before the polls opened that it was hard to catch up at CT Martin and the South Annex. And I think one of the things that's hampered the situation, in particular at the South Annex, is that there is a higher number of people that are canceling absentee ballot applications there than at the other sites. And so that is really having an impact on processing there. Now, we are working on getting we were able to get another person hired today to work at the South Annex, and we will probably have a second one. So we will have up to 5 full-time check-in stations at the South Annex tomorrow. We were able to move over into behavioral health and get some more voting machines in there. So hopefully by tomorrow we will see faster processing times at the South Annex. I had Mary Carol Cooney, the chair, went by CT Martin today around noon, and they had no line there. And I received some pictures today as well from CT Martin, and they were processing voters quickly there all day. Alpharetta had a line on Monday afternoon and some yesterday, but the line has been, for the most part, alleviated today. I think just expanding the hours from 9 a.m. down to 7 a.m. allowed the poll workers to get ahead of the situation in the morning rather than having a long line when they opened. We've gotten so much support from the county. with regard to processing absentee ballot applications, I think the lag time that from just having ballots mailed from out of state has been an issue, but it seems to be getting better. I've got anecdotal accounts of one family member getting a ballot one day, and then 5 days later, the other 3 members of the family get their ballots, and they're all issued on the same day. So I'm not sure what happens with the Postal Service. I don't know if they've been affected by the coronavirus, but we are trying to make improvements in the 5 sites that we have. They all are subject to social distancing restrictions, which has caused, we've had lines way out the door. I think by the time tomorrow rolls around, we should have enough staff in place. A lot of staff from early voting from previous elections have declined to work because they are nervous about contracting the virus. But I think once we get all of the absentee ballot applications processed this week, then that should allow some of the people that are concerned with their absentee ballot applications to be able to look on MVP and see that the ballot has been issued. We've been making progress every day on that. I hear what Commissioner Carn said. With regard to the polling sites that we're losing on election day, those are almost all, we've either lost senior centers or senior assisted living centers. So we have no choice in that matter. Many churches are closed and they do not want to reopen to have us in there. That has been the vast majority of it. Because the election got delayed to June 9th, we lost a number of schools because they had renovations scheduled. We were able to either move to a different school or consolidate at other locations. We will have, in some of these sites, we are limited in space, but we are going to try to encourage people to return their absentee ballots. And we continue to say that. Hopefully people heard the Secretary of State yesterday encouraging people to do that as well. But I get a lot of support from the county, especially through county manager, with whatever we need. And we will make sure that and I know that the Chairman Pitts has been in on a lot of those meetings as well. City of Atlanta helped us out with CT Martin, but sometimes if we have a situation arise, it might take a day to get the problem solved.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question or two.
Yeah, the floor, Commissioner Austin.
Okay, so these polling locations, hi Rick, how are you, by the way?
Fine, thank you.
These polling location changes, has the voters in those areas been notified officially of those changes?
We have ordered the precinct cards, and on Friday, a head of household mailing is going to go out to all of those precincts.
Are we going to put it on our website, do some sort of press release as well?
Yes, and we've got it up on the website now, and we've been working with external affairs on that. In addition, we are going to notify city clerks, council members in those cities, neighborhood planning units in the city of Atlanta, put them up, and we're going to put that up on those changes up on Nextdoor as well. And then Jessica, I believe, has an email list of about 20,000 contacts that we will send those out to in addition.
Okay. As you know, I've been checking in with you periodically about the processing of the absentee ballot applications. I don't think we can blame the state on our delay in processing those applications. No, I think that's disingenuous of anyone to think it's the state's fault. Okay, you're not going to disagree with me there?
No, it's not the state. No, the processing, once we get the applications back, that's on us. I think once we issue it, I think the vendor that's handling the mailing part of it is there. I know that it's taking somewhere between 7 to 14 days.
No, I just checked and it's about 2 to 4 days. They're required to send them out, in a time period. And so the mail may be slow, but they're getting them out. They're getting them out.
It's taking about a week at least for the mail to get from Arizona to Georgia.
Well, I do think that the reason we're having so many people vote in person is because they haven't gotten their processed absentee ballot, okay, for whatever reason. And so again, I don't think we can blame the state for that. I think the state did us a pretty big favor in doing this whole program to try and help us not have so many people in person vote. So I hope that everybody understands that and appreciates it because they did do us a favor. As far as the early processing of the absentee ballots, are we prepared to do that? Are we staffing up? Do we have the location designated? Everything underway for that piece?
Yeah, we're starting to plan for the early processing of that now, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate what you're doing. I mean, I'm disappointed that it's taken so long to process these, especially on an email. I mean, people think they do something on email, it's going to be answered right away. Good grief, if I get an email and I don't answer it in 30 minutes, people think, I've quit my job. So I think there's been a disconnect there that was held to the end, so I hope that in the future we, have a better return rate on processing these things.
Yeah, we've learned a lot about processing absentee by mail applications, both through the mail and through electronically this time. And so hopefully what we'll also have in the future, at least with the absentee by mail inbox, is be able to get some sort of a confirmation email that can be sent out. Unfortunately, right now, the only way somebody can get a confirmation is through the fax. And there isn't a confirmation that is set up with that email box. It has something to do with it being a group email that doesn't allow for a confirmation to get sent out.
Well, again, as of today, I'm getting inquiries from folks that haven't gotten their ballot processed yet. So I know you're on it. I don't know what kind of communication we should put out there to folks to let them know that not to worry and that they can still vote by mail if they don't want to come in person. But I think we need to be doing that.
Yes, and we've been in contact with External Affairs about it. I know that something was put out on social media today regarding the processing of absentee ballot applications.
Yeah, everybody doesn't look at social media. So, all right. Well, anyway, stay safe and thank you.
Thanks.
Questions or comments? Anybody else? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Barron. Next
Thank
item.
you.
Page 6, 20-0372, County Manager, request ratification of countywide COVID-19 emergency procurement.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
All right, motion is to approve. Is there a second? All right, I'll second. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman.
Are we gonna have any discussion on this, or there's no presentation?
Ask for a discussion. No one said anything.
Is there a presentation though?
No. Ratification. Other
Oh,
questions?
What are we voting on? What's the agenda item?
Just a minute. Commissioner Carn, followed by Commissioner Hall.
I was hoping there was going to be a presentation here, but you're saying that there's not a presentation. And I know we talked about it at the meeting before, but again, I would like to see some type of allotment for the public for some type of face mask of whatever sort. And I do not see that in here once again, but I think this is a public need. If we're going to get out of this thing and have a much better outcome, I think it's something that's definitely needed. So again, I would stress that we put in some funding for the public to have direct access to some protection.
Okay,
So
Commissioner-
Commissioner Carn, you said you don't see any face masks, but I see on here where there was a purchase of thermometers and face shields, but I don't think that's not allocated for the public as we have requested and want for our most vulnerable populations, but there has been a purchase for face shields.
Well, I was referring to for the public.
Yeah, it's not for the public, unfortunately.
Is this the budget that we're voting on?
No, it's the ratification of emergency procurement, you know, to just
Okay.
give us a report after the fact of what was purchased.
Okay, well, everything has already been purchased. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's vote. Mr. Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yeah.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Mr. Carn,
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 20-0373, Finance, Presentation, Review, and Approval of the May 20, 2020 Budget Sounding.
Hello?
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
All right, no questions? All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
oh yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, under Health and Human Services, 20-0.
Now what about 6 at the bottom?
Did I miss one?
Yes, 0374.
Bottom of page 6, 20-0374, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing to provide and install new LED lighting.
Move approval.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis, Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Mr. Carn,
Yes.
oh yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. Now, top of page 7, under Health and Human Services, 20-0375, Public Works, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide standby miscellaneous construction wastewater system service.
Move approval.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Ms. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Carn, and I vote yes.
And the motion passes 20-0376, Community Development, request approval of recommended proposals to provide minor home repairs as a part of the Community Development Housing Rehab Program.
Question.
All right, Commissioner Hall,
Where are the grant funds coming from on this agenda item?
Dr. Rochelle, Madam COO, Madam CFO.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hall. This is Pamela Rochelle, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. The funds for this program will come from 2016 home funds and 2019 home funds. Specifically, $360,000 of this allocation is from the 2016 allocation, and $429,000 is from the 2019 allocation.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Yes.
oh yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Under Arts and Libraries, 20-0377, Arts and Culture, request approval of 4 contracts to provide expanded operational resources, educational and arts-related services.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Let's vote, please.
Quick discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Morris?
This is outside of the contracts for services,
Yes.
and was this expressly and specifically budgeted?
Yes.
All,
I inquired about that. They're all what was in our budget.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, motion is to approve. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis? Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Mr. Harrington? Commissioner
Yes.
Yes. Yes for Arrington as well.
And motion passes. 6 yeas, 0 nays. 8, Commissioners' action items, 20-0346, sponsored by Commissioners Houseman and Hall, request approval of resolution to establish the Fulton County Municipal COVID-19 Relief Fund as amended.
Mr. Chairman, should I just go ahead?
And explain. Yes.
This is basically the same resolution that we discussed 2 weeks ago that would provide for a grant fund opportunity for cities in the November 1st timeframe. By then, we should have a good idea of what our expenses are going to be for the year. And based on the conversations we've had today, even if we had gone forward with a jail expansion, that was less than half of the money that we have allocated. So I think it's highly likely that by the end of the year, we would have some money left over that could go for aid to our cities. It does call that they would have to comply with the components of the CARES Act. It would only be expenses that are designated as approved by us and the federal government. I did include a proposed formula for distribution of these funds based on population, similar to what we've done on the T-SPLOST allocations previously. So that is the crux. I don't know if Commissioner Hall has anything to add to that.
I sure do. I sure do. Because you know, Commissioner Hausman, we attend the National Association of Counties and are on a lot of the boards and interact with commissioners from all over the United States. And I just want to say that Bill and Melinda Gates selected me for the economic mobility group. And we had a phone call last week, and the chairman of the Board of Commissioners in Tarrant County, Texas, which is the largest county in Texas, Roy Brooks, mentioned that they were awarded federal funding as well. Not as much as us, which was surprising, but close. And they are literally required to give aid to the smaller municipalities. And I just think that it's something that we definitely need to do in Fulton County. It just shows that our commitment to helping others.
Well, I move approval.
Second.
All right, discussion.
I have a few Go ahead, whoever that was.
Commissioner Ellis.
Was somebody else speaking before me?
Go ahead, I'll speak after you.
Okay.
I'll get in after that.
Okay. Yeah, I think as I stated before, when this was brought forward, I think the intent of this, I'm in support of. Two things I'm concerned about is potentially having a false promise out to folks and potentially no funding getting to them. And then on the flip side, my other concern is, whether or not there's an additional source of funding that the folks access, and this sort of becomes a moot point. One of the things that I would like to see is I'd like to see us to do something that would provide some level of funding to them now. And one suggestion that I have is that we go ahead and we have an opportunity for them to submit their expenditures through May 20th. Then we agree to fund those up to an amount of $2 million. Just so as a show of good faith that, kind of we're we're looking to work with them, and that we can clearly address kind of what they've expended to date. The other concern structurally I've got with the way that this is worded is, if we establish the fund to start on November 1st, and if we listen to kind of where the potential, big risk factor is with this thing, is that starts at the time of when we would be entering into a quote unquote sort of second wave of this. And whatever unknowns that presents to us that we're really not kind of able to sort of handicap at that point in time. And we'll also be going right into sort of a massive election that's even more pronounced than what we got going on right now. So is November the 1st really the appropriate start date, or should it be more like a December 1st start date? So those are the two things that I have some level of concern about. I'd like to see us do something now, and I'd like us to commit to funding them for their expenditures through today's date. For the cities that aren't getting the CARES Act funding, and then we potentially look at moving the start date of the fund back to December 1st, when we have a better sense of whether or not we're truly going to be looking at a second wave or not.
Can I go next, please?
Well, actually, Commissioner Arrington, and I wanted to say something as well.
All right.
And let's see, well, I can go now. So
And then I'll probably have a follow-up comment.
what?
Then I would have a follow-up comment, please.
All right, my comments are very brief. Commissioner Ellis, really, I support the intent here, but I think that Commissioner Ellis expressed exactly how I feel about it. I think it's looking for a way to help the cities, but I think it's really premature. We don't know what Congress is going to do with respect to this additional round for cities and states. And then with respect to the November date, I mean, if we're going to do something, I think, based upon the feedback that I've gotten, and I've gotten feedback from, well, it's really 14. Atlanta has its own money from 12 of the 14. And what they need, I mean, they want it, not that they need it, but they want it now. And that, what I have so far totals about 2.56. Some of it would not qualify based upon the 3 broad criteria, but the top end number as we sit here today is about 2.5. And if we could whittle that down, but I would think that would be more appropriate once we have all of our PPE in, that we, rather than giving them money, we provide that they would request from our inventory what they would need. So I think that's really the way to go. But whatever we do, I think they need it now rather than November or December. So I just think it's a little premature, although I applaud the authors for the effort so far.
Am I next?
Commissioner Arrington.
Okay.
I'm supportive of this in theory. I am a little worried that there may or may not be any left over. I mean, if this jail pot thing comes back in 23 and 24 million again, I'm worried about money for artists and entertainers. Say that again, artists and entertainers. So if anybody want to get my support for something like this, they need to add money for artists and entertainers to it.
All right, Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Houseman.
All righty. So I just want to address the fact that, yes, we do need to go ahead and fund those municipalities that have made the request and need the money. And that is exactly what Commissioner Hausman originally requested when this first came before the board. And we had a long discussion where other colleagues said it was too early. And that's how we got to this this November date being added in there. But the original request was to go ahead and assist those municipalities that made the request. I do recall Commissioner Hausman even asking the question of the board and saying, have we had municipalities that have contacted the chairman and others about the need for funding to help them through this COVID-19 virus. And it was stated by the chairman that Mayor Edwards from City of South Fulton had requested funding and some others, and Joe Karn even made a statement about some of the other municipalities requesting funding. But the discussion led to everyone trying to say that it was too early to ask for funding for those municipalities that needed it, and that Commissioner Hausman needed to push this off. And that is where the November date came from. So I am so happy to hear that our colleagues are on board with what we originally wanted, Commissioner Hausman, and that we are going to most likely fund those municipalities that need the funding now. So thank you guys. I really appreciate that. And I'm sure they do too.
Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hall, for that assessment of how we got here. I am not at all opposed to helping our cities now. I think that they need it. I think there needs to be some sort of process. There needs to be areas that they could apply expenses that they've done that are in certain areas if they want to make that request. I think it does need to have an equitable component to it. I don't think it should just be, oh, if you know to ask, then you'll get, funded. So I think we need to put something out to the cities. This measure was designed as a safeguard on the back end to address any money that might not have been used, rather than it going back to the federal government. So if someone wants to put together a proposal to come back to us to have a process for the cities to make a request for funding, I would certainly welcome that and support it and move forward with helping them before November. But I do think that we should be cognizant of the fact that we have 14 cities, that they all deserve assistance, and that there needs to be some sort of process in place for those requests. But I hope that we'll approve this as a safeguard on the back end. And in the meantime, yes, let's work towards a funding option to help our cities now.
And let me just add into it also for arts and entertainment, as Commissioner Arrington requested, because we all know that there is a great need there. And I think that since we're going to be looking at this, we can add that in too, or we can just make sure that that's something that is addressed with the municipalities when they receive the funding. They can address it within their own areas.
There was a few other things that were mentioned today too, small business support, some other areas that we need to look at. I think we established today that we do have resources that we could address some of these critical needs. Of course, anything that we add to its potential funding stream needs to comply with the act. So we need to make sure that it's allowable. But I think that that's what our allotment of relief is designed to do. So I welcome that.
Well, just to comment again, I think it's premature, and you report, one of you mentioned the protocols for this, and I'm pretty much complete with it. I plan to bring it up at the next meeting, which I will do no matter what happens with this. I mean, I'm very supportive of this concept, but I do think though that it's still premature, and that the reimbursement is the way to go, and that because the problem is going to be, as you know, we went through this at the last meeting, we are not required, although required to reimburse the cities, nor are we prohibited from reimbursing the cities. But it just seems to me that the reimbursement route may be the way to go, as long as we are relieved of any liability for anything that they may do that is inconsistent with the three broad categories, because in the final analysis, it will be Fulton County that's on the hook and not the various cities. So this piece of legislation here would have them, and I will make sure that everyone gets it, whether this passes or not today. So that's where we are. The amount that we've gotten so far, with the exception of two cities that have not responded to date, are Milton and Hapeville. And the amounts range from, believe it or not, some of this stuff didn't make a lot of sense, from 2 million plus expended to date down to about 14,000. And the 14,000 is not necessarily from the smaller cities.
I think we're kind of saying the same thing, Mr. Chairman.
We are, I just think it's a little premature.
I was trying to avoid a free-for-all at the end and put a process in place.
And I'll share this with you, Commissioner Houseman.
I've seen your letter. A couple of mayors sent it to me.
Not the letter, process.
A resolution.
Yes, a resolution.
Again, there's a board here that has to pass any process.
This will be coming to the board. I'm well aware of that. All right, any other comments? The motion is to approve. Commissioner, this has a November date in it, correct? All right.
Yes, to give the cities time to apply. Yes.
Commissioner Ellis? Mr. Morris?
No.
Mr.
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
No.
Mr. Carn?
Yes.
And I vote no.
And the motion fails for 4 affirmative votes.
Next item.
20-0378, request approval of a resolution to approve the transfer of $10,000 from the travel and training budget of Commission District 5 to the COVID-19 Emergency Relief Fund for the purpose of providing Jose Feed the Hungry and Homeless additional funds for COVID-19 relief.
Mr. Arrington? Well, I'll move approval. Is there a second? Is he
Second.
still? All right, properly moved. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis? Commissioner Morris? Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Carn?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And the motion passes.
Next
5
item.
yeas, 0 nays. 20-0379, discussion, location of BOC meeting during Assembly Hall renovation, sponsored by Chairman Pitt.
Okay, it's my understanding that we will need to make a decision today on where we will be holding future meetings, given the situation with COVID-19 plus the renovation of the current Assembly Hall. The manager and Mr. Kirby, and their people have been working on this and have some recommendations for us to consider today. You're going to handle it, Mr. Kirby.
Ellis, are you available on the other end? And we want to bring up the matrix if we can.
Yep. Yeah, as they bring up the matrix on the screen, I sent out a memo with the matrix, and so the executive summary is we looked at 4 locations per direction in the last meeting, which is a location here in the Government Center, the Aviation Cultural Center, South Service Center, and also going back to the City of Atlanta Chambers that we talked to them and looked with what worked with them on. So the bottom line is, as you'll see from the criteria that we heard from the last meeting in our evaluation, we're recommending either the Aviation Cultural Center or the location here at 141, mainly because of all the positives versus the negatives of the other sites when it comes to the comparison matrix here. So those are our recommendations. It's also important to note that virtual meetings like we're having now were considered, but that would take a change in law. And so that is the possibility if something changes as we get into June. And lastly, if we do go back to the second meeting in June, we're recommending utilizing the existing Assembly Hall for the last meeting in June and the first meeting in July. We've put together a temporary COVID spread for the current Assembly Hall that I'll be able to share if we decide to come back during those 2 dates. So there was other information in the memo, but I'm going to open it up to the floor with any questions.
Mr. Chairman, do we want to note that the clerk has a strong opinion, I think, to remain here at 141 if we're able to do that. And that is new information from the last meeting because of the construction of a new conference room on the 3rd floor for public relations and the ability to use that conference room for the board and then the conference room that we traditionally use for the mayor's meeting for the public. Would that be true?
That is correct, yes.
That is correct. That is correct.
So your recommendation is what, One of two.
So our recommendation goes from left to right. So 141 prior is the best recommendation. Aviation is a fallback from that. South Service Center because of distance, and also because of the arrangements that would have to be made to remain 6 feet apart is less attractive, and City of Atlanta is the least attractive due to being off the network and all of the complications that would come along with it.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I understand that we will need to make a decision today because there are some public notification requirements that we have to meet. So that's why it's important to make a decision today. Comments, commissioners? Any preferences?
I would prefer to have the central location at 141 Prior Street.
All right, let's do it this way. 141 Prior Street. That's the easiest way to do it. Any objections, do it this way. Any objections to 141 Prior Street? That's right here. Let's take the vote then on 141 Prior Street. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
And I vote yes. 141 it is.
Thank you.
And Madam Clerk, you will advertise the state required by law to do so. All right.
Point of order is, I don't even know if that was required because we already said meetings for the year were gonna be there. We already adopted a calendar for the year.
What's the location?
We would just let the public know the location changed. The address is the same, just different rooms.
Just different room, right? Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, are we going to continue to meet in the Assembly Hall for what you say, Dick, last in June, first in July?
Yes, sir. The last meeting in June and the first meeting in July, we could meet in Assembly Hall.
There's only one meeting in July anyway.
Yes, sir.
But isn't it dependent?
We need to make that decision for advertising between Assembly Hall and third floor.
I thought that was part of the adoption of what they were recommending, and we adopted it.
May have been, Marvin. If it was, that was great.
And I think we may, let me just ask Ellis to clarify. I think we may need the time to get the third floor completely set up with audio visual support. Is that true, Ellis?
That is, well, we have Assembly Hall to get a much better spread for the last two meetings, and it's still open. So that is the best case scenario in those two meetings. And yes, we do need to do some IT work and also do some verification on broadband and everything, and just get it set up exactly the way we want it for that first meeting in August, correct? So we do need to wait till August for the external affairs.
Okay.
Continuing on page 8, 20-0380, discussion, advanced Atlanta Board of Directors meeting sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
That's just the usual summary of the last board meeting of Invest Atlanta, which was April 16th. The next one will be tomorrow.
Okay, next item.
20-0381, discussion, Atlanta Beltline CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
And again, that's the usual report of the CEO last presented to us. And if you see anything in it that you'd like further information or questions about, just let me know. Thank you.
Next item.
20-0382, discussion, update on the Chairman's Core Services and Governance Task Force, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, very quickly, at the last meeting, I was asked about a status report on the task force on core services and governance that I set up last year. Since that time, in order to be responsive to the request, I think it came from Mrs. Paul, I forwarded each of you 3 pieces of information. First was a editorial that I did on why I think the Fulton County government needs a review. The second lists the names of the 22-member committee that I set up that will be reporting directly to me. And the third lists some issues that they were given as a starting point to look at. The 22-member committee It's chaired by two outstanding citizens, what I call them two worker bees. Jay Smith, a retired journalist, a true professional, high morals, honest, true workhorse, not a show horse. Co-chaired by Catherine Flowers, well-educated, highly ethical, honest, again, a workhorse and not a show horse. I'm really glad to have those two people heading up this committee. The first meeting was held back in December of last year, and the group was tasked with reviewing the services that the county provides, both mandated and non-mandated. And after reviewing the services, they decided to set up committees. They set up committees and had meetings with department heads in arts and culture, behavioral health, community development, family and children services, senior services, and also they set up a governance committee. Committees met with the department heads back in January and February of this year to discuss their duties and responsibilities and to determine if the services that were being provided could best be provided, continue to be provided by the county, or possibly better provided by the cities. But because of COVID-19, they were originally scheduled to have a report back to me and from me to you and to the General Assembly in May, but because of the COVID-19, everything has been delayed until August, and we will resume, at least they will resume meetings in June. They typically have monthly meetings, and the meetings are open to the public, but it is in fact a true citizens committee made up of what I consider to be very outstanding individuals who are devoting their time. Most of you, and actually one of our colleagues is on the committee, Commissioner Morris, and I put him on there for a specific reason, because he has City of Atlanta experience and Fulton County experience. From a demographic point of view, there are 5 from the north, 5 and 6 from the south, and 11 from Atlanta. You got 5 white males, 5 white females, 4 black males, 6 black females, 1 Asian American, and 1 Latina. I'm excited about this task force, and we'll keep you abreast as we move along. And I will also notify you when the committees meet, although I do not attend any of the meetings because I do not want my presence there to prejudice them in any way whatsoever. So that's an update at this point in time.
All right, thank you, Chairman. So my questions that came from the community were, are these public meetings? Is the meeting schedule posted to the public? If so, where? What are the bylaws and the mission? And is that posted somewhere where they can access it? Also, how are the members chosen? Are they chosen by each commissioner from their district, or are they chosen by someone within the county? And what is the criteria or qualifications that the members have to meet to be a member of this task force? As well as if there are monthly meetings, where are they meeting, what time and what day are they meeting, and how can that be found out? Let me see. And the other question that came in was, is it not the county manager's job to determine what his department heads are doing as far as services and programs? And what is the county manager's role as it relates to this task force? What is his involvement?
Actually, his involvement is zero. This is the task force that I set up. It's not an official task force of county government. It's a task force that I set up to provide input to me. The meetings have not been published, but I can do that. It's not a problem. And actually, I can get to work with external affairs when I'll have my chief of staff work with Ms. Corbett to post the time and place of each of the meetings, as well as that one sheet which sort of details. This is the starting point, the core services and governance task force, what services they're looking at, what governance they're looking at. And just by way of an example, from a governance point of view, questions like should commissioners, is 7 the right number? Should it be 5? Should it be 9? Should we all be elected at large? Should we all be elected from districts? Should it be partisan, nonpartisan? Should we do away with the chair? Should the chair's position rotate each year? Those are the types of questions that they're looking at, and these are people who are on this. I spent a lot of time putting this list together, and I mean, the list will be made, it has been made public, and I will publish it again, because these are all people with outstanding credentials who are all residents of Fulton County, and again, from north, south, and the city of Atlanta. So I will keep everyone abreast of what we're doing. When we have a final report, I hope that it will be taken seriously. I know that members of council and even state legislators, in fact, there are a couple of state legislators on it, current and former legislators are on it, because depending on what happens, they may have to, some of what they recommend may have to go to the state, but it'll all come to this body first. Mr. Arrington has his hand up, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this task force to have any credibility, legitimacy, it must be a task force of the board. You're saying they're gonna make recommendations. I don't know any of these people. I don't know anything. I mean, this is a farce. This is a farce, and you just openly campaign for Commissioner Hall's opponent.
Yes, he did. Thank you very much.
In the middle of a meeting. This is preposterous.
Blatant. Thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for pointing that out.
This is preposterous. It has no credibility. It has no legitimacy, and it is a farce.
And neither does my opponent and what he just said about
This committee was set up last year, and I was asked to give an update, which I did.
Set up by whom and asked by whom to give an update? I know I didn't ask for an update.
Commissioner Hall asked to give an update on the committee.
I asked for an update on the committee because, as Commissioner Arrington pointed out, it's a farce if it hasn't gone through the Board of Commissioners.
This is not an official board. This is a committee that I set up to report to me.
Well, you already said that you thought government should be smaller. So what you're doing is setting up a group that's gonna come back and give recommendations, which you already stated that you wanted. So if you want this task force to have any credibility, or if you want this task force to have any legitimacy, then you need to rethink it, and you need to allow every person, every commissioner to put a board member on there. And there'll be seven, and there'll be seven members on there.
We didn't even know who's doing it. He says there's 5 from Burkle. I don't know anybody on that list.
That's the only way this task force will have any legitimacy or any credibility.
Okay, I hear you.
So it's like the chairman has 22 people that report to him now and his staff, because, I mean, we didn't select these people. And like you said, Commissioner Arrington, he's just made it blatant that he's campaigning during our BOC meeting for my opponent, who is lying out there about me, and I don't appreciate it whatsoever. This is a farce, and this is really ridiculous that our chairman would do such a thing. So I'm very glad it's all being recorded on camera so people can see the type of person who has the audacity to do such a thing. That is not a chairman. A chairman would be bringing us all together to work together, and that's not what has happened.
Thank you for your comments. This was set up in November of last year. So any other comments? I was asked for an update, and that's the update. Anything else to come before us today?
No further items.
All right, no further items to come before us today. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I had one question. Is Kirby still around?
We had Commissioner Morris said something.
Approval of what?
I think we were about to adjourn.
I made a motion to adjourn. That's what I made.
Okay.
And I'll second the motion. I just wanted to, I didn't know if Mr. Kirby was still around before we got off the line here. There was just one item I wanted to mention.
Okay, if he's around, I'll send him to you, Commissioner.
Okay, great. Okay. Second.
All right.
Have a blessed day, everyone.
Yes, the motion was approved to adjourn.